Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai pakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
mother gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. playing hands.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10, week number 7, day number 3, and today's schedule is going to be up on screen, starting off with Todak versus RED, followed by RSG against Orange Esports, and also ending things with SMG versus Homeboys. A brand new day, a brand new game. This is going to be a match that you guys are going to be looking forward to as well, as Todak versus RED, with Todak currently sitting in a very comfortable position but needing to secure the upper brackets. That is going to be a little bit of a predicament for Todak. For RED Esports, however, it's going to be fighting for their tournament lives. Welcome to MPL MY Season 10. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Gideon Q, as we are going to be your commentators for today's exciting matches. Gideon, what are your thoughts? Todak going up against RED.
So far, I think RED Esports still within that triple threat of Group B. We're not entirely sure which one is going to be making it into the upper brackets or whether even to contest it, but so far, securing a playoff spot is going to be the most important thing. As of right now, we are seeing that RED Esports is on the cusp, maybe getting closer to set things up for week number 8. Todak, on the other hand, getting overtaken by Team Hawk yesterday. Let's see whether they can win a 2-0 to claim victory and sit on top of Group A once again.
Well, fighting for upper brackets is going to be Todak's objective. RED, on the contrary, is going to be looking for those playoffs. But seems to me, there has been a lot of shift coming from Todak, especially when it comes to role swaps, because Chiku, guys, he's back. We've known him for his gold laners back in the day, you know, we know him for his jungle for the past 2 years. Now, seems to be he's back on the mid lane role, so what do you think about his performance so far when they face off against Lunatics?
Personally, I think it's really, really good. Honestly, you would expect Moon to be doing a better job, but Chiku seems to be extremely comfortable having the fastest game in the MPL. But with that being said, this time we're introducing the teams, but we're going to throw it over to our host, Sunfrost, right up onto the stage.
Terima kasih para pengulas kita daripada BM side dan juga di English side. Jadi, untuk hari ini selaku host anda, selaku pengacara anda, saya Sunfrost akan bersama-sama dengan anda untuk kita menyaksikan perlawanan yang pertama di antara pasukan Todak dan juga pasukan RED Esports, yang mana ini sememangnya satu perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan. Nampak belum bermula lagi, para penyokong daripada kedua-dua pasukan sudah pun mula untuk memberikan sorakan. Sememangnya satu perlawanan yang dinanti-nantikan oleh para penyokong pasukan Todak dan juga pasukan RED Esports. Tapi lebih sikit pada pasukan RED Esports lah. Tapi saya nak dengar dulu pasukan RED Esports punya sorakan daripada penyokong-penyokong, boleh? Okey, untuk RED Esports, say ho! Okey, cukup kuat daripada pasukan Todak, say ho! Oh, nampak macam Todak lagi kuat sikit. Tapi apapun kita, kalau dah bersiap sedia, ayo kita jemput para pemain untuk terus masuk ke dalam gelanggang. Dipersilakan pasukan yang pertama, pasukan RED Esports. Dengan pemain gagah bersama riak wajah garang sentiasa, membawa dendam seekor naga, inilah dia si Merah Perkasa. Perlawanan yang cukup penting untuk mereka menangkan, untuk mereka lunaskan dendam. Untuk coach mereka Dragon berhadapan dengan pasukan lamanya, iaitu pasukan Todak. Mampukah pemain-pemain dari pasukan RED Esports ini mendapatkan kemenangan yang pastinya bukanlah mudah, akan tetapi masih lagi belum mustahil untuk mereka mendapatkan kemenangan. Jadi kita teruskan dengan pasukan seterusnya, pasukan Todak. Lautan samudera mereka tembuhi, 5 nakhoda di atas bahtera. Selat Melaka mereka kuasai. Inilah dia si ikan pemangsa pasukan Todak dengan line up masih lagi tanpa Moon. Boleh kita katakan dalam mood honeymoon sekarang ni, yang mana pasukan Todak pastinya ingin mendapatkan kemenangan untuk secure kepada upper bracket. Masih lagi belum selesa, namun mereka tidak gentar untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan RED Esports. Sememangnya perlawanan yang cukup hebat bakal ditampilkan buat kedua-dua pasukan ini. Jadi daripada segi strategi, daripada segi drafting, bagaimana pasukan RED Esports ingin menewaskan pasukan yang cukup fleksibel ini, akan sama-sama kita ketahui apabila kita menjemput para coach dan juga analis daripada kedua-dua pasukan. Yang mana daripada pasukan Todak, kita menjemput Hazim bersorangan, sementara daripada pasukan RED Esports iaitu Has Dragon dan juga Emerald yang tidak dimainkan untuk perlawanan yang pertama ini. Jadi sememangnya perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan seperti telah pun saya katakan, drafting adalah sebuah perkara yang cukup penting. Jadi untuk kita saksikan perlawanan tersebut, ayo kita bersama dengan kedua-dua pengulas kita.
Well, thank you so much, Sun Frost. He's got bars, he's got rhymes, he's got poetry, and there's no way in heck I'm going to be able to translate everything that he said. But what I do understand is that from the side of Todak, Chiku's integration into his mid row seems to be just filling in for Moon. Apparently, he is on a honeymoon.
Yep, recently getting married yesterday. He is going to be taking his time, taking a bit of a break while Todak look to secure the upper brackets here. Let's have a look to the keys to victory this game. And number one, immediately we got to talk about Chiku once again up against his rival Ash on the opposite side, the mid laner Impact.
Well, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. It's been a while since I've kind of seen Chiku play in the mid row as well. We know him for his Lunox. So within that, his hero pool, I feel like RED Esports might put it in a step where he just force bans a Lunox just for the fact to kind of like stress test their draft itself. So Ash is a little bit more comfortable in regards in terms of his hero pool. So in terms of mid laner Impact, I feel like Ash definitely has the one up in terms of it's his hero pool. Whereas conquering and controlling the lanes, it's something that Todak is very good at. But it comes down to whether or not have they found an adaptation to kind of gel and go in for the push. Whereas RED Esports, they look better over the weeks.
Well, I mean, they did lose their match against Team Hawk, but getting a win against Team SMG. A major upset that one was on week number 6. But you're right, I do think that traditionally RED Esports should have a more meta pool overall, but this is Todak. The way they control and conquer is going to be through interesting drafts, double fighter lanes with a marksman in the middle, using Lunox as a flex pick for mid and jungle, but keeping that lead is something that both teams are very capable. And after Friday's performance, it felt like it was just yesterday. Todak seems to be on the top of their game, and even the audience can agree.
Well, seems like the fans really want the win, especially for Todak. They really want them to be on the upper brackets. And oh my goodness, there's Todak kids. Oh yeah, you know what's really interesting? I actually met this kid in the lift when I was coming up just now, and it was like, damn, they're super excited about Todak. Oh my god, dad, I want to take a picture with Todak. I'm like, damn, we finally reached a stage where, you know, parents are supportive of their kids watching MLBB.
I mean, not only just the parents, the aunties, all of them, because this demographic also are related to these players. I mean, these players come on, put their hearts out, and it's great to see that the fans are here today. But who is going to win this match? If you want to earn yourself 749 diamonds worth of a skin, all you got to do is use that hashtag MPL predictor, leave your creative comment as well as your prediction, and not to forget your game ID as well as server ID.
Well. Haha. Speaking of predictions, this is going to be a tough one for me. You know, on track record-wise, Todak looks really good. But I have to be realistic a little bit here. You know, when it comes to consistency and key, you know, RED Esports, they've definitely got a little bit of upper hand. Arguably, Chiku has played with the team, but at the same time, he's playing a role that is a little bit uncomfortable. So I would beg to differ. We've seen him on tank role, we've seen him gold role. He's by far the most flexible team so far. But when it comes to his personal track record, and I feel like I'm going to doubt Todak a bit. I feel it's going to be a little bit of a 50-50.
Okay.
Maybe RED Esports has a better chance now.
What are the numbers here? 2-1, 2-0 in RED Esports' favor?
I don't know, 2-1.
2-1?
I think 2-1. I think 2-1.
I think 2-1 is an extremely safe prediction here, especially for RED Esports. I'm leaning more towards Todak after seeing their game against the Lunatics. Then again, they were playing against the Lunatics. They were able to get the fastest game possible.
Oh, yeah.
The second game, not as quickly, but we did see a Sicilian come out of Chiku. So, I don't know. I don't know how deep his pockets are actually going to be.
Now, what's really interesting, especially coming from week 7, is that we have started to shift in terms of the meta for defensive roamers. You know, a lot of teams are starting to get a little bit aggressive. It's interesting enough is that I think I talked to producers as well. You know, they were mentioning that RED Esports, they've got to take in an aggressive tanker. They're bringing in Mom into the picture. And I know we haven't talked too much about RED Esports, but if you think about it, this is going to be a very aggressive one coming in from RED Esports. But okay,
hey,
we've got the fans.
Some things don't change. Some things don't change. Some people are here to support their team. Some people get brought in thanks to the casters and then support the opposite team. But nothing ever changes that people want skins. But let's get into the drafting here with RED Esports on the blue side, Todak on the red side, Immediate Beatrix as well as a Diggy Band for the side of RED Esports, 1-1 and fanning the follow-up from Todak.
Well, I can respect the brands coming in from RED Esports, but it feels like they are trying to set up for Mom. I want to talk about this where Miro is a little bit of a defensive side when it comes to RED Esports draw. But in terms of focus player, let's talk about the jungler. Zayed versus Rival. Rival, ever since his integration from Todak, looks pretty consistent. There are a couple of games that they dropped it, but Zayed, what are your thoughts on him so far?
I think he's had his ups and downs. I definitely think the team is struggling to kind of, well, I wouldn't say adapt to the new meta, but when we're looking at average damage per minute, he's putting out damage. It's the average goal per minute, which is going to be related to the rest of the team. Because Zayed, he can power farm if he wants to, but the question is, how does he participate in these fights without the help of the rest of his team? And once again, if you guys don't know about it, Moon recently getting married. And I also want to mention that Mom recently got married as well. His one was more under the radar.
How did you know it was under the radar? That was
social
crazy.
media, man.
It's either social media or you're a really good stalker.
Hey, either or. At the end of the day, both sides have a buff. And
all right.
I don't know. Since Chiku recently got married, he seems to be playing perfectly well. I would assume Mom also got that same buff, unless we have a different story. But Keto getting banned out for the side of RED Esports. A lot of power picks. The Akai is still available. Farmis is still available. Julia now gone.
Well, and speaking of which, when it comes to the drafts as well, it feels like RED Esports, they're trying to set up for an Atlas play coming from Mom. Diggy being one of the most annoying roamers to actually deal with it. And first pick, let's see, Varamis or something else, because it seems like they're on a very, very tough spot where if they don't pick the Varamis, the Valentina is going to be slit through. So Valentina or Varamis right now.
I think Varamis is a little too good to leave out in the open. RED Esports instantly pick it up for themselves. I'm guessing from Todak's side, we see the Akai as well as the Valentina. Would make sense. And especially when you have this advantage on a Red side, getting 2 picks within the first phase, you may lose a power pick, but considering how the draft has gone and the fact that RED Esports are avoiding really strong power pick. Oh, no Valentina this time. Well, then again, this was about to be my lead-up point. Guess I gotta cut that short. They lock in the Claude here, and Claude is great at just cutting down the temp HP from the Cult Altar. However, Valentina hasn't been doing well throughout the regular season. Earlier in the season, it was like, yes, so good, must pick, must ban, and now it's kind of dwindled off.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Valentina, right? It's all about setting those big wombo combos, and we've seen like teams kind of adapt where by just picking up heroes which just doesn't give good ultimates. In this case, I feel like if RED Esports decides to go for the Valentina right here, right now, it isn't too bad. Forcing the Faramis in a flexible position to play roam isn't too bad, but it puts a strain on the junglers at XP. They're forced to play really, really tanky heroes in order to compensate for the team fight formation. So, I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit difficult, but Benedetta has been working through for RED Esports. They're not forcing the Valentina, but it feels like this is a jungle Bene?
This is a flex pick. Both Ren QT and as well as Zayed Hakimi both play and pick up the Benedetta. And I don't think it's that bad. And I like what you brought up, where if you do pick the Valentina, you're kind of forcing your EXP laner and arguably even your jungler to play something a little tankier. However, I will say that Todak now have an option picking up the Valentina for themselves. Instead, flex pick Lunox going to be locked in. And again, teams are just straying away from it. They don't want to steal the Cult Altar in, well, I don't want to say 9 out of 10 situations. I would say 6 out of 10 situations, whoever makes the first move usually is going to win. Forcing the Cult Altar as a defensive tool isn't as good as an aggressive tool.
Fair enough. You know, it's all about chunking it through. So it's something that Todak is going to be doing again. I think we had this issue during, what, week 3, week 4, week 5, where Todak, every single time they were trying to force a game against Faramis to a point that they kept on losing. And so far, this past few weeks, especially in last week, we've seen teams kind of adapt by using Eve or even the Claude. So I like this adaptation from Todak. They're testing it again, but the bans are coming in. RED Esports, they're banning off the Valentina. I know it's a very, very tempting offer, but knowing Todak and knowing this is a Lunox, I'm pretty sure that Chico is going to stick with it unless, and I mean unless, we are going to be seeing the famed Todak Lunox jungle. That's, I always think about this when it comes to them playing the Lunox, but do you think it's a possibility?
It's definitely a possibility, and I think it's almost guaranteed most of the time. I think, you know, 70% of the time we see Lunox coming in from Todak, it's most likely going into the jungle. Again, Lunox in the mid lane isn't bad, but you lose a lot of pressure, and you have to wait till the late game before she becomes relevant.
But if they force the Lunox jungle, what would Rival play? Where would he put him?
Excuse me, what?
Okay.
Rival's the jungler.
You know, I mean, if Chiku plays the Lunox in the jungle, so far we have not seen anyone else kind of do it. You know, it's only Chiku. So where would Rival play? Like
Rival would have to pick up the Akai. Rival has actually 3 heroes we've seen him play efficiently. Ling, the Akai, Lunox as well.
Yeah,
both of which
that was
are
like
pretty interchangeable.
Akai jungle, I'm sorry.
Yeah, both of which, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So both of which are actually extremely viable. It really depends because, again, Yumski, he's played Akai before. He's capable of doing it. Yes, it may not necessarily be the strongest support in the world in terms of roaming. You're not as tanky as you want to be just yet, and you can't get ahead in levels and gold like most people would want to. So RED Esports wants to guarantee that this Akai goes into the jungle and puts Chiku on a late game mage by banning out the Valentina as well as a Sicilian. Sicilian, which we've seen Chiku play in Friday's games. Valentina, I mean, it can't be that hard to play, right? Press 2 buttons are good.
True, but at the same time, you know, I know it's just a random thought, but still, RED Esports, they're really doubling down on hoping that, yep, I'm pretty confident this is going to be a Lunox jungle. Or, well, maybe in XP to a certain degree, but seems like they've shown their Uranus from the side of Todak. That means this Lunox is pretty much guaranteed in the mid lane. Or I might be wrong. No, please, just... Really? Jungle Lunox? Are we gonna see this?
No, I don't think it's a jungle Lunox just yet. We need to see what the support role is going to lock in for the side of Todak. If not, it's an indicator of where everything is going to be. But in terms of completing the composition, Esmeralda definitely for the side of Ren QT. The question is what goes into the gold lane, and I think it's tough because I feel like Popo and Koopa would have been good, but it got banned out. Irithel, carry is not too bad, but she's kind of short-ranged here. So let's see. I mean, Mal has played carry before. Ooh, Dairoth as well as the Melissa. Now we are seeing that Ren QT actually just wants to win the lane really, really hard.
Huh. Okay, I get the Dairoth, you know, against the Uranus matchup is great and all, but I feel like based on this composition, especially when Todak's got like 2 really beefy frontliners, the carry isn't too bad. Going for a Purify isn't not too shabby as well. The Lunox is going to be able to chunk it through, but with a little bit of protection, it's going to be A-okay, especially with the Faramis. But Melissa, starting to be a little bit popular since week 6, and we have started to see a lot of indicators where it is a good alternative to deal with massive AoEs like the Cult Altar, similar to the Claude. And yeah, I'm liking how teams have finally picked up Melissa, even though ever since its appearance, people have tried and experimented, didn't exactly work out. But Todak, they bring in a triple tank composition with the Lolita, the Uranus, as well as the Akai. So, wait a minute.
I like this.
Wait a minute. Chico's playing gold lane?
Yep, Chico could be playing gold lane here. He could still be playing through the mid lane, and Momo is going to have to suffer a little bit against this Melissa down by the gold lane. So, again, nothing too crazy coming out from Todak's side. We've seen this before. I'm just curious about the performance of Melissa now that Lolita is in, because that Guardian's Bulwark can actually block the auto attacks from Melissa. When you throw Muddles specifically, if you block the auto attack, it's not going to get that burst AoE damage that we all hope to see when you pop that Inspire from Melissa. So Mal, he's got to be real careful with the way he plays it.
Well, the draft has been set. Todak finally feeling themselves, bringing something really, really special, while RED Esports is eyeing to secure their spot to the playoffs with the Lolita, the Akai, as well as the Uranus. A triple tank composition coming in from Todak, forcing potentially the Lunox jungle in this game. Will they be able to come up top, or will RED Esports roll them over? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn.
Welcome everybody. RED Esports on the blue side, Todak on the red side. Mid lane control will fall into the hands of RED Esports for the time being, but I think it's important to say that they are just all winning priority lanes for the side of RED Esports. They get to dictate where they want to fight on the map.
Well, this is going to be a very, very difficult game, not going to lie, especially for Todak. RED Esports, however, going to be pretty happy about this composition, because if you pay attention to bottom lane, you can see Momo is struggling in terms of HP bar against Melissa, while RED Esports is going to try and force an issue against Todak. However, not going to be responding. Yumski is going to be forced to recall back, so that's going to be 2 lane loss from the side of Todak from the bottom and mid lane.
Yep, Melissa is also making sure that he... Oh, wait. This trade against Ashe, though. I mean, he's taking a little too much damage, but with the Ghostbuster, he should be fine. Ren QT naturally wins out his lane, but the emblems from Melissa is to ensure that Akai is not going to have a good time.
Yeah, on contrary as well, we do see the Cloud also going to be recalling back from base middle lane for Todak. Double Avarices coming from Todak, so that's going to be a little bit of economy gains as long as they trade without dying.
I mean, Formaze knows that Dairoth wants to come and engage on him. So taking the average, like every trade, you walk away with a little bit more gold. Sacrificing your HP to do so is fine. But weakness finder on Mao, Momo has to be super careful with the way he plays this lane. He is going to get harassed 24/7 and has to be playing very close to the bushes.
Yep, seems like Todak, they're setting up for the first turtle up top. Red Esports already ahead in time. Rival also going to be trying to pull the fight. Formaze going to be harassed in a little bit, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much. Mom, it's a little bit too low to open up the map for Red Esports, so Todak might actually have a potential snipe onto the turtle. They're calling it in down towards the 2-bar mark, whereas Red Esports, do they get it? Oh, they do, and Todak now, they force the fight with Blazing Duet, but the counter tower is going to be able to keep them alive, and Todak, they have to make a run for it. Rival's going to get caught up. Does he get the Brilliance in time? No! He actually tried the Darkening out, so that's going to be Red Esports getting the win on the turtle, getting the kill as well.
And this is to be expected from the side of Red Esports. Todak isn't exactly that strong until all of their members hit level 4, and even then they still need items. Momo getting a good trade, but Mao using all of his mana to trade against Momo isn't a great idea now that Yumski is here.
Oh, Mao getting set up. He didn't know. Now he's going to be caught up. That's going to be a freebie from the side of Todak. Great catch coming in. Oh, that is so unfortunate. The slows, the slows coming from Numeron Blast.
It's good, but also Momo played that perfectly, right? He took an early trade against Mal to ensure that he has no mana, and Mal wanting to greed out for the wave wasn't communicated by the rest of his team that Yumski is technically missing, and the waves have already been pushed.
Yep, that's going to be a little bit of value trade. However, Red Esports now, with a little bit of a healthy mind, they are going to be able to go in for aggression here. Yumski sidestepping his way through, the wall block doesn't come in, but Zayed getting a bit feisty, tries to open the map, but I don't think it's a wise play. But Chiku, oh, he's gonna get caught out. I think he's dead. The mirror image barely pops off the cooldown, so great catch coming from Mom.
Nicely done with the Wild Charge. Again, this is why Wild Charge is such an effective tool, but topside preparing to get set up here.
Yep, Momo gonna be setting up as well. Mom gonna be tanking the turtle, but couldn't get the wall lock, so no follow-up coming from Todak. So Red Esports, they're gonna have to back away in this aggression, but Momo wants to actually secure the gold plate. He tries to deny it against Mao, so that's actually helping him by slowing him down to the farm.
I mean, Momo just has to sandbag as much as he can against Mao. Topside getting attacked here.
Well, Ren QT gonna be slammed with the Numenum Blast. Rival trying his best to go in for the kill. Formaze will help things out, and they will get a pick off up top. So space create from Todak, but Red Esports, they're immediately quick to respond to this, but they just don't have the damage to do so. Formaze just a little bit too tanky. The bigger picture is going to be the turtle. Formaze is here to scout things out, but this is pretty much a turtle secured unless Zayed messed it up.
Nope, no way he's messing that one up. Ren QT now getting his first item against Formaze is extremely important here because Todak, they are playing the map extremely well. If Red Esports is making a move on bottom side, they immediately attack top, but this is where they both collide.
Well, Momo almost getting clipped like the wall, so he's going to be able to escape that. Red Esports with another unsuccessful attempt. However, think about this. Yumski is also trying to cut the waves. He wants to go in for a setup with the team, but it seems like they're reached to a stage where they're trying to make sure that Chiku gets his farm. Ever since Chiku's death down middle has kind of hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to take whatever farm that he can. Ren QT will continue to win this lane as long as it's a 1v1 against Formaze. Later on, Formaze will outscale him, but for the time being, it's about ramping things up. And Todak, they are very item and ultimate dependent, so expect Todak to play an extremely slow game until you see 2 items from Claude.
Yep, and items as well. This is pretty much it, and they're trying to farm a little bit more. Blazing Duet comes in from Chiku, tries to chump the minions, but he's only got the Demon Hunter Sword, so it's not really much of a deal yet until he gets his Golden Staff. However, Red, look at this. They're actually responding to this aggressive Uranus coming from Formaze. He tried to cut the lane, and immediately they're going for the respawn. Mao getting caught up by Momo again. He might be in a little bit of trouble, but the rest of Red Esports is there to cut off Chiku, so that's going to be no retaliation. Momo going to be caught out with the ball charge. They do have the damage down towards the final bar, but unfortunately, just not worth risking unless Ash has something to say. He actually gets it with the last tick. So nicely done coming from RED Esports.
Nice Ghostbuster coming in from Ash, saving that situation. I mean, it would have been a waste, but here comes the reinforcements.
Yeah, Rival going to be pulled in. A big wall slam coming in. Forced to go for the Brilliance. He gets blocked in, and Rival is going to be stranded his way through. Goes in for the Darkening. Tries to escape his way through, but eventually Zayed will catch him off guard. The 10 HP, a little bit too much. Yumski also going to be forced to back out. However, off screen as well. Chiku also getting caught up by RED Esports.
Nicely done. RED Esports now identifying how Todak wants to move across the map. They want to increase the tempo of this game.
Oh no, Momo, his heavy spin could not lock Mom. This is not good for him. He's all by himself. And RED Esports rolls him over, takes the middle tower, full map control, and also another turtle in the bag.
I'm loving the tech coming in from RED Esports. I mean, it's been such a sleeper pick for so very long. Melissa is just that effective. I wanted to see whether the heavy spin actually had enough of a radius to actually cut in to get away from me from Melissa, but it looks like it's clear Melissa is going to be unaffected by it unless she moves away from the center of that barrier. For the time being, top side as well as bottom side will trade a tower for a tower, but RED Esports still in the lead, 3k ahead against Todak.
Well, this is going to be the fallback plan coming from Todak as well, whereas they would rely on 4 maze trying to open up the map. RED Esports, they're in a position where they can actually catch him off guard, so he needs to be a little bit careful. The rest of RED Esports are coming in. He's baiting them into a stalemate while trying to make space for Todak down middle, but unfortunately to say, they're actually really struggling. Momo gets a nice catch on towards Ash. Can they go in for the finish? Chiku is going to be there. He's got a little bit of kill, but a 10 HP comes in, but no! The stuns on towards Chiku caught them off guard. Numenor Blast goes into the set, but for what avail? Chiku is down. They get the trade on Age, but Momo is going to be the next to fall, and Todak, they completely dropped the ball in that fight.
Yep, 2 for nothing trade. RED Esports just, I mean, Rival was slightly late. Had he had 1 more Darkening, that would have been enough to kill him, but Ash survives with a little bit of HP, enough time to drop the call Altar.
Oh, though, so unfortunate. Zai is tanking his way through. Formace is trying his best to tank against them, but they just don't have enough wave clear. Rival is struggling to go in for the kills. He needs a little bit more items. The purple buff will be secure. Rival trying to go for the retreat. Nope, did not get it. He doesn't even have the retreat. Unfortunate.
Yeah, we need to see when Todak wants to start double proxying the waves here, because Formace, he's really good at slowing down the game, but RED Esports looking to deny him space as well as time. With only 2 items purchased so far, not even completing his boots, Formace, he needs to have that enchanted talisman so he can actually maintain his mana bar, so he can keep spamming those ionic sparks, and more importantly, have enough mana to get out of dire situations when RED Esports decides to stop him from his shenanigans.
Well, it's going to be very difficult because Chiku is also building up for a little bit more lifesteal, potentially a Haasclaw or maybe even the Winds of Nature, so that's going to be a little bit more defensive measure, while RED Esports are preemptively going for those blade armors. RED Esports getting the little uncontested Todak, making sure that Chiku is getting farmed across the map. And I like the idea, but it's still going to be a long grind for Todak.
Yeah, I mean, so far with a 5k gold lead, RED Esports needs to just maintain this pace. If they keep going in the direction that they are, they will eventually win the game. Todak, on the other hand, need to slow it down. Focus on just wave clearing.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Chiku, he got caught out. He needs to make a run for it, but the damage is a little bit too much. The heavy spin comes in. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Momo might be in a little bit of trouble as well, but the slows coming from Rival is going to be good. Numenor Blast sets it up. The Count Altar being baited out, but the damage has been done. RED Esports has picked up Chiku, and now they're eyeing for the tier 2 up top. Formace is there to go in for the wave clear. Forces a sprint potentially, but Formace is still trying to buy a little bit more time, but the tier 2 will eventually fall as the Lord is going to be coming in down towards the middle lane. As you can see, Todak, they've got to throw everything. Momo doesn't have the heavy speed. He needs to be a little bit careful. They're diving on towards him, but eventually RED Esports is playing it slow. Nice wall charge coming from Mom. Catches Boom. They got Momo. Chiku goes for the blazing duet. Gets Chang half HP. Formace trying to intercept from the back line. Numenor Blast not connecting. And Mao, however, going to be caught out on the sides as well. Yusuke trying his best going for the kill, but no! The Muddles takes Momo as well as Rival out. That is not good for Todak.
This means that they do get an inhibitor turret for free here as RED Esports. They could look to end the game.
And here comes the call out turret. They're diving onto this crystal. They don't really care. They just want to close out this game, but the stuns are coming in. But the damage has been done as RED Esports takes a very convincing Game 1 against Todak.
Mid-lane impact. That's what we were talking about at the beginning of this game. Ash and Mom make sure that they maintain that lead and even press the advantage. Mal just showing why Melissa is so good against high ground defense. Muddles gives her so much extra range, and it is painful to deal with. Look at Dragon. He is happy about that win.
Ooh-wee. Mal played that perfectly as well. It felt like he was trapped, but secretly, Muddles was doing the work. Rivals could not do absolutely anything in that situation. What a game coming from RED Esports, and I hate that my predictions is kind of a little bit off, but do you think it's going to be a 4-2-1 right now?
I think it could be a 2-0 for RED Esports. It feels like they have figured out what Todak's draft is going to look like, and unfortunately when Chiku's pool, especially in the mid lane, falls short of what it needs to be, ooh, you can see Momo, he has to pay the price for it, right? Somebody has to be punished in lane, and with no pushing lanes, no way to actually win the lane matchups at all from mid to bottom to top side, there's nothing much that they can do in RED Esports. Dictate the tempo, which is extremely important. Had this game dragged on for about 7 more minutes, I think Todak would have easily won it with backline dives of the Blazing Duet plus the Brilliance would have been more than enough to kill Melissa.
Yeah, it's all about buying time for Chiku. You know, Chiku getting caught out by Mom time and time again is just what sets them that so far behind. And you have to give credit to Mom. You know, when they brought Mom in as an aggressive tank, he's been setting up so many kills with his wall chart. So I feel like this integration from RED Esports, especially when the meta is shifting towards the aggressive playstyle, this fits RED Esports perfectly. Hopefully they will be able to keep up the momentum. However, let's talk a little bit more shop in terms of itemization. 11 kills RED Esports, 3 for Todak. What do you think? You know, because look at Chiku, he's really been struggling to get up his farm. He's got the Golden Staff, he's got the Demon Hunter Sword, but it feels like he needs 1 or 2 more before he can actually do that massive big wombo combo damage.
He needs that Winds of Nature. He wants to go in Winds of Nature straight away and then immediately look to Blazing Duet so that people like Mom can't effectively take him out. And that's the beauty of it. Third item would have been great for Chiku, guys. However, if we talk about Rival specifically, he needed time to scale. With only a Genius Wand as well as a Clock of Destinies, he needed time for the Clock of Destinies to actually get to that max stacks. The Genius Wand is good, but compared to getting an early Lightning Truncheon to get immediate value, immediate burst, well, I mean, look at the side of RED Esports. They didn't even really have to itemize towards it, except for Mom, who wanted to face tank a lot of the damage.
Yeah, I was expecting potentially a blade armor integration, but the steel plates coming from Mao is what keeps him alive as well. I think one of the biggest integration ever since the current meta when it comes to value into the gold lane to actually win your matchup is getting steel legs as of yet in the current meta. Chico, however, did not have the luxury because he was playing the mid lane, so I would say props to RED Esports to understand the meta a little bit more, but I want to see who the MVP is for game number 1. Undeniably, Mom on the Grok, 108, beautiful setups, beautiful catches on Chiku time and time again. Well deserved for him.
Newlywed buff, of course, coming in from Mom with an 82 kill participation and a game DPM of 1,555. Relatively high for a support, and especially when you're playing Grok, he's getting a lot of value with these wall charges over and over again. I would have been absolutely satisfied if it was Ashe or Mom. Mom being the playmaker, Ashe almost guarantee that these plays always work every single time. I would have been happy either or for the MVP.
Well, Grok is back. You know, last week, week 6, we saw a lot of Grok. Now, we are going to be seeing a little bit more as well. Now, in case you missed out on the action, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, where you can see RED Esports, they had the upper hand. Cow Daughter is just so hard to set up. Toda was able to get a couple of skirmish here and there, but eventually it all comes down to the plays right here, especially with Chiku, who arguably needs to win up the lane. And even though you are in the mid lane, you're supposed to be able to get free farm all the way through, but pushing aggressive like that and getting caught out, not exactly an ideal situation for him.
And that's where the supports come in, right? Because Lolita can't necessarily help the Claude in pushing that lane. She can only try to make space, but when you're up against a Grok, you stand near a wall, you can't even trade against him because he won't get stunned down. So Chiku, guys, unfortunately, didn't have the space, and neither did he have the pushing power compared to a Farmers as well as a Grok in the mid lane to maintain that sort of control. But then again, even if they did have mid control, RED Esports, they had 2 winning side lanes with Melissa against Akai and Dairoth versus Formace on the Uranus, so there was nothing much that they could really do in terms of like somewhat control. They will never make that first move. They're unable to kind of keep up with the rotations because RED Esports will attack first every single time.
Yep, and speaking of more MLBB action, seems like we are going to be having a revamp hero coming up. The animated trailer Strike to Fate is now available. The evil god has fully awakened and sought control to Gushen's body. While Gushen struggled and fought hard in the darkness, he failed miserably. What does evil god Kalon want? I don't exactly know, because what is the frenzied Gushen going to do? Will he be able to regain consciousness and rid himself of the fate? check out the video to uncover more of Yushin's stories, and be sure to watch till the end for a surprise character. Haha. Potentially new hero coming up.
Well, I mean, if you know, you know. So go check out that animated trailer and find out for yourself, because don't forget, new patches are coming through. A lot of revamps are also going to be coming through. The next time you see Mobile Legends, things are going to be different. And it's going to be huge. It's going to change up what the competitive scene is going to look like. So what we know now may not necessarily stay the same. But with that being said, what we do know for a fact is that Todak needs to get this win against RED Esports. Dropping a single game is a little tough, which means they can, if they win the series, they can only tie against Team Hawk for top spot in Group A.
Oh, wow. Now that you put it into perspective, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Todak now, considering they've dropped first game. So RED Esports, they're trying to get the clean 2-0. They want to secure the spots against Karakau in their respective group. But the question remains, this is going to be a tough one, especially coming in from RED Esports, because right now, the bags, the cat's out of the bag, right? They've showed their strategy. Oh, this is what they're going to do. But is Todak going to still stick with this strategy? Because if you think about it, last week they forced Momo to play an XP lane. They forced the Esmeralda up on him. Now they force him on Akai. It feels like this is not the most ideal hero for him if he goes in for that matchup. Because if you think about it, an Akai versus Melissa, really?
It should have been a Yuzong. Honestly, if Todak planned on playing a draft where they're playing double fighters and a marksman in the mid lane, Yuzong would have been the way to go. But RED Esports, they have such a good idea of what Todak wants to do. In the second phases of the ban, they're getting rid of the power picks, and on top of the fact that not touching marksmen other than the Beatrix. The Beatrix could have been switched out with the Natan. Regardless, it felt like RED Esports was one step ahead of Todak, especially in terms of draft planning.
Yeah, this is just a little bit unfortunate for him. And at the same time, I like the Daroff pickup as well. I was expecting maybe a carry marksman to deal with those things, but at the same time, who needs them? It's all about zoning, it's all about baiting. And I'm starting to see how the Melissa should be played in these kind of circumstances. It feels like you are in a very difficult spot. You force people and bait them to come and force you. The model slowly chunk the back lines at the same time. So it's a really interesting way of how to play Melissa. And not gonna lie, I don't really have a lot of experience seeing this kind of gameplay in my potential RED games, not even competitive scene as well. So I like the adaptation from RED, but let's talk about the stats coming from Mom. 820, 54, hasn't played a lot of games. He's got pretty decent amount of picks here with the Franco, his Akai, and the Ruby, but his Grok seems really, really good.
I mean, Mom has been known to play Grok since the beginning of time, and Mom is extremely flexible in all of his roles, but support role is where he feels the most comfortable because at the very least, he's playing off of the information. He's very map aware of the movements of the enemy team, and that's what Mom brings to the table for RED Esports. Not only his experience to make the call, but also as a support, understanding, because he plays every single role, what a laner needs. Do you need pressure right now? Do you need space? Do you need information? If you need one of these three aspects, Mom is the guy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's why when they brought him up to actually play an aggressive role, he does open up the map a little bit better. Yums, however, we have seen a lot of Lolita coming in from him, so it's going to be good. But at the same time, Cinta Hatiku Ehex. I have no idea who that. I love.
Look. At the end of the day, RED Esports, they've got supporters, some more supportive than others. Let's just put it like that. But with that being said, I'm curious to see what RED Esports is going to do right now. Because now that Todak is going to move over to the blue side, you do get that first pick. You can kind of dictate the shape of your draft earlier than your opponents. And I think that RED Esports, they've got a very strong idea of how Todak plays. The question is whether Todak is going to stay a little bit more flexible in the draft rather than, pointing in a direction and forcing it every single time.
Yeah, that's going to be the question, because right now we are going to be heading into the second phase of the draft, set for second game, where things are going to be a little bit spicy. Will things go according to Gideon's plan, or will things go according to my plan, where Todak is still going to be experimenting to deal with the Faramis? Because as of yet, Faramis, still a big threat. We talked about the Valentina pickup, completely ignored from Todak. And based on track record, Todak has not had a lot of games against a Valentina composition. Faramis composition, my bad.
Well, that's true. Most of the time, they usually do ban it out. The fact that it gets let through, I mean, RED Esports is doing this on purpose, right? You would expect from your opposing team to start banning out the other top-tier picks in the meta as of yet. but instead Red Esports just lets them through. Makito gets banned out for the side of Red Esports, as well as Beatrix, Fanny, Wanwan, the traditionals coming up for the side of Todak. I think Todak might want to consider just getting rid of the Akai. No need to deal with them. They don't plan on picking it anyways. And I think even with the help of Rival, that flex pick in Lunox is good, but keep in mind that he can play other junglers too. So unlock Rival, allow Chiku to get his heroes.
Yeah, the thing about Todak is like they always try to be as flexible as possible just so that they can actually win the matchup. But when things don't really go according to their plan, they ended up trying to make changes even though they were already deadlocked forced in towards a draft where they had no choice but to put the Lunox in the lane. So I know for game 1, I was a little bit speculative as well. Maybe this could be a jungle Lunox. But based on how I saw the draft, because they forced the Lunox jungle, it's what made them kind of struggle into this game. They should have just stick with the Archive jungle and just had maybe Momo play a marksman and then potentially just force Chiku to play on the Lunox instead.
See, that's the problem. A lot of it boils down to how early do you want to get your power spike. And I think Todak doubled down on saying Claude gives me an earlier power spike in comparison to Lunox. Lunox is going to be a backup plan, but we need an impact right here, right now. How are we going to do that? Claude. But Faramis denies all of that. You come in with a Blazing Duet, I don't care. As long as I drop down the Call Altar, your damage really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Red Esports, on the other hand, this time taking up the Valentina as well as the Claude. So now they're going to have access to the Cult Altar as well as a Claude who can absolutely blow up that backline. So now Todak are probably thinking about this, right? They see this, they're like, okay, Valentina, they're going to have the Cult Altar. We need to be aggressive somehow. Do we also want to pick up something along the lines of Grok to deny not only Mob, but to also slow down the pace of the fight? Do we want to lock in an early Sicilian because the AoE damage as well as the Sanguine Claw works in favor against a team that wants to dive into you?
Yeah, especially when they're clumping it up. So that's a pretty good shout as well. It's all about coming up to those wombo combos, but I feel like Yves is something that's not that bad as well if they decide to go for it. We haven't seen a lot of quick succession, but what I did see based on track record when it comes to marksman is that Claude is a good way to deal with temp HP. Melissa isn't too bad as well, but Todak, they're not going for it. They're going for the Dirov. I like the Dirov pickup. A lot of AoE, breaks through temp HP in one go, but this Julian pickup, it seems like we've seen this before. We've seen Chiku play the jungle Julian. Well, the question here is this a jungle Julian?
I don't know.
Is it a mid-lane Julian?
That's the beauty of it. Todak go with the double flex pick here. We did see this yesterday where we saw a double flex pick, including the Dairoth. Dairoth can technically go into the jungle. We haven't seen Rival touch it just yet, so it'll be exciting to see if he gets his hands on this Dairoth. But the fact that they've shown Dairoth, it kind of tells Red Esports, hey, we're trying to make you go away from these types of tanky style EXP laners. Uranus, Esmeralda, get that out of my face. So they lock in the Masha now.
Well, the Masha pickup, you know, Gideon, that's a little bit of a predicament if you think about it. We've talked about how Masha was like kind of the meta for the past few weeks. People kind of strayed away from it, but I feel like from Red Esports side, this Masha pickup is great to just be in your face and harass the junglers. And this is something that Mom played in what, week 2, week 3 with the Masha pickup. So I really like it that they're actually playing against this. But Red Esports, they're really smart. They ban off the Melissa. Great way to deal with the Call Altar. Now going to be taken out of the equation.
What? Great way. I mean, yes, it's a great way to deal with the Call Altar, but the main issue is that they don't want a marksman that can not only scale and dish out damage, but denies the Masha in general. Red Esports understands that if Todak wants to play a marksman in the mid lane, Masha is going to completely say, no, I don't care. Whatever marksman you play, I'm going to 100-0 you. I'm going to run you down the map.
True. But now, when it comes to Todak, they're banning off Benedetta. That's going to be comfort picks coming in from Zaid. We've seen it playing from game number 1. Yuzhong is still in the pool, like you said as well. Ren QT is very comfortable with that, but question remains, is this actually an XP Masha, or is it a potential roam Masha? But I feel like it's more on the roaming side coming from Mom. But when it comes to Ashes Hero Pool, that's going to be a lockdown for the, I would say, the Valentina. But from Todak's side, it comes down to what kind of marksman can deal with both the Masha. It feels like they have deadlock to force to play the carry or maybe the Irritel, but not a big fan of the Irritel right now from Todak. Actually, if you think about it, Dirov Irritel isn't too bad.
I think Todak is most likely going to play Natan, if anything, because it's still about the mid lane, right? I don't expect Chiku to be going into the gold lane anytime soon. The worst comes to worst, he does pick up like a Sicilion, and then Momo gets to play something relatively basic like a Brody, arguably, just to make sure that he has an escape mechanic against the Masha, so he doesn't get 100 to 0. We do see Red Esports lock in the Lolita. They want to ensure that, yes, if you call Altar and try to run it down on us, Numenon Blast is going to slow you down and buy my team a little bit of time to disengage from that fight. Now, Todak need to complete the composition. Are we seeing another marksman coming out of the mid lane, or is Chiku going to lock in the Sicilion? Both of which, a marksman as well as Sicilion, both struggle a little against the Masha.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time, when it comes to going up against the Masha pickup, it feels like they are in a predicament where they need to force kill it. Going for carries into bad. I talked about the Irritel. You know, we've seen the Armor strategy a little bit more, but they don't go for it. They go for the Bobo Cobalt just for a little bit more CCs and the Grog. So I like this composition a little bit better from Todak from compared to game 1. But how are they gonna chunk through all the HP of RED Esports?
I think they can easily do it. I think their composition is really good at diving, and not only that, if they want to peel for Popo and Koopa, they can do that as well while sending Dairoth into the side. I'm not 100% sure who's going to be the jungle, but I'm going to safely assume that Farmis definitely is going to be played by Chiku, and then we're going to see Yumski pick up on that Grok. So Grok is great here, denies a lot of abilities, and most importantly, like we saw Mom do in game number 1, can actually stop the Claude when he's using the Blazing Duet, or wait specifically for his Battle Mirror image. Lancelot gets picked up by RED Esports.
Yep, Zaid's going to be playing it as well, but seems like Todak... Whoa, wait a minute. Chiku's going to be playing Grok Rome this time instead of the Faramis, so Yumski's going to be playing it instead. So I like this adaptation. We've seen Chiku play the Grok. It's something that is within his hero pool. Not super crazy, but, well, adaptations has been made from Todak.
I like it. Again, give people the heroes that they're most proficient with. It does show that Chiku doesn't play the farmers very often. He's more comfortable with Grok, which we've seen on the MPL stage before. But it's exciting stuff, right? At least both sides feel like they have a more even draft.
Yep. Then this is going to be an interesting one as well. Will RED Esports get the 2-0 with their draft against Todak, with this time Todak having the Faramis in the pool? We've seen quick successes with it. However, RED Esports, they do have the tools to counter this off with those Valentina. Bringing in the Masha, we haven't seen that for a long time. RED Esports looking to get the clean 2-0. Will they be forced to go a game 3? Stick around to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into the Landodon. This is going to be game 2 for Todak versus RED Esports.
Todak on the blue side this time, RED Esports on the red side, and mid lane control is going to be extremely key here. Chiku, guys, and as well as Zoomski should have no issues controlling it for the time being until Ash gets his first 2 items, and then he'll be able to contest. For the time being, RED Esports, Todak is trying to deny them a lead. It's all about playing for this early game, getting these early leads, and looking to punish.
Oh, Chiku taking a little bit too much damage. A Terrify coming from Ash is a little bit annoying. The wall block's not going to be able to do too much. However, interesting enough is that Yumski is actually going for average for a little bit more value goal. So I was expecting maybe an Pure Rage, maybe even a Magic Shop to a certain degree. But it feels like, from his perspective, this might be a tank Valentina. Chiku forced to go for the Flicker, but the auto attack from Valentina is going to be enough to take him out. So, mistakes were made. RED Esports were able to capitalize on it. Nice stuff.
Nicely played by RED Esports. They understand, hey, it's pretty difficult to take out Yumski. He does have the Shadow Stampede, so he can get out of tight situations. But Chiku, if we can force him to use that Flicker early on, we have an advantage during this upcoming turtle fight, so he can't chase his opponents down. So now Ren QT, the wave is getting proxied on him as Todak want to be able to get this first turtle and deny RED Esports any form of a lead.
Oh, Chiku is going to be soaking up the mid lane, so that's going to be a little bit of economy heading towards the roamer. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side as well, Zaid is a little bit far off. Turtle's 10 seconds away. Todak is in prime position to cut their way through, so Mom is going to be getting dived on, but they just can't seem to have the follow-up or the burst to take him out. So harassments will be made, but it's going to be tough. Ash, however, will have the first jump with the Cloud Tower, with Yumski not having it at all for this first turtle potentially.
Yep, he has to clear that wave. He's hit 4, and now they're making the way. Rival needs help here. This first turtle is going to be quite important.
Oh, Mom getting pulled up pretty bad as well. He forces the flicker. He's going to be able to survive this. Count that comes in, but the big catch coming from Chiku is going to stop RED Esports' momentum. However, they're losing a little bit more members as well. Zaid might be in a little bit of trouble. He's down to his last health with the wall block. Doesn't connect. Todak, they get everything for absolutely no price.
And what did I say about having this call altar? Whoever makes that first move usually comes up on top. No defensive call altar coming in for the side of RED Esports. Ash, I think he unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure, but if he had an instant replay, I'm pretty certain that he did take the wrong ultimate there. It was quite the cluster, and now the dive on Ren.
Well, Ren QD's got the HP bar. He's down towards his final one, but they forced the Abysm Strike available. So Todak, they might actually concede the bottom lane. They're looking for a little bit more pressure down mid. The lane's being shoved in, but Yums, if you think about it, his Shadow Stampede has been really on point. And in this case, look at this. He's in prime position to get so much information. Todak, how are they going to force this fight? But it seems like they just don't want to. They're playing it safe. Zaid in a very tough spot. He might actually get pulled back. Here comes the Chainsaw coming in. Down towards the last half. Zaid going to be forced to back out of Phantom Execution. So that's going to be the full disengage from RED Esports.
Saved by Ash, who stole the wild charge. I thought that was a bit interesting that he took the wild charge here, but he instantly got value out of it. He's really just looking for Yumski. He wants to get that call altar, but if his cooldowns are up, you gotta maximize the time.
Well, time's going to be tough. Where's the top side? Mao going to be forced into the tough spot as well. Mom going to be opening up the map. He's going to get pulled back, but the chains does not connect. Numinum blossom, the counter engage is going to be there. They force the 10 HP with the count altar, and he's looking okay, but Todak, they're missing all their skills. RED Esports, they won't be able to back off. Chiku's here to harass Ash. He's going to be caught out, but this is a Valentina we're talking about. So much mobility. Todak, he wasted so much in that engagement.
But they did get the flicker out of Ash, so Ash most likely doesn't really want to get the wild charge anymore. He wants to get the call altar at the end of the day, but again, the cooldowns are there. Mal's getting punished on top side. Todak knowing how to play the lanes. They want to punish and more importantly, stop it. Yumski!
Oh my goodness, Yumski with the last auto attack will be taken out. And that's going to be RED Esports finally getting a trade-off. They sacrifice the tier 1, but the damage has been done. They get a little bit of value for Mao, so that's a good sign for RED Esports. But Todak, they're getting the bigger picture, and that's going to be objectives and macro control across the map. Bottom total has been set up. Red QD trying to zone off 4 mains, but there's only so much he can do. He doesn't have the sustain. Soda is going to be starting off with the turtle. RED Esports, they're looking to contest. They have the call outside, but Chiku, they stop on the wall charge, but they don't really have the setup. They secure the turtle. They fight it going for the call outside, but no! A big stun comes in. RED Esports, they get dived in. They silence the way through, but they will be able to come on top with the first predicament on the call outside. Zaid is here. He's down pretty low. The Shadow Stampede keeps him alive, but no, he is going to be forced to back up. Wow, a big, fat, blazing duet from Ma will scare Todak off.
Zaid, Akimi, and Mom live with 10% HP, but they delay the call altar. They got rid of the temp HP. They use everything that they could. They have to protect mid tier 1 here. Mom, he could potentially go down.
Mom trying to go for the bait. That's a little bit risky, but it's going to be a-okay. Zaid getting cancelled off with the chains. Ooh, that would have been a little bit of a TikTok moment from Zaid if he actually got through.
Yeah, that would have been huge for him. With the perfect execution, I'm pretty sure he would have been at least able to kill one of them. But for the time being, RED Esports, they don't mind Todak having this 2.6k lead. They'll eventually come to a point where Ren QT can actually run down Momo all by himself. And that's why Todak attacking the bottom side pretty consistently after top tier 1 is destroyed.
Bottom side rivals going for a little bit of harassment. Zaid going to be forced to back off. RED QT as a meat shield, not going to be able to do too much. So that's going to be a little bit more objective given away, as RED Esports seems like they're struggling to actually maintain their CCs against Todak right now. It feels like Mom is just so forced to play defensively instead of playing his usual comfort style of playing aggressive right now.
Yep. Todak just holding control over the lanes for the time being as Red force priority and actually rotate down to the bottom side. Yumski spots them.
Yeah, Momo does have the traps. He does have a little bit more information. So this is actually helping Todak a little bit more when it comes to when and where they should be taking fights. And they know perfectly well where RED Esports is, unless Yumski decides to face check it. He knows roughly where RED Esports is, and well, guess what? The secret's out. RED Esports, they have to concede the bush right now.
Are they going to turn this? No, they're not going to turn it into a fight just yet, especially with Turtle up.
Oh, HOMEBOIS from the back lines. Very cheeky position. I thought he was going to go for the temp, but it seems like he will try and scare RED Esports off. So, as of yet, RED Esports is still holding in with the counter. They're okay with just trading off leads. It feels like it's just not worth it at this stage of the game to force a fight as long as Mao is not ready to rumble.
Yep.
2-0-0, level 9 needs what? Level 11, level 12, maybe one more items before he's a little bit more comfortable to actually force a fight. HOMEBOIS looking for the setup. He knows where Mom is. He does have the damage, but well, it's only a rope, so it's just not worth it. However, Zayed getting caught out with the wall charge on the sides is going to hurt them. The countdown comes in, but Todak, they don't really care. They're going to force the fight right under the tower. They need to back up. The Numenum Blast completely missing the mark. But Mao, no! He went in for the blazing duet. Got caught by Momo, and now they're crumbling. RED Esports, they have to back off, and Todak completely shut them out of the fight.
Nicely played coming in from Todak. They need to press the advantage now. Tier 2 is going to fall, and Todak winning the fight off of being aggressive. Seeing them clump together is great, and knowing that Mal hasn't hit his power spike just sets them up for victory here, taking him out so fast on top of their engagement tool of Mom. Because Ren QT, he's not ready for this yet. Mal is not ready for this yet. Let's pull up the item list. Yes, no golden staff. We don't see a curse helm coming out of Ren QT either. Both of them need 2 items before they are relevant.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for him. However, I've got to give credit to Clutch coming from Momo, man. Like, he timed it. He waited for his second skill for a very, very long time. Neo Mao also position, instantly went for the knockup. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Meanwhile, Mom, the burst coming in from Todak is a little bit too much. Gonna get pulled back with the Shadow Stampede. Todak showing him who's boss as of yet. 6.9k, sorry, 7k gold lead with the gold ranking. Momo topping the charts alongside with HOMEBOIS as well as Rival. A complete stomp as of yet.
Yep, Yubski once again just punishing Mom for walking up. He doesn't have a lot of ways to actually get away from the Shadow Stampede tether. So if he pulls him out of position, RED Esports lose a huge disengage and as well as their biggest engagement tool. Zayed Hakimi can't force out plays, especially since Momo is able to lock him down for the rest of his team to punish. And the same goes for Chiku. So HOMEBOIS gets to play the game by himself for the time being, and even getting concentrated energy for a rival, going to keep him alive a little bit longer than he should be. But we're just waiting for RED Esports to hit their own power spike, which is about now 24k so far. But based on the gold lead that we, the gold chart that we saw before, Mal highest gold so far.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a tough time for RED Esports. We know them. We know for the game plan coming from RED Esports, it's all about waiting for Mao. But Todak, they're opening up the map really, really nice here. And it feels like Ren QT needs to do a little bit more than just, you know, proxying the wave, if you think about it. Because now with the Lord coming in, he needs to find a way to cut the backlines, and it's going to be extremely difficult to do so. Now, he's acting as a meat shield, he's taking a little bit more damage, he's going to be A-okay. They're going for a couple pokes here and there, but Momo is already starting to make work on towards the bottom turret as well. As RED Esports, they're split off. They managed to defend the mid lane, but at the same time, they are going to be able to defend for now, as Todak not going to be able to get a lot of value out of this. The counter is still available. Seems like this is going to be another attempt coming from Todak as they try to dive towards the mid lane. Mom doing a fantastic job at blocking all the auto attacks. Shadow Stampede comes in, but the inhibitor taking a little bit too much damage. Numenum Blast comes in. They want to go to counter engage. Chiku goes for the watch out, doesn't connect, but they force the drip double counter altar. But Mao, he survives, and guess what? HOMEBOIS, he's going to be stranded. They're trying to go for poke, but they can't seem to finish off off. Todak, however, tries to turn the tide. Mom will survive with 1 HP, and the fight will continue. RED Esports, they need to back up, but Mao gonna get caught out, and he's gonna be bursted down. Ash also gonna be the next to fall. Mega kill for HOMEBOIS, and RED Esports now, they don't have the damage output, and they are gonna be able to trade off HOMEBOIS. But Todak wins the bigger picture. They get another inhibitor. Another wall charge comes in. Another chain comes in. RED Esports, they're crumbling to all the CCs. Zayed is all they're left. And now he doesn't even have the damage. He's got the Tonros. He sidesteps his way through. But the numbers are in Todak's favor.
Well played to Todak. GG, well played. They maintained their lead. Momo had a good game, but Todak just a little bit more coordinated in these team fights against RED Esports.
Oh wow, what a catch coming from Todak. That was a pretty interesting split fight as well, but RED Esports, they tried their best with the blazing duet. They Wait a minute, Todak. That's Moon right there.
Yep, the man's just taking a break. He's on a honeymoon for all intents and purposes. But once again, congratulations to Todak, bringing it to a Game 3 against RED Esports. The coordination was especially key there, and they had a really good idea to how to pick apart Red's composition. Number one, pulling Mom out on time and time again. Even when you think, oh, here, there's no Shadow of Stampede, this is going to be a great time for a Numenon Blast. Either the team disengages or uses the Call Altar, or more importantly, Chiku coming in hard with the wall charge to deny the spell itself. They had a lot of options to stop RED Esports from playing their own team fight.
Yeah, I have to give credit to his Zooms as well. The Shadow Stampede was extremely annoying as well. It's such a strong tool to kind of bait and also poke out spells, right? We've seen multiple times with RED Esports, they're trying to react.
Yep.
We've seen Numenon Blast completely airballing just because of the fact that it wasn't a committed fight. It was all about setting up those baits. So props towards Todak with the adaptation. I like how Chiku is a little bit more reactive now with those wall charges, and it just shows you how annoying Grok is in this to deal with a Claude, right? We've seen how Todak was struggling in Game 1. Game 2, same thing, different composition, but this time they've got a little bit more knock-up to deal with it. Think about it. We've got Julian in with the enhanced chains. We've got Popo and Kuba with second skill defensively maneuver. We've got I would say, the Grok wall charge to deal with the Blazing Duet. Every single time Mao comes in, he's got to play very, very patiently on where he wants to position himself when it comes to the Blazing Duets.
Yeah, he does, but also he's waiting for the right conditions, right? He can't use the Blazing Duet when the temp HP is up because it's just a waste of time when you're waiting for the animation of the guy dying and then coming back to life. By then, the Blazing Duet is already gone. So he wants Mom, he wants Zayed Hakimi to chunk it out as much as possible, but there's just not enough AoE damage. Like, if we look at Zayed Hakimi, he only has 2 items compared to Rival, who's been power farming this entire game to get 3 items, which is a significant lead. He was 2k ahead of Zayed. So Zayed didn't really have enough to break, or at the very least take out 75% of the temp HP with a single Thorn Rose. And sometimes, and especially during that last fight, the Thorn Rose completely going the wrong direction. So I don't know. MVP of this game going over the Todak side. I can't wait to see who this is. It's going to be Rival playing a strong game.
Yeah, he has been on point with those enhanced chains. His setup has been good as well. His harassment has been really, really on point. And I'm not going to lie, it's all about following it up. And every single time Chiku makes a very aggressive play, he finds a way to set it up and also go through. So Rival, nicely done. I like the concentrated NG pickup as well, even though it has been nerfed in terms of spell web, but they forced the issue. You give Julian those spell webs, he is going to be able to sustain in all these fights.
Yeah, and that's the idea. He wants to be able to spam his spells. You get a bit of cooldowns as well, which is great here. And Feather of Heaven to ensure that when he is chaining his auto attacks, he is maximizing his damage. I mean, look at the way that RED Esports and Todak are interacting with each other in the lanes, because that kind of predetermines where these fights are going to be. And every time you see a Cult Altar being used, the first person who uses it usually wins the fight naturally.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the case as well, because it's all about you being very confident to dive the gun, right? So, like I said as well, defensive maneuver is great and all, but I feel like having an additional time journey will be very, very helpful to deal with the silence. But again, you see, every single time Chiku makes an aggressive play, Rival is able to actually go in for the follow-up. If you pay attention to his positioning, he's always been very patient on where he actually sets up his combo or even going for the zoning. So it's all about taking advantage of what your tools and kits is going to be able to allow you. Yes, you have the wall block. You can use the chains to kind of zone the back or even zone the front or maybe even follow up. So the CCs coming in from Todak is very, very, I would say, predetermined in terms of their composition, whereas RED Esports, they just had no way to deal with all the CCs coming from Todak.
I mean, it's all about those smaller fights that happened earlier, right? I mean, by the end of the game, it was at least a 10k gold lead coming in from Todak. So what built up to that situation? These neutral objectives are just not easy to get on top of, because every single time it happened, no, we don't have the item power spike yet. We don't have our remaining ults to actually make this work.
Yeah, it's all about buying time, right? That's why when it comes to picking up a composition, I feel like getting heroes that can actually make space, buy time, opening up the map is going to be very, very important. RED Esports going for this Rove, not exactly a plan. But as of yet, we're going to be taking a very, very short break before we head into this game number 3. See you guys right after this.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10. You guys are back for game number 3, the decider match for both Todak as well as RED Esports. Who is going to be walking away with the points? My name is ICBaby12. Joining with me is going to be Gideon, as we are going to be, you know, having a little bit of a spicy discussion between who is going to be the better team. Because as of yet, 2 games in a row, Grok has won games. Aggressive roamers are back. No more healers, no more Matilda, no more Dicky. No more for Ramis, does it agree? What do you think?
Honestly, it's tough. But before we get into the discussion, 500 shares from this match alone from you guys. Well done to our English viewers here on the English broadcast. Thank you so much for making this happen. Claim the cool one you still can. And we're going to talk about Grok because number one, the one easy correlation that we can see from game 1 and game number 2 is that Grok is played into the Claude, and half the time it's a very big deterrent. We could see that Maul in game 2 doesn't necessarily want to go in a little too preemptively because Grok can easily cancel, but I would say it's more of a draft issue than anything else. I would say that this is more traditional coming in from Todak's draft, and the fact that they abuse, hey, they didn't think of this angle where Chiku can actually play the Grok, and then we can take the Faramis. So making sure that their players who are proficient at their heroes are prioritized is really, really smart play overall. I mean, the fact that they went with the Julian as well as Dairoth pick up double flex in first rotation made sure that, hey, RED Esports, you got to think about this. It's either you pick something else, maybe arguably a Benedetta in EXP lane or the Masha. RED Esports decided on the Masha, thinking that Todak was going to play into a marksman mid lane again.
You know, that's the thing, right? You know, when they picked the Masha, I was hoping that maybe Mam would have been a little bit more aggressive, right? Talking about how the aggression here, you kind of want to open up the map and match the Grok to a certain degree. Masha can do that really, really well. I know for a fact that it's kind of fallen into a meta. No, oh, you know what? Masha's roam is kind of bad right now, but in terms of the tools, in terms of gaining those map control and also vision control, does help you a little bit more. And when it comes to tunnel visioning, I think Todak as well as RED Esports are great examples for Game 1 and Game 2, where every single time the Grok comes in, they open up the map, they know how to go in for the flanks, but when it comes to countering it again, the load heater just does absolutely nothing when it comes to vision control.
Yep, Lolita can't really trade against the Grok overall. Grok is unaffected by the charge coming in from Lolita, especially with this passive nearby. That power of nature, standing near the walls and being immune to CC. It's really, really unfortunate that Red didn't have that many options, but it makes them a little bit more aware for game number 3. The draft is going to play a huge part here in the next 10 seconds. I'm guessing RED Esports will have to adapt and will also take blue side.
Yeah, it feels like they have to respect the Grok. We've seen last week as well, every single team has been playing a lot of Grok. Maybe first ban worthy, but at the same time, they've got to switch it up a little bit more. Paquito has been very, very popular over these days, but as of yet, Todak going to be sticking on the blue side, and now with the Archai as well as the Fanny ban of Beatrix as well from RED Esports. Nothing super fancy yet, but eventually, someone's gotta respect the Faramis, you know? Someone's gotta respect the Faramis.
I totally agree here. I do think that Valentina is a good way to kind of compensate for the fact that your enemy team has a Faramis, but I will say that RED Esports going on the red side, I think they understand that the second game draft of what Todak had also applies, and honestly even easier to pull off on the red side. So I think this is a good way to kind of handle it. Some good forethought has been put into this. Paquito once again, as well as Beatrix, on top of the Wan from the side of Todak. Standard bans coming out from both sides.
Now, the question remains coming from RED Esports. Do they ban the Faramis?
Yep.
Yes, they do. They know for a fact that I think Todak doesn't really want to play the Valentina, right? Even based off game one's habit from Todak. Valentina was up in the pool, completely ignored by them. So it was very, very interesting. But I think RED Esports, they're just taking a gamble right now. Todak, they're not going to pick it. But the Grok, is it first pick worthy? Or is it going to go for Julian again for a flexible pickup? Or, I don't know. The Cloud again? I don't think first picking Clock is going to be okay. Yep, playing Julian, going to be the safer choice.
Yeah, and I think Julian is a really good idea. In game number 2, RED Esports probably thought that, oh, Dairoth Julian, it feels like Chiku can play the Julian. They probably have some information on that. And the fact that Chiku plays in the jungle, Julian was very prominent during that time on his release. So fair enough to say he probably knows how to do it. RED Esports, on the other hand, let's see what they're going to use to respond to it. I mean, if they show an EXP laner early, Dairoth is still available. There should be a consideration for RED Esports to actually pick up the Dairoth once again for RenQT, at least within first rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, I would prefer the Grok a little bit more from RED Esports, but by doing so, you kind of lose away a lot of your flexibility when it comes to the picks itself, right? You want to keep it as open as possible. Benedetta is going to be a safe play. Yep, they locked down with the Grok. Benedetta to potentially flex it out. We've seen how game 2 Todak banning it out. This is a great pickup from RED Esports. And, you know, most likely it's going to be Zion's hero again. So unless, like you said as well, it's all about keeping up with the flexibilities.
Yeah, they want to make the draft flexible. They want to know which direction Todak is going to lean towards because their main punishment is going to be Chiku's limited hero pool in the mid lane role. And, well, arguably, even the roam role at this stage. But the Benedetta, great overall. Dairoth gets locked in. Cho as well from Todak. It seems like Todak is ready for a potential Melissa pick coming in for the side of RED Esports. And they're telling the EXP laner, hey, maybe you want to put that Benedetta in the EXP lane instead.
Huh, interesting enough. This is actually going to be a Cho tank coming from Yumski. So this is something that is very comfortable for him. They can still flex it out for 4 mains, but I don't think Todak is going to be leaning in that direction, right? If you think about the drafts, it's possible to play like Dairoth Jungle, mid-mage Julian, XP Cho, but at the same time, I don't think they are going to be playing that in that direction. It could happen, but that's what's so annoying about all these picks, right? So flexible, a lot of variability. If you don't have a clear direction and objective of what you how to pick the drafts, RED Esports is gonna fall for the bait again. But in this case, they picked up Esmeralda in towards a Dairoth matchup, so I don't know about this.
Okay, so they want to guarantee for the side of RED Esports. They want to make sure that the draft goes in the direction that they think it's going to go and look to punish within the second phase because Red side is naturally going to have an advantage with first pick and also 2 extra bans going into the second phase. So Dairoth almost guaranteed to go into the EXP lane for the side of Todak. It's a missed opportunity if they don't do so. I'm expecting Julian to go into the jungle and then roam for Cho.
But that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, you see a Dairoth, you want to guarantee the matchup for XP lane. This is something that Todak wants. But based on game 2's performance, we've already seen Rival play the Julian in game number 2. So why? I don't think Todak would have flexed the Dairoth into towards the jungle lane based on how things were going well for them in game number 2. So it's a little bit weird that they pick up the Esmeralda, but they need to figure out a plan to deal with this Dairoth right now. But Melissa being banned from side Todak, what's next?
I think it's real smart. Todak, instead, they just ban out the Melissa. They're not even give the option over to RED Esports at this point of time. So RED now must decide what else do they want to punish, right? Do they've already denied the Grok. They've taken away the Sicilian. Do they also want to get rid of the Valentina while they're at it? Or are they going to first pick it for themselves? First picking it isn't too bad because Way of the Dragon, powerful spell in and of itself. I don't mind too much if Ash decides to pick up Valentina.
Yeah, I think I can see where the Valentina is going as well. I kind of like the Eve, but at the same time, based on how Todak's draft is, I think Eve is a little bit risky to play. Ash may opt to go for a Kagura, maybe even a Kadita in this situation to get a little bit more divey, considering how they don't exactly have a strong peel composition, right? If you think about it from RED Esports. Arguably, if it's any other drafts, yeah, RED Esports looks really good, but because of this Dairoth pickup, it really turns things around for them. So, Todak, they're banning off the Melissa, they're banning off Clint. They really want to deal with a potential, what's it called, Claude? They really want RED Esports to play Claude again for Maul, perhaps?
Personally, I don't think it matters right now. I think RED Esports, they don't have a clear direction to do so, but Popo and Koopa is going to be a safe pick. I would have preferred to see the Lilia come out of Red Esports despite the way of the Dragon, because at the end of the day, it feels like Red Esports is going to play for the gold lane regardless of what they do.
True.
So, I don't know. Popo and Koopa, Claude, both of which would have been fine, but Mal, I think he's tired of just like having to deal with an annoying laner.
I think the Lilia isn't too bad when it comes to chunking, true, right? Like when it comes to zoning, it's great, but this is a Cho, a Julian, and also a Dirom. These are very, very, I would say, strong dive compositions that can completely destroy the backline, and it's really annoying. And you talked about the Yu Zhong, it comes in with the Irritel as well. Todak, they're going all in with the armor shredding and also cutting out the back lines. But at the same time, who's gonna protect the Irritel? So that's gonna be a very, very difficult composition to play. But it seems to me this is it's gonna be a little bit of a tough spot, because as of yet, why do I have a feeling that this is gonna be a mid Irritel? Because
it is a mid Irritel, and I think Red Esports, personally, I think it was an amazing read. And you have to give props to Dragon for recognizing this early, because we didn't. The fact that he has Popo and Koopa can almost guarantee a win in that lane, so now Kadita can come out safely for the side of Red Esports because they have the Grok to actually help clear that wave. So now it's really based on the supports to predetermine these fights, because Chiku not going to participate until he has his items.
Well, I like the Kadita pickup. They've got a lot of one-shot potential. Toda, however, please not be Irritel mid. Please not be Irritel mid. I don't know. Things can get a little bit spicy. I want to see how things go down, because as of yet, both teams, they won the win. Drafts has been set. And, well, Gideon, this is going to be the Irritel mid. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they pull it off this time with a little bit better, because the Yu Zhong is going to be in play.
I mean, you have to give a lot of props to the side of Todak's side. They have a lot of confidence in their side laners to hold out on their own with the Yu Zhong as well as the Dairoth. But keep your eyes on Yumski as well as Mom, because they are going to be the biggest influence in the side lane. Mid lane control is guaranteed, but again, we have losing matchups for Esmeralda and a losing matchup for Momo on Yu Zhong. It's time. Let's see how it plays out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the Land of Dawn game number 3, decider match on who takes the series, Todak, or is it going to be Red Esports? This is going to be game 3, but as of yet, as you can see down in the middle lane, Ash is already there, going for a little bit of harassment. So this is going to be a mid Irritel. And yes, Gideon, I like how you brought up the point. This is going to be a 50-50 matchup because of how Todak was able to have the Diroth to potentially win the matchup against the Esmeralda. And on top of it all, the armor shredding composition is a little bit annoying to deal. So it all comes down towards whether or not can they get this pick off or not.
I mean, they have strong dive potential. Little Wanderer nicely taken away by Zaid, right? So it's about Rival and Zaid. Sorry, it's going to be Rival as well as Yumski, Zaid as well as Ash and top of Mom. Ash,
okay.
He shouldn't die here. Yeah, he's got Ocean Oddity. He's got Ocean Oddity, so he's totally fine. So Mom, Zaid as well as Ash need to affect the side lanes. That is the main idea for both of these teams. We know for a fact that Esmeralda is going to be on a losing matchup, but RenQT has played it enough times to play defensively, and I think losing pressure up top side isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I'm really surprised on how annoying Chiku actually is in middle lane. I was expecting him to get punished, but instead, RED Esports, they're just getting free value hits all the way through. And now, Muam, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Chiku, does he pop the sprint? He doesn't want to risk it. It's just not worth it at all. So that's going to be RED Esports backing out. Zaid is going to be here to zone him out. So Todak, they will actually win the mid lane matchup.
Nicely done. Momo getting good trade onto Mao, but Mao playing it nicely. Didn't even have to use his flicker this time. This was the only opportunity for Momo to actually win out on his lane and get that level advantage.
Yep, they're setting up Chiku up top as well to actually go in and punish the Esmeralda. This is the armor shredding that we are going to be looking forward to as well. One wrong move from RenQT is going to set him apart. Meanwhile, the rest of Todak, they're going to go in for the kick. They get the kick on Zaid off angle, but they do zone them out for the Lord Pit. Todak, however, can they get it? Yes, they will. So RED Esports not going to be able to contest this. Nicely done.
Nicely done by Yumski, making a very good split decision second to actually kick Zaid Hakimi. Unfortunately, no eye for an eye to protect himself. That would have been a great play, but so far, going back to the lanes, RED Esports trying to protect that top side. Hey, Yumski as well. He's going to find Ash.
Well, seems like Ash is going to be able to zip out of there, so that's not going to be an engagement coming in. So RED Esports playing a little bit more reactively, while Chiku is getting a lot of value down this middle lane. Tries to go for the gold plating, doesn't connect, but Chiku can be opening up the map a little bit. I'm surprised he's getting away with all these trades, and RED Esports is just playing it safe. It's weird.
Yep, there's no need for them to do anything too crazy here, right? I mean, that's why Zayed is coming up to actually shove Chiku back.
Oh, the wall charge comes in. It does connect. The Petrify is there. They got a nice engagement, and they immediately dive him off. Big catch coming from RED Esports. A little bit messy, but they still got the job done.
Huge coming in from Mal that he knows the distance of the wild charge. RenQT continuing to lose his lane, but at the very least he clears it up.
Zayed, however, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. You know, we gotta calm our horses, but that was so quick coming from RED Esports, and let's forget. RED Esports, they're waiting out for the Petrify. 45 seconds left for Ash. He needs that big catch again. So Todak, they have stepped in a situation where they need their side lanes to win, because on the contrary, we haven't exactly talked too much about Mao. His matchup against Momo seems to be 50-50 across the map. Meanwhile, Todak, top side, full gold plating chucked off. RenQT tries to re-engage rival with the enhanced sword. It's gonna be okay, but Ash will wait them out. A big out comes in Todak. They will lose not one, but two. Double kill for Ash.
What did I say? Mid lane control equates into side lane influence, and in the meantime, even Mal actually... Wait.
Oh no, the kick. Mao, nope, no setup available, but Chiku, whoa, what is that damage? The Chris coming from Mom is a little bit too much. Pops the ultimate, turns the tide, RED Esports slaps his face, and now tier 1 out top completely chunked through. This is the timing that RED Esports is looking forward to. They did not just get one, they get multiple attempts. However, they might get a little bit more if Momo decides to get a little bit too over-aggressive. But fortunately for him, he still has a Black Dragon, so he needs to play it safe.
Yep. I think with Petrify, he has a lot of kill threat right now. Mom's been playing this disgustingly well, so Yumski's got to be careful.
Oh, here comes the cake. Momo with the Petrify as well. They're going for the full combo. Chiku is going to be there to get the kill. Nice side stack coming for him, but the Petrify from Ash! He gets 3. Todak, they take a little bit too much damage, but they need to back out. Chiku, however, tries to re-engage, gets punished from Red, and now RenQT comes to say hello and party. Todak, they're losing a little bit too much. Next one to fall, it's gonna be 4 Maze, and Mao and Ash, they're down so low, but they can't get the finisher. Zayed, however, will look in for the close 4 Maze, does have the damage. Electro Finder Blow comes in, but Yuski, he sidesteps his way through. He escapes with the nick of hell, but RED Esports, they want him. They know he's there. They're trying to deny him. He tries to go for the recall, but 4 Maze trying to throw his body for it, but Yuski, he gets the kick at the last thing. The second wave of the dragon, enough to take RenQT with him. He will gladly pay with his price, but 4 Maze left alone. Sidesteps alive. He wants to fight against it. You're an absolute god. He finally dies, but the damage has been done.
Wow, RED Esports should have gotten so much more off of that, but 2 very good outplays by 4 Maze and Yumski set the scale to even it back up as pressure reclaimed on the top side of the map. Chiku as well as Momo secure a turret for themselves. That has to be so upsetting for RED Esports after making a perfect rotation. A simple outplay from 2 of the Todak's main stage lineups make the difference.
Oh my goodness, that was some really, really clutch plays. However, RED Esports, they still have the lead. They still got the damage through. Chiku, however, is a little bit lacking in terms of economy-wise, but here comes the kick from Yuski. Mom forced to go for the defensive wall charge. He gets caught up with the Petrify. Chainsaw comes in. They try to go in for the finish, and they will get an auto attack in, but it's gonna be huge on his skills. But oh no! A 3-man knockout coming in from Yumski. RED Esports, they cannot re-engage, and they will force to back out. Turtle gonna be up for grabs. RED Esports, they have to think about it. Do they want to fight this or not? It seems like they don't really want to. Todak, they will be able to get the turtle, so that's gonna be a big win for Todak as of yet.
If Chiku had 3 items ready to go, he would have absolutely commenced with that dive. He has the sprint, he literally has his ultimate as well. Literally no reason not to do so other than the fact that he doesn't have enough damage.
No.
Ash finds the pick once again with the rough waves, and Rival just has to sit there and watch.
Oh, 4 Maze getting caught up. Yuski needs to flicker out of there. We're back here again. Welcome to Neverland, ladies and gentlemen, because no Todak, they try to set things up, but RED Esports, they've learned their lesson. They are going to back off. They are going to be playing for the bigger picture, and that's going to be taking down the middle turret. As of yet, as you can see, they try to go in for the run, but offensive wall charge comes in from Mom. They try to go in for the fight. Momo is tanking his best. He managed to clear the waves, but he's going to be forced to back out. So Zayed, however, going to be caught stranded on the sides, and Chiku, guys, runs him down. So Todak, they will be able to defend. Yumski looking for another setup again, but RED Esports, they're out of juice. They have to stop.
Yep, Todak slowly scaling better and better as this game drags on. RED Esports losing their lead here. Yumski finds the kick.
Yumski now going for the setup. Ren QT is a little bit too tanky. They need the armor shredding coming from the Dirov. And Chico doesn't want to walk into that bush, so it's a little bit too risky. But map control in their favor. Yumski forced to back off. But at the same time, RED Esports, they're setting up for Ash once again, and he's going to go for it as well. They will be able to punish this annoying show. So, great catch. However, with Ash having the ultimate in the cooldown, Chico's going to be able to do a lot more. Petrify comes in from Momo to try and stop him in his track, but Chico down towards half HP, so he's going to be able to live for now.
For now, though, Chico, he's got to be careful. He's got to be real careful because Mom really understands his distances with the wall charge and how he collides with the wall. It's a much bigger radius than what you would initially imagine here. But for the time being, Formaze having a good time against Ren QT, but eventually Ren QT will outscale him.
Yep, but as of yet, look at this. Ash, he's going to get scored out. He's going to be forced to back out. Yumski wants to re-engage his fight. The Lord Pit is going to be coming in. The Black Dragon is going to be expended as well to try and deny this. Petrify catches back. He couldn't have popped the ult in time, but no, he's going to be A-okay. Ash is able to be escaping this, but Yumski tries to cut the line, but Ash will be able to escape, but they will have to sacrifice Mom for the cause. So that's going to be RED Esports getting dive done completely. Meanwhile, the Lord is going to be up for grabs for Toda. You can see that Zayed is already making work on the tier 2, but no, he tries to go in for the save, but Yumski gets the catch, gets the king, he gets taken out, and now Todak, they have full control of the Lord Pit.
Nicely played by Yumski, once again cutting off the rotations, getting that early kick and a G Kundo to cancel the abilities. Zayed, unfortunately, can't do much.
Oh, Yumski down towards the last tick. They can't seem to finish him off. Ash, no, he tried to get set up, but he got chunked through. But the backlines as well. Mom also going to be caught out by Formaze. Red QT Mom left alone. Two very annoying tanks, but it doesn't matter. They've got the damage, they've got the armor shreds, and they got Mom checked in the tier 2, and he will be picked off bit by bit. And Todak are so happy with all this trades.
Oh, mistake being made by RED Esports. The Ocean Oddity not taking it back. Unfortunately, Zayed Hakimi saving up his eye for an eye at the end of the day. Mom getting caught out early and Mal getting flickered on with nobody to peel him off. If you look at the items so far, we don't see an Ice Queen's Wand for Ren QT, so he can't peel for anybody else. And Ash making that mistake, putting him out of position, allowing the rest of Todak to collapse through.
Well, Zayed now, electrofiable, try to go for the wave clear. Needs to be a little bit careful. Yumski in the back lines, trying to catch him off guard once again. Feisty little fella, Yumski he is, but at the same time, Ash, he will set up. Oh, he gets Chico, but no! He messed up the timing. Now Chico is going to be able to run him down, and Ash, he will be picked off. Nice crit coming in from him. Mega kill for Chico. Another turret bites the top, but RED Esports, they need to clear off the minions. Momo going for the Eagle challenge down top, but middle lane, Formaze gets another pick. Ren QT completely loses his 1v1 as Todak is going to be knocking on tier 3 down bottom. Zayed now tries his best to defend against this, but there's only so much he can do. Chiku is finally online on his Iritel.
Yep, what a destructive game coming in from Todak here. This is falling out of RED Esports' hands so fast as the development from a 2K lead to now a 7K lead is tremendous within the next 2 minutes. This is going to be a do or die for RED Esports because now the power spike is here and 75% chance. I have to agree with the AI winning prediction.
Yeah, they've just got so much armor shreds, and it makes a lot of sense of why the AI thinks so. Considering that Todak now is in 7K lead, let's take a look at the damage out so far. Formaze 40,000, Chiku guys 36,000, but now the play comes in. They try to go for the catch on Formaze, but no, the timing was a little bit off, and Formaze was able to flicker out. Now with the re-engage coming from Todak, the Black Dragon slowing on down. Yumski trying to go for the cat in the back lines. They try to dive onto Small, but they can't seem to get the catch. Where the Dragon misses the angle, Yumski is gonna fall. He will now sacrifice his life, but they will trade Mom for 1-for-1. Map control opened up, space created. They take the inhibitor, but Zayed, he got caught out with enhanced chains, and that's gonna be Toda getting another kill as they look for more. RED Esports, they're defending against the Crystal. 4v3. Chico slowly peeling away towards Ren QT, but eventually they have to back out. The minions are coming in, and that's gonna be Toda respecting their boundaries, knowing Mom is gonna be back online.
Yep. Good plays being made by Todak, now developing an 8k lead, as well as 2 inhibitor towers, which puts Red Esports at a significant disadvantage. Not to mention the 42k mark. Todak at 4 items at this stage of the game, especially for Chiku, guys. He's pretty much untouchable unless Mom makes a god tier catch.
Oh, I agree. You know, it's all about those one big catch. And in this case, Ash has kind of messed up the timings a little bit more, and Todak is just a little bit too fast on the fingers. Meanwhile, top side, they're trying to set up for a catch for Ash, but it's a little bit tough. But let's take a look at the items real quick as well. You talk about big item power spikes. It feels like Mao needs a little bit more, and it seems like he's going for the Winds of Nature, perhaps, to deal with Chiku, which is currently almost maxed out. Final item maybe in the middle of the roll, but at the same time, with the Lord coming in, Red Esports, they're going for the wall blocks, trying to delay the Lord, but they need somebody to start to do value damage because Todak, they're 5-manning up, they're going for the fight, Zidane is going to be there, the enhanced chase is going to be blocking them out, they're throwing bodies after bodies, Ocean Odyssey is going to be there, but at the same time, the Lord is coming in, Red Esports, they get slowly chunked apart, they get completely destroyed, and that will be game for Todak.
That's 2-1 for Todak here. That's what you want to see. GG, well played. Todak coming up with great drafts, but Yumski, he's on fire. He's absolutely on fire today.
Oh my goodness, Yumski, and what an absolute chat with that choke. However, from the side of RED Esports, it's a little bit unfortunate for them. They needed some points. They tried their best. They gave a spectacular performance, but Todak playing out of their minds ever since Game 2. And you can see the fans going absolutely crazy with their performance.
Yep, Todak should be definitely happy for themselves here. Oh, strong game so far, but RED Esports only getting 1 point. That's not going to be enough. They're still at risk.
Yep, and as you can see, Todak, very, very convincing win game number 3. RED Esports is going to be back towards the drawing board. However, I'm looking forward to see what Todak has to say with their performance so far in this series as we pass him to the host with Sandfrost.
Wow, tepat dengan gelaran mereka. Pasukan Todak, the king of comeback, menunjukkan kekuasaan mereka sekali lagi. Tapi ada yang tertanya-tanya dekat sini. Terlebih dahulu, soalan yang pertama. Pada Momo boleh? Baiklah, 3 perlawanan dimainkan, 3 pusingan secara keseluruhan. Tapi pusing yang pertama, Momo memainkan Akai. Adakah ini masih lagi separuh daripada eksperimentasi pasukan Todak?
Kita orang just try cuba-cuba lagi, tapi benda tu tak berjadi lah sebab kita orang lama lah tak bawa benda tu.
Oh, itulah dia. Masih lagi kekal dengan pelbagai strategi, pelbagai aksi yang menarik, namun masih lagi berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan penuh. Seterusnya, soalan untuk Chiku. Okey Chiku, dekat mid lane ni dah main mage mid lane, tank mid lane, marksman mid lane juga. Adakah ini role kegemaran Chiku sekarang?
Sekarang rasa je takut.
Oh, rasa ini role baru So macam mana Moon dah tak ada cek makan ke macam ni?
Tak. Kalau bermain, saya main roam.
Oh, kalau contoh main roam? Oh, memang fleksibel betul Okey, so untuk soalan yang seterusnya. Untuk Fomis, boleh? Okey, untuk Fomis. Untuk petang ni dengan cerita Todak ada perlawanan yang lebih penting. Apakah persiapan dan harapan buat pasukan Malaysia sendiri?
Persiapan kita orang lawan RED lah. Kita orang anggap scrim lah sebelum.
Oh, korang anggap scrim lah? Oh, wow. So, apa target harapan untuk pasukan Malaysia ni yang korang berikan?
Target of course kita orang harap yang kita orang layak qualifier ke Bali tu and then dapat bawa nama Malaysia lah.
Alright.
Tempat yang lebih tinggi.
Jadi kita bersama-sama lah daripada sini memberikan sokongan yang padu kepada pasukan Todak. Tapi apapun kita ingin dengar sedikit sorakan. Saya sebut Todak, korang sebut Langgar boleh? Todak! 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 Baik, jadi kita ingin menyaksikan mic check di antara kedua pasukan ini. Jadi ayo kita saksikan mic check dari pasukan Todak dan juga RED Esports.
Mantap, Cik.
Boleh dapat bawah. Mid tu okey tak? Boleh. Mid dah clear. Dah keluar. Niku mati Mati tu. Dah. Tahu mid boleh. Kena. Boleh. Tengok tu, Cik.
Tu. Ni kelak.
Lolita. Tu kena stun tu.
Belakang.
Mata tadi.
Tergerak. Tu. Lama je. Tengok aku boleh tak?
Kelah ni.
Masuk.
Turut. Roman. Turut. Dapat. Aduh, ayo.
tu. Walawan. Kelas. Kelas. Kena. Oh, baik, gila cik.
Dia dah hati.
Boleh. Dah sangkut. Dapat. Man.
Kena. Katil.
Aku tak dah.
Lama je anjing tu. Mati dulu ni. Anjing aku mati.
Dia dah flee.
Nice.
Lagi.
Last hit.
10 second.
Ais!
5 second.
Mana suaranya, Dek?
Anjing kita masuk anjing.
Tahu.
Mana suaranya, Dek?
Oh, dah fikir.
Woi!
10 second.
Mantap.
Second.
Dah flicker. Group pun dah flicker. Mantap meh.
Boleh dah ni.
Mana solo, weh?
Mana
Mana lari? Tak lagi mana? Nak lagi mana? Tak boleh lagi, Dek.
betul. Mantap.
Hilang, Dek, weh.
Aku punya stand lagi tu.
Weh, hilang, weh. Dek, mati, Dek. Lagi, Dek.
Bangun.
Well, all fun and games. That's the Todak we all love. But as of yet, it seems like there is going to be a little bit of an interesting predicament because in the interview, they talked about how there is going to be an important match later on representing Malaysia. Haha. That's treating RED Esports as a screen match. I don't know if that's confidence. I don't know if that's disrespect. But at the same time, we've got to think about the picture representing Malaysia. For Game 1, Game 2, a little bit skeptical for Todak, but Game 3, it seems like they're back, you know? It's a good warm-up.
It's a good warm-up, but we have to keep in mind what this is all building up to. The playoffs is coming just around the corner, and Malaysia has 2 slots. So, especially for a team like Todak winning 20-11 against RED Esports, and they've been to every single international tournament, they have to treat these like scrims. There are better teams out there, and they need to be at their tip-top form.
You know, I was a little bit worried, you know, we were discussing whether or not, hey, how are things going to be going out for them? You know, are they going to be able to do well to represent Malaysia? Game 1, Game 2, a little bit sloppy, experimenting here and there. Yeah, now it makes more sense, you know, they were creating a scream. Game 3, they're back in action. You know what? This is the Yums we love. This is the formates that we look for. In the highlights mode, there's so much style points, and based on the itemization, I don't think there's much we can talk about it. It's pretty much standard across the bat. It all comes down to execution. I really want to see the highlights later on. But from RED Esports side, I feel a little bit bad because if you think about it, value gem coming in from Ash, you know, I was expecting maybe an early Clock of Destiny, but nowadays people are kind of strayed away for the full item purchase just to try and take advantage of the, I would say, small item passive abilities instead.
No, actually, in this particular case where he's going for the Genius Wand first, the idea here is that, and especially when he does take Magic Penetration Boots, it's important that Red plays to their win conditions, and their win conditions is, hey, we have a winning mid lane, we can shove it out whenever we want, we have to affect the side lanes. Our main win condition is going to be Popo and Koopa, but Mal technically is pretty safe against the Yuzong as long as he survives up till level 4 and doesn't trade against level 3. Ren QT is the one who needs help, right? He's playing against that Dairoth. It is not a fun time. We want Ren QT to scale. So we're looking to make sure we catch the mid lane if we can, as well as this Dairoth as many times as possible, while Kadita is relevant with the Genius Wand. And if we get the Clock of Destiny slightly later, that way she can scale for the later stages of the game. That would be the most ideal. But you have to give it to Todak, right? Because the adaptations in this game, they identified how RED Esports wanted to play. Yumski in particular was able to actually make that space, finding the rotations of specifically Ash and denying neutral objective space from Zaid Hakimi, so he can't even get anywhere close to the Lord/Turtle Pit. So well done to Todak. I want to give props specifically to Rival because it is not easy to predict the movements of a Benedetta using Electo, especially since he only has 1 charge to have an enhanced chains and he needs to make it count. And he made it count every time.
Yeah, it's really funny on how the enhanced chains was, right? Like, we saw how many times that Zai tried to go in, he gets caught up. And it's not just Game 3. Game 2 was similar as well from Todak. So props to his Rival. His Julian is on point, but is he the MVP? Because as of yet, the MVP for game number 3, yes, he is undeniably the MVP again.
Well deserved. Honestly, well deserved. It's so hard to find someone as talented who can read movements of a Benedetta while still having the mechanics to get down the chains when the time is needed. He's not only pressing the advantage, he is guaranteeing that Todak will not only maintain their lead, but slowly progress it even further with the help of Yumski. So, with clear communications, Rival successfully integrating into the team of Todak, I can't wait to see what he's able to provide on a world stage.
Yeah, that's going to be something that is going to be eye-catching as well, because Rival has been really consistent throughout Todak's configuration. We've seen a couple of sloppy runs from him, but he is slowly adapting to Todak's playstyle. This is going to be something that I'm looking for. I want to see more growth. I want to see Rival flex it out a little bit more. But as of yet, MVP, it's all about those micro details. So now, in case you missed out the action, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series as we talk to a little bit more. Yes, arguably there's a lot of mistakes here coming from Todak, especially the first engagement, but when it comes to clutch situation and micro details, this is where Todak excels the most.
I mean, this is exactly what RED Esports wanted to do. They punched the mid lane, they punched the top side. They know that they have this sort of control. However, immediately they are looking towards, okay, how do we start getting back into this game? This is what broke RED Esports. This outplay where they got a 50-50 on the bottom side of the map. They weren't able to get objectives, and Todak was able to recover from the early game damage from that top tier 1. And immediately the second play being made as Rival is able to catch up to the rest of the team really set the tone for the rest of the game. Slowly, RED Esports is like, okay, we're trying to make our best. Catch after catch after catch. 2 neutral objectives, all turtles later. Zayed Hakimi was basically out of this game.
I feel bad for Zayed. Like, every single time he tries to make a play, he always gets catch up. It's either by the Cho, it's either by the Rival, it's either by anyone else, and he just couldn't do anything. And everyone from side Todak, it's hard to actually catch a Benedetta knowing that, you know, they're so unpredictable, right? But at the same time, for them to make sure that we want to punish him as much as possible, it's just unheard of. Think about it.
Yeah, it's not only unheard of, it's possible, but to expect a brand new player this late into the regular season may be making confident plays like this, you gotta give props where props is due. Let's have a look at the standings so far, because this means that Todak overtakes Team Hawk this time, not by 3 points, but just 2 points, and that puts them right back on top of Group A.
Well, as close as it gets, it's all about securing their points as of yet, because Todak, they're still remaining at number 1. Meanwhile, from the side of RED Esports, they are still 5 points ahead of Team Karakal on the bottom side. So I would say RED Esports, them taking loss, I thought it is going to be really bad, but considering how the lead is, it's still slightly ahead of Karakal as well as Lunatics. So it seems like both Karakal and Lunatics, they need to win their remaining games if they want to try to fight for their tournament lives.
It's a very small margin here for the side of RED Esports, but it's possible. I'm not sure. It seems relatively possible. 2 more games for both RED Esports and Karakal. It's going to be quite the tight game. But coming back towards Todak and Team Hawk, my mistake. They were tied up with Todak being on top because of their game win rate. Extending this lead is going to be great, but there is still 13 matches in total for the regular season, which does mean those last 2 games for Todak and Team Hawk, winning 2-0s is going to make that difference. And RSG, they're not too far behind either.
Yeah, RSG has been really adapting into the current meta as well. They're one of the first few to kind of gel with the Digi composition as well as the Paquito, and I really like how RSG is very comfortable now. It feels like SMG is kind of fallen out and trying to delete, but it's still not over yet. They need the perfect 2-0 in the final 2 games, and even so, I feel like it all comes down to whether or not Todak or maybe even RSG drops the ball in order for them to catch up. So it's going to be a battle for who secures the upward seats. But as of yet, day number 3 looks pretty good. 2-1 games coming from Todak. I predicted 2-1. I was expecting Red, but Todak, they're just so much better. So let's talk about the keys to victory and how Todak was able to win the game. Game 1, a little bit tough for them, but game 2, Chiku has been popping off with those catches. 2 very different roles of playstyle. 1 with the Grok and now with the Iritel.
Yeah, in game 2 he was playing the Grok. Again, he has a lower kill participation and a lower DPM overall, but he was canceling big abilities. He was making sure that his team actually got to play the game. Game number 3, he takes a much more important role. You don't get to see carries in the mid lane as highly prioritized compared to when you put a marksman there. You need to invest that gold, and that's where Chiku comes up big time. As soon as he got that 4 items, you could see, oh, tower dives, no problem. Let's pop my sprint, pop my ult, run him down up to the very end, which then we talk about conquer as well as control. Game number 3 specifically, turrets taken 9, turtles and lord kills 2-2, making sure, yes, they did lose the early game a little bit, but once we got into that mid game, Yumski and as well as Rival ensuring that Zayed could not play.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to zoning and prioritizing who to zone and actually kind of push mid pullback was very important. It was very apparent in game 1 how they were just losing out so much map control because of the Grok being played by Mom. This time, however, Mom tried his best on his grok, but there's only so much he could have done because there was so much catch potential coming from Todak.
Yep.
And if you think about how they played it, was that I want to talk a little bit more when it comes to conquer and control, because if you think about mid lane as well as gold lane, we talked about how supports need to babysit their gold laners, blah blah blah. You know, you kind of lose a lot of mid control, but in this case, they shifted the focus. Having the marksman in mid lane allows them to have a little bit more map control, allowing the roam to both do two different roles at the same time, which is one, protecting the mid lane, two, opening up the map in mid lane. And you can see based on the hit map, this is actually opening up a lot of the space for the team itself.
Well, I mean, it's about the impact, right? Not only do they hover around the mid lane very, very often trying to contest that space and time, but making sure that they actually get these big intercepts. Now, Yumski, you don't get to see him very often actually look to proxy the waves or invade the jungle too often. He's mostly moving into the jungle to kind of clear out that side and make sure that the tribe rushes are safe so that the side lanes don't get attacked. But catching out specifically Ashe or Zaid Hakimi, or getting an idea of where Zaid Hakimi is going to be moving based on the number of camps that's still available. So well done to Yumski. 5 minutes into this game, a heavy importance on keeping control, not like we don't see him too scattered across the map, but a high centralization across mid lane.
Well, he can't go too far apart, because if he goes far apart, which I think we've seen one time, the first engagement, Chico will be immediately caught out. So that's his role right now. He's playing a 2-in-1 role where he's opening up the map and also babysitting the marksman. So I'm not a big fan of the current meta, but they play it with intention. So I like it that they're able to pull it off, but it was so very difficult. However, now, enough of the roamers, let's talk about our XP laner. Haha, the Dirov. Well, what are your thoughts on this? 7 to 12 minute mark. Seems like he's been taking a lot of objectives, just proxying the lane, nothing much.
Well, you beg to ask the question, what happens and how do they maintain their gold lead, right? A lot of it has to do with just stealing away camps. And it doesn't necessarily have to go to your jungler at times.
True.
For Maze, getting ganked multiple times, we did see him make one outplay, but that's just one kill and a couple of assists. He ended up dying at least 2 times throughout the game. One gank on top side, dying on the bottom side, and then dying again on the bottom side, which totals up to 3 deaths overall. He should be behind the Esmeralda, who didn't take many deaths to begin with. So how does he get back into this game is by stealing away jungle camps from Zaid Hakimi as soon as they figure out where he's going to be, especially during turtle timings, because half of the turtle fights, Formace is not there. He's slowly catching back up with the enemy jungle farm.
Yeah, I think this is a very good read coming from you as well. And when it comes to cutting raid, right, like whenever Zaid Hakimi is a turtle, and if things doesn't go well for them, their fallback plan is going to be backing onto jungle to farm. So denying those preemptively is going to be very important. So I'm very surprised that Ren QT is not able to stall him in drown, but I think there was a couple of times where
I mean, it's Dyrok versus Esmeralda.
It was off screen as well. Ren QT actually lost, so it gave a little bit more room for me. So I like you brought up that cutting off the jungle objectives, you know, cutting off their fallback plan strategy. It's having a little bit foresight gives you a little bit more value to win or set up for, I would say, the overall macro gameplay towards the later stage of the game.
Not exactly what I was thinking of there. I think this just shows, and I would agree with the predictors down here about why they want to believe in Todak. A big value that Todak has that a lot of teams in the MPL don't have is that flexibility, and I wouldn't even say creativity, but overall the most flexible mindset in terms of how they can kind of play these situations, where the goal needs to be, because we see a default, a standard type of play from MPL MY teams. It's all about, oh, the jungler needs to get enough farm so he can stay ahead. Our carries need to accelerate, so therefore they're the ones who need to get all the gold, all the kills, yada yada yada. That's how we see RED Esports play earlier on in the season. It's all about Maul, it's all about Zaid Hakimi. Again, everybody else is supplementary to those two, but in this case, that's how you see these big outplays. But with that being said, it's time for our favorite segment here at the table. It's Guess Who?
Okay, I have no idea what this thing. It kind of looks like a mushroom on the portrait itself. But when it comes to hobbies and trivia, playing sports, well, I like a gamer who actually exercises. That's one thing that I do not.
What?
Yeah.
Hold up. The birthplace is Jalan Pahang in a car. That's oddly specific. I hope that says it. I hope that birthplace is listed down on his birth cert.
So I'm just gonna assume, you know, they didn't make it into the hospital in time. It was a rush job. You know, got birthplace in the car. So that's a pretty interesting. How does production find? Okay, they might have asked the players, right?
No, they probably like, show me your birth cert. confirm it. Jalapahang in a car.
Dude, I don't think you would put that in your.
Or maybe the
line.
hospital's name is Jalapahang in a car. That'd be very funny. I gotta double check it on Google.
We gotta ask. It's like,
on
what
Google
are the
Maps.
chances there? Okay, you don't know production stages.
All right, so playing sports as well. I don't know. This one's a little tough here.
I think it's Moon.
You think it's Moon? I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna say Ash, but then again, Gushin. All right. I'm gonna double down on Moon here. I have an idea of what this picture could be, but let's reveal it. Yes, it is Moon. Is that photoshopped with a hat?
Dude, that's a Peaky
I'm looking at
Blinder
production.
one, right?
Did you guys Photoshop a hat on him?
That's a Peaky Blinder setup, right?
Oh
no
my
way.
goodness.
That's his actual picture.
That's a photo that the players themselves gave. Very sneaky of you, Moon. Very sneaky
Dude,
indeed.
I like the Peaky Blinders one. So.
It is. It's a very smart photo. Moon knows how to play the game. He knows how to play the game. He's got a lot of time on his hands.
Well, he just got married. Maybe it could have been, his wedding portrait photos.
That's his wedding portrait photo.
I don't know. You've got wedding shoots, Brad. You don't just take like one photo, two photos. You gotta have like a theme base. Where you have like Chinese cultural theme. You want to go Western. I think this might be it.
He wanted to go. He wanted to go Peaky Blinders as the theme. I respect that. But with that being said, coming up next here on the final day of week number 7, it's going to be RSG up against Orange Esports. Not an easy match, but if RSG can win this, they get ever so closer to the upper bracket. And if they're lucky for their competitors to lose that match next week, they could look to overtake them.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how this is going to go because Orange Esports, they finally lost their undefeated strike yesterday against Team Ha. RSG, however, they're looking to secure their points to try and push for the upper brackets. Todak, they dropped one game, but they still won the series. But RSG, can they do the impossible? Can they take the clean 2-0 against Orange Esports to try and balance things out? And maybe, and just maybe, kicking either Huck or Todak down towards the lower brackets.
I don't know. I felt like yesterday's game, Orange versus Team Hot, Orange took a very passive approach to the game. And yes, there were turnarounds. I would like to see more plays being made by Orange specifically. So maybe they could recognize that problem and fix it today. Hopefully, I'm just saying, it's just not going to be an easy game for either or team.
Orange Esports, they're comfortable in the top, but at the same time, it's all about training and consistency. Can they make it towards the playoffs unscathed and also take the potential win for the ticket? But as of yet, we're pretty much done with the first series. We will be taking a break before the next matchup. My name's ICBaby12, and that is going to be Getting Kill. We are going to be seeing you guys for the next game later on.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
MPL gave you the mark.
So you were the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. remains. Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice served! I will live my life with love undead. Justice served! To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series, Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Hey, welcome back to MPL MY Season 10, Week 7, Day number 3, last days of Week 7. My name is ICBaby12, joined with me is Gideon Q as we are your commentators for today. However, today's matches is going to be jam-packed with excitement. You guys have witnessed Todak going up against RED Esports early on, going on to a full 3 game. However, Todak still remains strong, taking the full series. Now, this next matchup is going to be very, very interesting. RSGMY going up against Orange Esports. Gideon, seems like there has been a lot of talks here. RGMY, Orange Esports seems to be one of the top contenders to try and take that M4 slot.
Well, honestly, I would agree with you, both of which have shown great potential so far. Orange Esports, unfortunately, taking a loss yesterday, losing their win streak and not breaking the record of MPL MY history. But RSG do have a little bit of momentum after taking a very clean victory against Team Karakal. Their early game is looking really, really good, but Orange Esports, I hope that after yesterday's loss, I would expect teams have kind of figured out the exact draft, or at least the extent of their draft so far, because we need to see them to make plays.
Yep, and speaking of which, the teams are going to be ready as well. Will RGMY be able to figure out the secret sauce as well to take down Orange Esports? Team Hack, I get it. They were former teammates, they have some sort of insider information, they know what each individual players have, their specific habits. But for Orange Esports, it seems like the clear cut based on yesterday's games is just pretty much punishing Valence. As long as Valence gets cut off, well, pretty much Orange's Esports backup plan is pretty much going south.
Well, that's not necessarily the case. Now that the meta has allowed Melissa to actually fit in that spot, right now it's about AIM, who can't necessarily play the hardest tanks in the world. There are some that he is comfortable with, others which don't feel as good. So let's see, Enchanter style supports, whether it's going to work against RSGMY, especially up against Kuja.
Yep, the players are going to be setting up and they're ready to rumble because, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the players themselves.
Orange Esports.
To kick things off, Orange Esports walk on to stage after taking yesterday's defeat. This time, they stand proud, but it looks like there is a bit of confidence, a little bit of relaxation on their side, worried about their draft, especially if Kuja has sniffed out the secret sauce.
Well, speaking of the sauce, let's figure out whether or not will AIM be playing a comfortable hero on his support role, or will he be sticking with his mage role? One of the only field that plays a double meat mage composition, so this is going to be something that I'm looking forward to. However, their opponents,
RSGMY.
After taking a win from Karakal, stopping their momentum, they're coming with high hopes here today with their hidden MVP Iris ready to battle it out. But don't forget about the rest of their team. They've opened up a lot of things here in the land of Dawn.
Yep, Hawk has been able to babysit Lolios multiple times, making sure that Lolios has the most efficient time. Despite the aggressive nature of Lolios have, they always find a way to compensate and also try and recover their losses and salvage teamfights. To put it in simple terms, RSG's communication when adapting to the situation has been spot on. While Orange Esports, they first defeat, but still one of the top contenders here so far. So this is going to be where RSG has to put the test, can communication beat teamwork? Now, with the brains behind the bronze, the coach are going to be coming up on stage.
Yep, it's going to be Lexia and as well as Kuja, analyst and coach respectively, to hopefully sniff out that secret sauce early. But Osh and Haru going to make sure that they keep things fresh here for Orange Esports.
Well, Kuja, I'm looking forward to see what kind of sauce is going to be brewing up, because as of yet, RGMY looks unstoppable ever since the integration of this current roster. Now, Question remains, what are we going to be seeing here? Are we going to see the aggressive support nature, or are we going to see the double mage composition from the side of Orange Esports? Because now, when it comes to the keys to victory, it's all about that mid lane domination.
I think mid lane domination isn't as clear cut because it depends on the heroes and most importantly the supports, but you can't forget about the performance of Izanami and Stormy so far in the regular season, both of which are doing a great job, but then the EXP in Rome. HYHY being swapped out specifically for Iris, now going up against Neo, and the roamers play such a big impact here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Iris integrating with his playstyle as well, we've seen a lot of Esmeralda plays as well as his Paquito. Even a couple of Dirov plays coming from him, and he looks really good on it. And I feel like Iris fits the role really well for RGMY on how he finds opportunities to get kills, which you don't expect him to be able to pull off. So this is something that RGMY may throw Orange Esports at their game.
Potentially, I don't know. It's a little tough to say, but we go to our very last point. This is something that Orange Esports excels in, picking and winning their wars. Basically picking and choosing where they want to fight on the map, and most of the time they can make it work out unless you've got big playmakers on the other side to really throw a wrench in the gears. And I think RSGMY, I think they have those playmakers.
I think when it comes to picking up the fights as well, Orange Esports is just so smart at grouping up and knowing they're understanding the timings. If they're falling from behind, there's no point taking risks. And all they gotta do is just find for well-rounded off trade-offs, or maybe even worth it freebies to a certain degree coming from Orange Esports. But the question remains is that based on yesterday's game against Team Hawk, punishing Valence, causing him to not able to transition well and also tunnel vision his team play is actually very a way to deal with Orange Esports, but hopefully they will be able to fix it as of now, because this, like you said as well, yesterday was their first defeat.
I beg to differ. I think a lot of it comes down to the draft. I think a lot of it comes down to what aim and specifically Stormy is going to have access to. I don't know about you guys at home, but we want to hear your predictions. Use that hashtag MPL Predictor. Share your predictions for this match. Write your most creative comment and also maybe some accurate numbers to where it's coming from. And don't forget to include your game ID and server ID for a chance to win a skin with 749 diamonds.
Well, over time, it seems like RGMY is pretty much branch out their merchandises. There are a lot of pretty good ones, but at the same time, we've got a lot of Sunfrost lovers there. That's pretty nice, you know?
Expect it here. We're not seeing LaFell supporters this time round. We're getting Sunfrost. Boy, have the times changed from Friday and Saturday to this beautiful Sunday here. I don't know, a lot of stakes are on this match alone. Orange Esports, they're in a comfortable spot. They want to make sure that they stay on top for status more than anything else. But RSG, if they can win 2-0 here, they have a very good chance in week number 8 to actually secure a spot in the playoffs without having to worry about what their competitors, whether they win or whether they lose.
Well, that's the thing about the stakes right now. The stakes on both these teams is pretty low on Orange Esports. Yes, you know, they took a loss yesterday, you know, arguably, but even if they lose the series, it doesn't really hurt their standings when it comes to playoffs. But for RGMY, the stakes are super high. So they want to take the upper brackets, and for me, I feel like Orange Esports, they have the option is on them. Do they want to treat this as a serious match, or are they just gonna potentially just, you know, maybe even experiment?
Well, I would say it's not a good time to experiment. They're not like Todak, who can almost secure a spot almost guaranteed going into international tournaments, but it all starts here in the drafting phase. Let's see where both teams are going to be at. RSGMY on blue side, Orange Esports on red.
Well, let's take a look at the drafts. Paquito's still going to be up in the open. You know, this coming weeks, we've seen a lot of first phase Paquito bans. And against RGMY, especially up on Iris, he has played some really insane Paquito game, even in yesterday's games.
Personally, I think that Paquito should be thought of for the side of Orange Esports to ban, but let's have a look at our keys to victory players here. It's all about mid lane domination, so Izanami and Stormy immediately come to mind.
Yep, Stormy is having one of the highest average damage so far here in MPL, and he has demonstrated that he was able to play multiple roles. Even in his games yesterday when he was playing the Valence, you know, he was getting up really crucial spells, but it all comes down to teamwork and synergy. This both mages has done their role as much as they can, but Izanami wise, I like his decision a little bit better compared to Stormy, because Stormy is the type that he's always going for those kind of playmaking. But for Izanami, he's taken a role where he plays it safe, he plays it defensively, he plays it reactively now, where sometimes it's not worth taking unnecessary risks, which can bite you off.
Well, it depends on the hero, and I do think the roles are actually reversed. So Stormy, depending on if he gets a Cecilion compared to a Valentina, Valentina can actually make those plays, but it depends on what ults they have access to. But I'm more surprised, 6.8 KDA. The last time we checked, he was hovering around 8%, at least 8 for his average KDA. So after yesterday's games, he's taken a significant hit in the stats. But let's jump back into the draft here. The Balmon, the Julian Balmon and 1-1 banned out for RSG MY. Popo and Koopa as well as Fanny immediately banned out. So Farmis is wide out in the open here. 1-1 luckily isn't going to touch the land of Dawn, but Akai, something which Subway specifically is allowed to make aggressive plays on.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Beatrix is also something that is going to be up for grabs as well. Orange Esports, they would like to have the Beatrix for themselves for Valence, but like you said as well, Faramis, a big question mark. Diki is also a big question mark. Pakido as well is going to be priority picks coming from RGMY. Orange Esports says, nope, we don't want to deal with the Faramis. We are okay with the Pakido. Digi is also something that they can play. Akai is also something that they do want to lean on as well, and I feel like the Balmon ban is a little bit targeted towards Subway, but it makes a lot of sense. But RGMI, they let go of the Pakido, they take away the Akai from Subway, so now Subway is in a situation where what kind of junglers is he going to play? Is he forced to play an assassin playstyle, or is he forced to play something really tanky? We haven't seen a lot of Baxia jungle for a while now from him.
I mean, worst comes to worst, he can still play Karina. He did feel a little uncomfortable playing the full tank Karina yesterday. So my guess here for Orange Esports, at the very least, pick up a Pakido, maybe even a Valentina. You already have a super powerful ult in the heavy spin. So I don't know, that's my prediction for this upcoming selection. Valentina, Pakido, okay, correct. RSG MY now looking to compensate here. Do they go for the Digi straight away to deal with Valentina? More so, his ult could be stolen as well. It's a double-edged sword the moment you see Valentina be selected in draft.
I think the Digi is okay against the Pakido, but like you said as well, against the Valentina, it's a little bit difficult to pull it off. It's something that RGMY may consider, but at the same time, if you think about it, Orange Esports, they love playing those double mage compositions, right? So even if RGMY, they pick it, it's gonna hurt them. If they don't pick it, we are going to be expecting AIM to play it as well with this Digi Valentina composition. So fortunately for them, they do have the luxury to play a tanky jungler. However, RGMI, their response, and Estes, okay.
And Estes for Hawk, we don't get to see that too often in Enchanter style, so a roamer for the side of RSG MY, which does give the indication that RSG does want to play for the gold lane. Overall team fighting is going to be good with the heavy spin alone, but to top it off to make sure that no matter what they do, they are going to remain at maximum health. The Estes as well as the Brody, not too bad. I'm expecting to see Brody actually go for the Weapons Master here. Orange Esports though, what do they do about this? So far, in terms of hard tanks, we've only seen AIM play Atlas and as well as the Lolita.
I honestly want to play a little bit more sustains coming from Orange Esports. They could mirror up with the Matilda. They could mirror up with potentially
I think Digi.
A Digi to a certain degree, but I'm more leaning on the Baxia jungle for now, just because of the fact that it does kind of compensate it. But no, Orange Esports, they don't go for it. They will pick the Melissa right here and now, and yeah, it's okay way to deal with the heavy spin as well. It's not that bad.
I think that Melissa being selected here may not be the best option because RSG MY, the fact that Pakido is gone, marksmen and assassins don't necessarily have to worry for the to be worried for on the side of Orange Esports. The Brody, yes, is kind of lane dominant, but it doesn't mean Orange Esports couldn't have gone for Popo and Koopa. Maybe take that 50-50 matchup. Arguably, even the Clint Beatrix again still available. I think Digi would have been a better option for the side of Orange Esports unless they want to make sure that AIM has the practice on these tough, hard style roamer supports. Now, Orange Esports, they're going to go for the ban. They get rid of the Lilia. Very respectable. They want to make sure that RSG MY isn't able to peel the members of Orange Esports when they do decide for the re-engage.
Now, I'm going to switch things from a different perspective from the side of Orange Esports, right? We've seen how Orange Esports deal with the Faramis composition by taking advantage of these models where he just hits everyone with free hit, right? But if you think about it, for Faramis, you require the entire team to be grouped up together. Estes is very similar. I think the idea here from RED Esports is that instead of going for the Claude, going for wombo combo, CC one off, you have this Melissa where no matter what happens, this Estes is going to be right in the middle of like 1 to 2, 3 potential teammates where the Monos is going to be able to benefit from. So I think that's the idea that's coming in from RED Esports. But for me, I feel like the biggest question right now is that is RED Esports going to force this Paquito in the jungle? Or are they going to go for something else? Because if they go for the Baxia, it's great with the sustains against Estes. But when it comes to AoE controls, it's going to be so lacking compared to RGMY as of yet.
Well, okay, let's start with one question at a time here. We'll start off with the main question, which is Subway going to get his hands on the Paquito? I highly doubt it, right? I do think that the Baxia might be a better option here to actually play for the PL, and at the very least, you do have the Tortoise Poissons. But the fact is, when we're looking at RC and Orange Esports, what they are banning out, they want to get rid of the PL coming in from the Lilia. They also want to take away a secondary engagement tool if Iris gets his hands on the Benedetta as well. RCMY really locking down on AIM's hero pool overall. So Orange Esports, I think it'd be a pretty smart option. They don't necessarily have to lock in AIM's hero yet, but they do need to show a tank.
I think the Grok isn't too bad for AIM. Like, AIM's Grok has a pretty decent gameplay here and there, but at the same time, I feel like the Grok can kind of disrupt and annoy as maybe split off the tethers a little bit between the teammates. So it can be a little bit more of a disruption, but no, not going for it, going for the Lolita instead. So that's going to be a lot of shields coming in. However, now, Esmeralda is still up for grabs. Derov isn't too bad if Orange decides to flex it out to go against RGMY's Esmeralda pickup.
Here's the thing, Subway, traditionally, the only assassin we've seen him play, well, the only 2 assassins we've seen him play was the Fanny, which is currently banned out, and as well as the Akai, which is taken by RSGMY. We have seen him touch Baxia once in a while, as well as the Karina, both of which I would say his Karina is a lot worse than his Baxia, but I think in this situation, Orange Esports, it's kind of tough here, right? You have to wait for RSGMY to make the first move, and I feel like we're getting a very similar vibe from RSGMY. How Orange lost their game just yesterday. Fredrin and as well as the Sicilian gets locked in by RSG.
Oh, I like the Fredrin pickup. Just because of how Fredrin is in a situation where he's always down really low in health, tries to go for a setup with the appraisal, right? So the Estes kind of gives him that small 1-second window to try and counter engage. So I get the idea from RGMY. But from Orange Esports, I like that they're not going for it. Like, they could go for an Esmeralda Lolita right here, right now, just to kind of tank through all the sustains coming from RGMY to a certain degree. But still, having an Akai, it's going to be difficult. But no, they go for the Derov Paquito combo. I like it. And wait a minute, is this Derov jungle, right? Yep. Let's go.
Subway
Paquito jungle. All right.
I think it's more effective to have Paquito because he's able to roam around the map a lot faster and really make an impact, especially if he catches out the Estes all by himself mid-rotation. Dyroth is a much better matchup against the Fredrin at the very least. I would have preferred the Esmeralda, but it's about impact, right? Orange Esports want to play 4-1. Very typical of them, but I think RSG, they're on the right direction. It seems like they've learned quite a bit from yesterday's match between Orange Esports' loss specifically.
Yep, Orange Esports, however, doubling down on going for a one-shot potential burst to try and take out a competition before the heals comes in. The drafts look solid from both sides, but it all comes down to execution. RGMY overall has a easier composition to play, while Orange Esports is looking for the big wombo combo setups. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you guys stick around to find out, because we're heading into the Land of Dawn for Game 1 for this exciting match of RGMY versus Orange Esports.
RSG on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red. This early game should fall more in towards Orange Esports' favor. They've got 2 winning lanes so far. Mid lane is going to be not contested too hard because Hawk can only do so much, but it's expected that Lolita looks to try and trade as soon as they hit level 2.
Oh, AIM going a little bit aggressive harassment, so I'm a little bit surprised he actually trade off a lot of his health for this, because if you think about it, it's just not worth it. This is an Estes we're talking about that is going to be able to sustain the middle fight. Iris, however, taking a pretty bad trade against Neo, but he is going to be okay for now. But I feel like from Iris' perspective, it's all about dragging towards the middle stage of the game where he can potentially try and take a 1v1 fight against Nero, which I think it's very, very difficult still.
Yeah, I still think Neo is going to dominate this lane. More so, I feel bad for Lolios.
Oh my goodness.
Here in lane. Yeah, look at that. He just cannot trade against Muddles, and specifically Valens.
You gotta thank you gotta thank Hawk for this, because if Hawk isn't in the pool, Lolios would have struggled way much more. However, he's still going to be forced to recall back once to save up Hawk's mana for the next upcoming engagement. Interesting enough, Hawk going for the Purify.
I think it's good that he takes Purify. He knows for a fact that he could get CC down. Oh, Iris, he shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be walking up to the wave. He wants to get that last bit of EXP, but still unable to claim it. Subway could look to punish.
Yep. Emblems-wise, we do see a little bit of cooldown coming from Iris. He wants to go for those 1v1 chain taunts, but like I said as well, not a big fan of Concussive Blast. I'm still a big fan of Brave Smite for the tank emblem, but still, oh well. All is good as long as the Estes is able to keep Iris in the fights while trying to set up for those big charges. Then it's all well. But as of yet, RG, they're grouping up top. They want to try and force a fight. Neo, however, forced to back out. Turtle is still up for grabs, but Iris is looking for the catch. He gets the stun. I think he can go for the taunt, but the damage is a little bit too much, and he will respect it and back off. He's calling Hawk for help. Turtle comes in. Balance, however, on the bottom side, catch a bad trade, so the marksmen are still 50-50. Meanwhile, RG, they're losing a little bit of Turtle control, but they get a nice taunt. Here comes the heavy spin from Link Aza. They separate the fight, but Stormy, he also has a one himself. Iris goes for the big slam with the Appraisal, but does not have enough damage to do so. Neo forced to flicker out, but RSG comes up on top with the Turtle as well.
A bit of hesitation coming in for the side of Orange Esports, and I don't think the communication is as clean as we did see it yesterday. Valens is now in an awkward spot because Lolios getting that good trade, and once he hits level 4 is going to force Valens back. He's low on HP, and as long as Lolios instantly... Wait, hold on.
Hold on, Iris, what are you doing here? Does he have the chop? He doesn't have the Appraisal, but Neo, he gets cancelled with the taunt. He couldn't get the Abyss of Strike, but no! He gets the ultimate in time! He 1v2s this. Iris, you absolute champ! The hidden MVP reveals the dragon lying in the sleep.
He played it perfectly. He cancels out the Abysm Strike. He waits for the right moment to actually drop his ult, and now the rest of RSG, with that space and time, is able to punish bot side once again, allowing Lolios to catch back up from these early trades against Valens so far. Mid lane, not a problem. Izanami just wants to stack.
Oh, you hate to see this happening to Orange Esports, and now Valens is doing pretty okay, but Hawk is just making sure that Lolios has the most ideal farm as of yet. Stormy now has the heavy spin. He needs to go for the big catch. But seems like RGMY, they have a rough idea what Orange Esports is trying to do. So they will abandon their plan for now and try to set up for mid lane. But Stormy, he's shown himself. He knows they know that he's got the heavy spin. But that's pretty much it for Orange Esports. It's all about finding the right opportunity now.
I mean, plays can't be made by Orange Esports, especially from aim, until he has that flicker. And unfortunately for Neo, dying that one time against Iris is going to put him a full level behind. So Iris now in full control over this lane, as well as having that Molten Essence is going to put Neo at a significant disadvantage. He cannot just walk up and trade haphazardly against Fredrin. The pause comes on in. Right? I mean, we wanted to see this game progress even more.
I think the pause is pretty called right now. I'm not exactly sure what entirely was the issue, but I feel like this is a good time for Orange Esports to discuss how do we salvage this, because if you think about it, they've just lost two very, very important members up top, especially against Fredrin, which arguably the Dirov should be winning that lane matchup. So something must have went wrong. They need to find a way to fix it.
I'm sorry, did we just forget the double kill that happened up on top side? I mean,
yeah,
like,
for Orange Esports, they lost that double kill up top.
Exactly, so salvaging what situation? There's no way you can really salvage after an outplay like that coming in from Iris, right? The matchup is set in stone. Unfortunately for Dairoth, he can't really do too much until he hits that first item. And then we do see a potential turnaround because Iris opting to go for that Molten Essence. I don't know if he's going to complete the Cursed Helm, but he will need some armor to deal with the Dairoth. Despite the armor shred, you might as well mitigate that damage. Let's jump back into this and see how they play it out, though.
Yep, and as of yet, second turtle going to be on his play. RG already 1.8, Iris now bullying Neo out of lane, and he's almost almost two levels ahead of Neo to a certain degree. So Neo not having the most ideal situation. Easy turtle in the hands of RGMY. Valens gonna be forced to pop the goal away to back off. He's getting a little bit of harassment. Aim is looking for the engagement, but now Stormy with the heavy spin. But Lolios, he gets out, and the Nominum Blast connecting on Hawk is not gonna do any kind of damage. But Ling Aza from the sides, he's looking for it as well. He goes for the heavy spin. He isolates Aim, but no, Stormy, he has no choice to run the other direction.
No.
He does the tie. He actually gets the kill onto his Lolios. What an outplay coming from RNG Esports. Izanami tries to salvage the situation, but no, the range is just gonna be enough. Izanami goes in for the steps. Now RNG Esports in trouble. Subway from the sides will finally take him out, but Valens, he survives with 1 HP in the midst of it all. Neo will finally take down Hawk, and RSGMY, they overextended and they got punished for it.
Beautifully played by Stormy here. He makes the call, hey, we need to take out Hawk. He's the only person who can't take my sort of damage, especially since Izanami was on his way. He had very minimal time, and Link Aza already building tank items. It was optimal targeting coming in from Orange Esports, which won them that fight, which was about to turn terrible.
Oh my goodness. But at the same time, that's going to be a little bit of redemption coming from Orange Esports. Heavy spin coming available. Ling is getting a little bit feisty. He's got the mobility, but at the same time, Orange Esports, they took a very, very risky fight. Like you said as well, Stormy did really well, understanding that he needs to take out Hawk. But at the same time, Valens was so ballsy in that play early on.
That's what you want to see, right? I mean, the members of Orange Esports know the extent of which they can actually fight. And the fact that they took this tier 1 allows Valens to actually go up towards topside. Very traditional play coming in from Orange Esports. Look at the abuse he is taking. As long as he is auto-attacking, he is able to get so much off of Muddles here.
Yeah, that's so much value because Iris now down towards 50% health. They are in a little bit of trouble. They want to take him out. Iris looking for the appraisal. Not going to happen. Subway will take him out. Ling is forced to go for the heavy spin, but he will be able to get out scot-free. So that's going to be another tier 1 in the hands of Orange Esports up top. So a lot of value gained from this marksman. However, middle lane, RNG, they want to do something about this, but I think it's a little bit too late. Numenon Blast comes in and the flicker connects on 2, and now RSG, they have to back out. Lolios getting kept in check, but they are able to keep them away as Izanami will fight back. Subway finally joins the fight, but the heals are coming in. But the damage from Valens is a little bit too much, and RSGMY, they lose 2 for 1.
Lovely layering coming in from Orange Esports. Beautifully played. They wait for Aim. Aim gets into position. He has the flicker. He knows he can catch all 3 of the members as RSG overextend, trying to greed out for this tier 1. And now the punishment from Orange Esports.
No,
Here comes Subway.
Oh, Iris, he tries to go for the fight, but he's stuck. He doesn't have the Abrasive Wrap in time. He doesn't have the sustain. They will take him out. The slaps coming from Izanami is starting to hurt a little bit more than I was expecting, but Orange Esports, they have to be worried about where Izanami's positioning a little bit more, because if you think about it, he's 3-1-0 as of yet.
Honestly, right at this stage of the game, it doesn't really matter, right? Orange Esports are taking objectives across the map, and when they have that sort of map control, they can immediately start punishing Ling Aza, who's just power farming as much as he can, and eventually he's not going to have a lot of relevance or need for this farm. He wants to kind of boost up Loliels, and more importantly, give that purple buff over to Izanami. So until then, Ling Aza needs to take as much as he possibly can before Orange Esports will eventually overtake and start pulling the gold from his farm.
Yeah, but RSG, as you can see, they're struggling a little bit, but they were able to trade a couple more. It seems like middle tower is going to be the way to go. They force the kills coming up from Estes. Orange Esports will gladly give it away, but they still have all their ultimates available. 25 seconds left before this next Lord, and that's going to be a little bit of housekeeping needs to be done coming from RGMY down bottom, but no, they re-engage. The Numenobla comes in, Iris dodges it, so that's a big ultimate baited out from Orange Esports.
Yep, and I don't think it's going to be back up, so my guess is, oh, the re-engagement.
Oh, Iris, you could not get the taunt. Ling Aza still going to be there. They still have the sustains available, so it's going to be a lot of peeling coming in, but the bigger picture is going to be securing the Lord Plate coming from RGMY. So they back off a little bit more. They have Iris in the front lines to try and keep Neo in check. Aim going to be going for a little bit of harassment, but from the sides, Izanami taking a little bit too much damage than expected. They have to concede this, but the Lord down towards 10%. They finally get it with the Frederick, but now with the heavy spin coming in, the Muddles as well. Stormy is going to be the first to fall for now, but RGMY, they come up on top. Taunt. They still have the Lord and RED Esports. They have to concede this knowing that it's a lost cause, and AIM does not have the Numenon Blast to begin.
Yeah, AIM trying to slow down the Lord take from RSGMY, almost losing his life in the process. The moment he flickers on out of there, there's no point getting back in. Collateral damage, or at the very least walking into the range of the bat impact from Izanami, could have costed him his life, and that would have been a 2-for-0 trade. But RSGMY, and as well as RED Esports, just battling it out for this lead. Let's see how much of an advantage they're going to get off of this, because right now, Loliel's almost complete with the Blade of Despair.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough defense coming in from RED Esports, but as you can see, they're splitting off their attention. Valence going to try and secure the orange buff for himself instead, while the Lord is making move on the tier 2. They're doing a pretty okay job, but Neo, he's forced to flicker out. He got pulled back from Sanguine Core. Iris not able to chain the taunt, but RED Esports will be able to get away with this scot-free.
This is, again, well played by RED Esports. They're purposefully using their ults. It feels like a waste, but it slows down the aggression from RSGMY. Now, notice that Lolios did decide to take Killing Spree, which does tell me that they're really reliant on Izanami for the later stages of the game, because Lolios, he's going to drop off because he doesn't have that weapon mastery to give him that extra bit of attack damage. So for now, RSGMY, this mid-game is all around Lolios until Izanami is ready to go.
Oh, for a second, I thought it was going to be a flank. Now AIM is going to be reviewing position. They are going to force a fight from the back lines. Ling A's are going to be isolated in the fight, trying to go for the reset. Muddles is doing a fantastic job, but the rest of RED Esports will get dived over the back lines as they force the issue. Neo's surviving with nick of health, but buys enough time for the rest of RED Esports to force the fight, and Hog gets completely caught up, and that's going to be a wipeout coming in from RED Esports. Wow!
Picking and choosing the fight, that was the keys to victory. RED Esports force RSGMY into their own jungle, a choke point that they cannot escape from Muddles' auto attacks from Valens as he continues to press the advantage. And now look at that damage dealt. 72,000. He is over 30,000 more damage than his own teammate Stormy, and even more, 33,000. Wait, sorry, 31,000 over Izanami.
Yeah, you have to give credit to a Stormy. That's Stormy's heavy spin steal to counter against RSGMY, forcing them in the choke spot, allowing Valence to get free value damage. That is huge. Iris, however, he's not too happy about that play. He wants to turn the tides. However, it's going to be very difficult to do so, but props towards RED Esports. Blade of Despair purchase up on Subway, also with the dominance eyes on Neo, means this Estes is going to start to fall off a little bit more in terms of sustains.
Yeah, Estes, his positioning matters so much here. He only has the Purify, so he can't flicker out of tight spots. If he gets knocked out of position by Stormy, expect an instant pounce from the rest of RED Esports. With the next Luminous Lord coming up in about 2 seconds or so, let's see how RED Esports plays this position.
Oh no, the Muddle scouts them out, harasses RSGMY. They give away map control, but you can see the impact that Valence is bringing to the table as of yet. It's just absolute lane control and zone control right now.
Yep, especially when he does have the weakness finder. Anybody who's trying to chase Valence's down is going to struggle a little bit compared to Electro Flash. But let's see, Valence, he's done this before. He's trying to bait RSGMY to make the play, but AIM conceal. He's walking to the top side.
Oh, it's not worth it. AIM is going to be backing up. The rest of the teams are doing a little bit of housekeeping down bottom and middle. So RSGMY, they're not backing out yet. So they're going to try and force the issue. Meanwhile, Neo and Subway at the back line, they dive him. There, Lolios, and Lolios is going to get taken down. That's going to be the big damage dealer taken out of the equation. Numenon Blast will be baited out, but they've got their objective, and that is taking out Lolios from the get-go.
Beautifully played by RED Esports. They find the flank, they immediately take out Loliels. It feels like he was out of position, but RSG was trying to tell him, yeah, this is a safe space, you have nothing to worry about. Mid lane may have been pushed in, but there's no way that they're actually going to commence this attack. But RED Esports had other plans. Now with the 5k gold lead so far, Valence, even though he's 1-0-9 currently, probably has a full build by now.
Yeah, he's almost level 15, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be full build for now, but he's doing a fantastic job just zoning. That's the beauty of the models, right? We've talked about it before, but the way Valence plays it is just on a different level. RSGMY, they need to find a way to deal with this. Like you said as well, the weakness finder is kind of annoying. It feels like a Yeve slow to a certain degree if you put a real world manipulation with the models, but now RSGMY, they need to find a way to utilize what Iris is going to be able to do this, because now with the Numenor Blast coming in, it's going to connect on Link Aza. They force the heavy screen in, but the inhibitor will fall because Orange Esports, they're swarming in, they take down Iris, they're going for the finish, but at the same time, their health's a little bit too low as RSG MY wants to go in for a couple of fights. Stormy finally re-engaged. He will be forced to flicker out of there, forces the heavy spin, but Lolios will take it out with a torn apart of memory. So mistakes were made from Orange Esports.
Yeah, mistake made by Stormy, but an amazing defense coming out from Izanami, chunking out Valens from so far back in that fight, telling the rest of the Orange Esports members, hey, we gotta back off. The Corrosive Scythe now done by Valens. Let's look at his items. Yes, that is gonna be his 5th item. He has no completed boots. Neither does he need it. He just needs raw power.
Well, question remains, is he gonna sell the boots for a Hunter Strike, or is he gonna complete the full shoe? Because as of yet, he is gonna be the main damage dealer coming from Orange Esports. For RSGMY, however, beautiful stuff from Lolios, but I feel like you said as well, the backup plan is gotta be Izanami, and this next Lord fight down bottom is gonna be so important for RSGMY if they want to bounce back. But as of yet, Orange Esports is just so far ahead.
I mean, they are, but the gold lead's not going to matter in about 5 minutes or so. So Orange Esports have to win off of this upcoming push. RSGMY should be able to actually make it to the 42k mark if they stall for about 60 seconds or so after the Lord has spawned. But off of this Lord push, a 3.5k lead, and this is what I was talking about. Immediately, jungle resources being taken away by Orange Esports, and Linkeza, he's already maxed level. He wants to give the rest of his farm to his team.
Oh my goodness, the harassment coming from Valens is just a little bit too much. Link Aza is just completely being bullied by Milos in just, what, 3 different dashes, and he's forced to back off. So the heals coming from Hawk is just not enough at this stage of the game.
Well, for now, the fact that it took that long for Link Aza to actually be put down to 50% is a little concerning, because imagine if this was Loliels, he would have instantly died within at least 2-3 auto attacks plus muddles. So keep that in mind as we get into this next fight. Orange Esports have really good fighting potential when it comes down to these tough choke points. So RSGMY must really pick and choose where exactly do they want to initiate.
Well, interesting enough, from the side of Orange Esports, they swap out the purple buff, and this time they give it up on Stormy. So that's going to be a little bit more Valentina damage coming in from them. So they have to be a little bit careful. Subway doesn't seem to need the buffs, as Paquito has reached a stage where buffs is no longer necessary. Meanwhile, the Lord being baited out from Valens. RGMY, they know it's just not worth it. They want them to fight in the choke spot, but that is where Orange Esports excels, and it's going to be hard to push out. But the model, look at this quick work onto RGMY. Heavy spin finally forced out from the side of RGMY. They are going to try and force the fight, but they catch Valens. Valens down towards the last health. Can he get the snap? Yes, they do. They finally take him out. Is it not Iris now in a little bit of trouble? He's going to get dived in. He needs to abrasive grab, but no, doesn't connect. He won't die in the hands of Stormy, and now Stormy will pick the rest of the members of RGMY. They got the kill on Valens, but they lost their members.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done by Neo and as well as Stormy. And now they're looking to end this game right off of the bat.
Oh no, Crystal's going to be exposed. Izanami needs to go in for the wave clear, but I think it's going to be over as Orange Esports goes for the GG push. Game 1 in the bag from Orange Esports.
Nicely done coming in from Orange Esports. Tactical prowess coming out of them, and as the win conditions coming in for RSGMY was almost met, Orange Esports puts a big full stop right at the end there. Nicely played by Orange Esports.
Yep, nice try. Fist bumps coming from Izanami. They know they tried their best, but in terms of the composition and the way how Orange Esports played, it was just on a different level. So very difficult to push through the models, and seems like Melissa might be the new meta marksman.
Honestly, I think Melissa has been a sleeper pick for far too long, and teams needed to start abusing it, and now this seems to be the perfect meta to do so. The fact that she can abuse the Demon Hunter sword is already a good plus point. Top that off with some crit and also a Corrosive Scythe. That makes it really, really difficult to actually get in range. I think the biggest issue here for RSGMY, specifically when it comes down to Iris's choice of pick in that Fredrin, in the later stages of the game, yes, he does scale because he can build full tank, isn't able to close the distance as easily. I think Orange Esports recognized that, and immediately, hey, Fredrin, ignore him. We can zone him off with Valence alone. And if necessary, the leaders can get a single stun down. We have Valentina stealing away Akai's ult specifically to push him away. And Izanami, he wants to get in on the fight, but the choices of where they fight is so difficult to set.
Yeah, it's so difficult. And I agree with the Fredrin pickup as well. He's super tanky, and the thing about the Fredrin is that you kind of want to put yourself in a situation where your HP is low but not low enough to die, and trying to turn the tides. And every single time Iris is put in this situation, RED Esports, they go for a couple pokes here and there, they chip away his health, and the moment he passed like what 30% health left, this is where they go all in and take out the Fredrin before the Appraiser Wrath actually comes out. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Iris. The idea is right, but it's so hard to pull it off.
I think the Appraiser's Wrath is so minimal. I think it's just for outplayability. You're not looking to kill Melissa with it because half the time Melissa is really far away. And her auto attack range is already outside of the range of the Appraiser's Wrath. Not to mention Muddles extending that range, making it impossible for Fredrin to even get close. The idea is to actually look for big catches. You're looking to cancel out Lolita specifically. You're looking to cancel out Valentina specifically with your taunt. Arguably even peel Paquito off the rest of your team. Hawk, unfortunately, as much as he wants the team to group up together, as soon as his ult finishes, Muddles is going to start dishing out so much damage, so there is a window of opportunity for Sicilian to get that pick off of Melissa, and hopefully his team is alive and strong enough to deal with the rest of the members of Orange Esports.
That's pretty much it for RGMY as well as Orange Esports' draft. I want to take a look at who the MVP is for game number 1. It's going to be none other than Valence on that Melissa.
Oh
2-1 and 10. And guess what? I've just heard from production, Valence has finally achieved a new record right here with the highest DPM for now in MPL MY Season 10.
I mean, look at that, 7,454. I have no doubt that is the highest damage ever achieved here in the MPL MY. The second place is 6.6 thousand, and this completely blows that out of the water.
Yeah, that's the power of what Melissa brings to the table. The model is just so very annoying, and who could blame RGMY when Valence is able to get so much value in all these team fights? And despite the heals coming from Estes, there was only so much he could have done. Well done towards Valence, because this is a well-deserved MVP and well usage of the hero itself. He might be crowned a new hero face for himself, because he might be the face of Melissa if things keep on like this. But as of yet, in case you missed out on the action, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy H.
It was a great outplay coming in from Iris up on the top side of the map, but I think Orange Esports kind of understood that they had somehow given this lead over to RSGMY, and they needed to start playing for the lanes. Valence basically untouched in his own lane, really taking full advantage of this Melissa overall with her extended range from the Muddles, and they continue to ramp things up. The tempo of their gameplay increased every single time you see AIM have a flicker.
And you can see even Valence as well, every single time he sets his models, he tries to set it in a position where it will scare Hawk away to kind of break off formation, and every single time that happens, it's going to be free value damage across the map. So Valence is able to get so much value, and even this flank coming in from Orange Esports as well, this was a little bit questionable from RGMY, right? They knew for a fact that Orange Esports was going to be able to flank them from behind, but instead of backing off and conceding control, they forced the fight and they were stuck in a choke spot, which kind of allowed Valence to get free value damage and completely wipe them out.
I mean, I can't blame RSGMY for taking that fight, because they already knew, alright, a flank is already on its way. We know where it's coming from. The only people we can take out right now is going to be AIM and Neo, and if we don't take them out now, this is going to be a much worse trade than it's supposed to be. Unfortunately for RSGMY, Orange got way too much off of it. They got they got top tier 2, they were able to get the turtle at that point of time, and immediately won the fight in the mid lane, putting RSGMY so far behind.
Yeah, I like how they understand their objectives as well from Orange Esports. It's not just about Valence. I like how before that final fight, they shifted focus where, hey, you know what? Valence, you need an orange buff, take it, no problem. Purple buff, don't worry, Paquito doesn't really need it. So let's give it towards Stormy, and Stormy was able to get so much value damage even though Valence was taken out of the equation. So well done with that understanding. But as of yet, playoffs will be at Cool City More Concourse. That's going to be a little bit of a different place right now for the venue itself during the playoffs. So, and guess what? It's completely free.
Yep, if you've been to the MPL already before this and been to this arena, don't worry, we're about to shake this mall up. It's going to be right in the middle of the concourse, so as soon as you walk in through the gates of QCM or Quill City Mall, you will see MPL playing on all speakers. So get ready for it, because this is going to be a good time. And don't forget, if you pre-registered your attendance right now, there are MLBB rewards, and you stand a chance to win some of the biggest prizes here during Season 10. Plus, based on what I've heard so far from not only production, but even Moonton staff, there's going to be a little executive things happening around, the area. Little mini games that you can play, little events that you can actually have fun with and earn in-game prizes too.
You're spilling the beans already. Isn't that supposed to be keeping a trade secret here?
Nope, that's not a trade secret.
I'm pretty sure they're giving a lot of goodies here and there as well, right?
All right, whatever you think is right. RSG MY as well as Orange Esports, when we're looking at the composition so far, they had the right idea. I'm surprised that they didn't want Lolios to actually have the Weapons Master, but when you take Killing Spree, your idea, especially when you have the Assassin Emblem tree, is to win the lane, to get that raw power, raw damage, to make sure that you can do exactly that. And Hawk rotating to the bottom side, we saw good trades from Lolios against Valens. Maybe not necessarily in the earlier stages of the game, but as soon as we got to level 5 onwards, Lolios was making sure that Valens was recalling as soon as possible. But at the end of the day, look at Valens' damage, man. He's got 129,000.
Yeah, that's the thing about what Valence's composition, Valence on the Melissa's composition do, right? If you're grouping up as 5, it completely destroys the composition. But if you're split off, maybe the Melissa would be able to do as much. But the idea from RGMY's draft was pretty much playing around this Estes, right? And the moment they pick up the Hawk, the moment they pick up the Estes, they're pretty much deadlocked in a situation where they want to play defensively. There are so many ways to deal with it here as well. You can go for the Wombo combo 5-man setup. Without Diggy, you're pretty much going to be almost guaranteed locked every single time. And this is where AIM was able to get a lot of Numenum Blast, even though he missed a couple.
I don't know. I feel like AIM should have been the point of punishment for the side of RSG MY. They should have taken away their biggest engage tool, other than Stormy when he steals out the heavy spin. So I don't know. But just a quick recap for you guys. High score rankings in terms of damage per minute. Valence overtaking Mal, who had 6,646. Look at that score.
Yeah, interesting enough was that Mao as well as I think Momo and Sasa, they were playing carry to actually achieve this highest DPM against tanky composition. So Valence takes it on a different level, setting not the highest as well, but also the third highest throughout the entire MPL MY regular season. So 7,454 damage is pretty hard to beat, not gonna lie. That's almost 1,000 ahead of Mao's performance on his games.
Well, let's see whether Mal and as well as Anip, being the forefathers, of bringing out the Melissa into the meta, or especially in the meta here in the MPL MY. Maybe they could beat the high score. Who knows? Maybe this is like, not, for Melissa's, it's like, yeah, that's like a basic amount of damage I'm supposed to do. It's tough to say.
Yeah.
We don't get to see Melissa that often.
True. Even in the previous season as well, when it was first integrated, there were a lot of reworks here and there. There are a couple of buffs here and there, finer tweaks to make models to be a little bit more effective. And I didn't expect the tweaks to be this good, because we have seen people kind of experimenting with here and there, but it didn't exactly work out. But so far, I feel like Valence has played it really, really well. And I think after seeing Valence's game, this might be shaking up the community a little bit more in terms of the marksman department.
Well, I think the meta has changed in a sense where in previous metas, it was really, really difficult to actually get your hands on the Melissa and making sure that she is effective, because previous heroes that were strong were Brody, Popo and Koopa, and as well as Clint, Beatrix. I mean, they're all still good, but not as good as they used to be before. Brody, I think, has been the most stagnant amongst the marksmen so far, but the Melissa buffs, I feel they're a little negligent. I feel like she's not really changed too much. It's the meta, the support specifically, and as well as the junglers that have turned a new leaf. Paquito in particular, Melissa is great at keeping him away.
Yep. Let's take a look at how the adaptations is going to be made from the side of RGMY, because the drafting phase for Game Jam 2 is going to be on its way, and this time Orange Esports will be on the blue side. They start things off by banning off the Fanny and RGMY for the 1-1. Nothing super crazy yet. I guess it's pretty standard bans so far. Popo and Koopa as well going to be banned off. I think that's going to be the case. Arkai is going to be the standard as well from RGMY. They saw how annoying it was, even though they had it in their bag. But in the hands of Stormy, he made things work as well.
Interesting. The fact that Orange Esports is banning out Popo and Koopa feels to me that Melissa is going to get played out again. And Melissa, the only time where she struggles, this is like a laning thing, right? If you're playing Melissa into the Pokemon Koopa, what Melissa wants to do is to zone you out from the wave, right? As soon as she loses priority over the wave and she has nothing to auto-attack except throwing out Muddles, her damage significantly drops. The most ideal situation, you're hitting the wave, you throw out Muddles, and Muddles is hitting your opponent while you're hitting the wave at the same time.
Yep, that's pretty much a go-to strategy coming from Orange Esports. So it's like having a secondary buddy companion to actually dish out damage. So I like the idea. Orange Esports opting the ban of the Valentina, and you might be able to call it. They might potentially first pick the Melissa here.
Don't think so.
Decide to go for.
I think it's going to be a Kai. Oh wait, Kai's already banned out, so it's Paquito.
Paquito first, yeah. RGMY. Do they just ban it off? Because if they ban out Paquito, means there is going to be Faramis.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Tough.
I don't think Faramis is worth letting go. It's better to give a Paquito than a Faramis at the end of the day. So now that Faramis has been banned out, I'm guessing Orange Esports wants to go with Paquito unless they have another flex pick. Oh, Julian! Julian's a pretty good flex pick that Orange Esports likes to do on the blue side.
Yeah, I think Orange Esports would. To be honest, I like the Julian up on Orange Esports right now, but at the same time, it's because it's RGMY, you have to pick the Paquito away, considering how Iris's performance over the past few weeks has been phenomenal. Nothing else but phenomenal. And I think it's just straight up smart to just pick up a Paquito right now. And yes, it is going to be a first pick coming in from Orange Esports.
Let's not forget that Neo also plays the Paquito as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to go to Subway. And worst comes to worst, Neo can actually take the Benedetta, which goes pretty even against every single matchup that Benedetta goes against. I do think that Neo has learned a little bit of his lesson, because the last time we saw him yesterday actually pick up the Benedetta, he had to go again. He had to go against Lola on the Paquito, and he was, again, not having as much control as he would like to have.
Yeah, I want to talk about how... So I'm going to give a little bit more recap from game number 1, right? If you think about it, now that you mentioned about Neo, his Deroff was a great multiplier for the Melissa to actually proc the damage because of the armor shredding. So I feel like they might force the Deroff again to go for the armor shredding composition for Orange Esports if they decide to go for it. So like you said as well, Paquito doesn't necessarily need to be on up in Subway, but they can still opt to go for it. But RGMI response, Julian and Grok.
I think Grok is great here for the side of RGMY. If AIM wants to go for an Enchanter-style mage, he absolutely can, just to punish the Grok, but it does deter Valens from using the Ballista, because Wild Charge, you cannot be CC'd during that animation, and when you drop down to get away from me, it's just going to go right through that shield.
That's going to be a difficult one, but Orange Esports, they will pick up the Diggy as well as the Balmon as a defensive measure. Balmon was banned on first phase in game number 1. This time, they will secure it up for Subway. So that's going to be in the Paquito side lane instead. So no more Deroff in the picture from Orange Esports. RGMY, they cannot pick it for themselves if they want to.
I mean, with the Diggy alone, it counters both the Julian's enhanced chains as well as Grok's Wild Charge. So it protects the team overall. My guess is that Orange Esports is going to pivot towards Brody more than anything else, but we'll see. Claude going to get locked in for the side of RSGMY, who is still angling their composition to punish specifically Valens in the backline, arguably Stormy as well, but we don't know what their picks are.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about whether or not they want to play the Brody on Valens, it's actually a smarter call, just because of how it keeps him a little bit more sustainable, right? Because Orange Esports, they love to lean on that double mage composition, this roaming Diggy up on Orange Esports is usually played on a mage playstyle, especially coming from Orange Esports. So the double mage is going to be the go-to strategy. Banning of the Melissa as a precautionary measure is smart from RGMI, but taking away the Brody or even yeah, I think Brody is like the most ideal to just deny Valens' hero pool. But Beatrix is still up in the equation, so that's another predicament right now.
Exactly. I think RSGM, I don't know. Because Beatrix, yes, she's great in the earlier stages of the game, and if you have Weapon Master, becomes even stronger in the later stages of the game, does struggle to deal with the Claude, especially with the Blazing Duet. That large burst, yeah, you want to get Wesker down, but the animation takes too long compared to a fully stacked Art of Thievery, full build Blazing Duet. It's not easy, and I think Orange Esports, they understand that. They're banning out the Eve to make sure that if we're going to get, if the backline is going to get attacked, at the very least, don't slow us down.
Ooh, this is a tough spot right now, but I like the Eve ban coming from Orange Esports. That is going to be heroes that is going to be able to mess up the Paquito as well as the Baomon's mobility, so they don't really want to deal with mobility, so they want to save up the time journey for the clutch moments, the time journeys, etc. But Beatrix, like you said as well, will be banned off. Esmeralda as well, that will be able to benefit the shields coming in from this time journey.
That's great. Honestly, I think it's really, really great. Neo is... I think he's well-versed in the Paquito versus Uranus matchup, but I don't think Iris wants to play Uranus. I think worst comes to worst, just go all out for the fight. You can lock in a Benedetta as well. That works out well for RSG MY, evening out both the options here, and more importantly, a double flex pick with the Benedetta as well as Julian for mid lane and jungle and EXP in jungle.
Ooh, this is going to be tough coming in from RSG MY because they're opening up so many options. It's got to keep RNG Esports thinking, right? And they've got to solidify their game plan right now. Guys, what do you want to play? Is this mage roam or Diggy? Or is it going to be double mage mid? Or are we going to... What is Valens going to play? Like, is he forced to play the Popo and Koopa?
No.
Right from the get-go?
Popo and Koopa is banned out, so he's definitely going to go for Brody here. I would say there'd be an argument for Clint, but I think he's more comfortable with Brody. The Lilia is a great option here for Stormy to make sure they maintain mid lane control at the very least, even though there is Julian and Grok there. So it's going to be quite the contestation. Irithel gets locked in, and now Orange Esports have completed their full... Well, I like to call it the onion comp, because every single time you try to peel a layer, you just start crying at how much damage you're receiving just to get to the center.
Well, Orange Esports, they do have those peel composition as well, with the run and gun coming from Irithel and the bombs from the Diggy. Pretty sure this is going to be a little bit annoying coming from RGMY. I'm not going to lie, the drafts coming from RG Esports, we've seen it before, we know how it works, but like I said, difficult to execute. So RGMY, they've got a little bit of adaptation. They bring in the Lancelot for the back line, and I like this pickup because Valens is not going to have an easy time at all.
This is... Wow, this is one of those situations where you have a heavy dive comp against a strong peel comp. One or the other. It's going to be a landslide of a victory for either or, but expect an exciting game here. Lots of ways for RSGMY to get to the backline. Lots of ways for Orange Esports to actually protect the backline.
Well, it all comes down to execution, whether or not they get the jump or they get jumped on, because the drafts will be set, adaptations coming from RGMY to react to Orange Esports' double mage composition. Based on this draft, who will win? We gotta stick around to find out, because it is up on screen for one last time. As you can see, for game number 2, this is gonna be the drafts coming from Orange Esports, and this is gonna be the drafts coming in from RSGMY.
Yep, this is it. It's match point right now for Orange Esports, and all or nothing. Can RSG claim a few points just to make it into the upper brackets as we make our way down to the land of Dawn?
Oh, well, this is it. This is going to be the game to watch. But to start things off, interesting enough, Ling Aza going to be babysitted by Lolios to actually help him out in the jungle control, while RGMY is prioritizing mid control because of the fact that Izanami's range does lose out against Stormy.
Exactly, and they know this for a fact, so they can get some pretty early trades down on the bottom side. Neo and Iris, it's a very volatile lane. First kill is going to determine who has control.
Interesting enough that RGMY, they had Lolios help out, knowing that they will be able to win the mid lane matchup because of the fact that AIM is most likely going to be sitting down bottom to try and protect Valens, and you can see that he's actually opted to go for the average instead of pull yourself together, knowing that he's going to be able to get free value across the map regardless of what happened because of those bombs pretty much sitting down in every situation.
I do think it's a double-edged sword here. I mean, if we're looking at the sub-emblems alone, right? Lolios, if he's going to trade, it's tough because he takes a lot of damage from both AIM as well as Valens. It's a huge sacrifice of life for a little bit of gold.
So it's all about gold lane domination coming from Orange Esports. But RGMY, they need to find a way to actually set up the plays. And Julian, as of yet, needs a little bit more items. But no. Here comes Swabway. They force up the sprint. So this is a big battle spell being expended. And you can see the desperation comes in. Nope, the chain doesn't connect. AIM will be locked off. But AIM's is going to be A-OK. Forced out the sprint on him. So a little bit of harassment comes in, boom, that's going to be free gold in the hands of AIM.
Yep, and he's going to just keep on doing this. He's going to keep on stacking. He wants to scale as fast as possible. I don't know how much gold he's really going to get off of this, or whether the items are going to matter on him too much, but I would have preferred to see AIM on the Impure Rage at the very least.
Yeah, just for a little bit more damage, but this is what Orange Esports like to do. Double mage composition, they will chunk you out before you know it. It's all about peel. But RG, they're getting full total control. They've got the Grok. They wall block it all the way through. Neo, however, looking for the punch in Izanami, trying to stall things alive. But Orange Esports, they're not fighting yet. They still have the little counter. Finally chops in, and Subway steals it right under the nose of RGMY. Patience paid off.
Now, this is what's difficult about dealing with the Balmont. Now, we've seen so many teams deny space from Balmont, so you can't even get close to the pit. But RGMY, it's not controlling the space. They don't have the tools to do that. So Subway, he can eventually just muscle his way through, and as soon as he gets close to that Lord/Turtle, he can instantly steal it away from Link Aza. So now it's about how do you develop your lead, right? How does Link Aza actually have to compete with that? It's helping out the lanes, push it out. It's about side lane influence at this stage.
I'm really surprised that RGMY did not engage that, but still, at the same time, playing it safe is going to be the way to go. Subway, he will be caught out with the wall charge. They force out the ultimate just to cancel off the spin. So Subway is getting kited away, but now it makes perfect sense why they did not fight, because Subway is just so darn tanky.
Yep, especially in the earlier stages of the game, there's nothing much they can really do. Izanami needs a first item. Same goes for Iris, and Link Aza, he needs to get ahead somehow in the jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult spot right now, especially for Iris. Just because of the fact that, yes, you know, you have a Paquito who's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, but Iris, he needs to be able to proxy the lane properly, and he's doing exactly like that on the top side of the lane. So RGMY, they have to play it safe because Orange Esports is here to rumble because they managed to get a pull onto Izanami, but the sprint is going to be able to keep him alive. So it's going to be all good for now, but they are getting pressured to the limit because all these bombs coming from Diggy is just starting to be a little bit annoying.
I mean, he's stacking up fast, and Hawk, he's just eating these shots time and time again. He's trying to avoid them. But clearing them's not easy. Here it goes!
Oh.
They try to go for the wall charge, but AIM instantly drops the ult just in time. Nothing to worry about. RSG, they could dive.
Oh, it's not over yet. They don't have the time journey. AIM is going to be taking a little bit of damage, but oh, no. Why? Why would they split their focus? It seems like they didn't want to get the kill, but I guess miscommunication coming from RGMY. They want to secure the turtle first instead of going for kills, so that's going to be the case, I guess, from them. Meanwhile, Lolios is going to be clearing the middle lane. Iris needs to force to back out. He's trying to zone Subway away, but his health is a little bit too low. They need to get the reset, but Subway will say, you know what, this is my turtle. He will get it with a little counter. Link Aza forced to back off as Neo completely bullies him out.
Can't really do that for the time being. I don't know. The problem with RSGMY's composition, yes, they have so many tools to jump into the backline against Orange Esports in the later stages of the game, but it's a high-risk, high-reward composition overall. A single death or a single kill falling into the hands of Orange Esports, and Orange Esports, if they just play defensively, they could lock RSGMY out of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be the case for them for now, but as you can see, Orange Esports, they're going to be peeling away at the tier 1 top, but it's going to be smart.
How very smart. RGMY, they bothered to actually do a cheeky lane swap knowing that they want aim and balance towards the turtle side of the map. And RGMY, they make that first move. Orange Esports immediately respond as well.
Yeah, Subway now gonna be going for the snipes. He does have the little counter. Izanami gonna be pulled back, and that's gonna be first blood in the hands of Orange Esports. A very, very long one, but it's gonna be a double kill for Valens now as they finally swarm it off. But Ling Aza finally reveals himself. Can he get the kill? Yes, he will. He gets one, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. But Stormy going for the sprint. He wants to take him out. Ling Aza doesn't have skills, but Tornado sidestep is not gonna be enough to keep him alive. So Stormy will get a free pick-off in the trade-off, but 2 for 2, I guess.
Yep, 2 for 2. Subway is, again, he's going to be back up first, so he will get a bit of an EXP lead. I'm not sure if he can make it into the purple buff in time before Link Aza, but it's safer just to farm your own jungle. And for the time being, RSGMY was able to trade back at least 2 of those kills, and it's not a complete disaster for them just yet.
Yeah, it's all about playing it safe. Meanwhile, Valens, he's having a joy time now, just getting a couple farms here and there. Meanwhile, RGMY, they need to have Link Aza get a little bit more proactive, but what can he do? He's just taking a little bit too much damage against this Paquito who's zoning him off. But Valens now with the sprint, he might actually get a kill on Izanami, walking around bush, and now Neo also going to be zoning off Link Aza. Absolutely nothing RG could have done, and RG Esports gets value across the map.
What a small detail there. Izanami using the enhanced sword to clear the way, but also get out of there. Instantly, you see AIM drop down a sprint, knowing that Izanami's sprint hasn't come back off of cooldown, and just runs him down the lane. Well done from Orange Esports.
Yeah, that is sick, but now considering that they have won a lot of trade-offs in this map. Let's take a look at the goal rankings as of yet. Valens is just so far ahead. He's just getting so much kills across the map. And RGMI, it's so hard to open up the map because look at this aim. He's getting caught out, but they just don't want to kill the Diggy. It's just not worth it trying to chunk his way through. Though Leos kills him off pretty low, but just doesn't want to take the risk. It's just not worth killing a Diggy.
Yeah, and now this is where Orange Esports is really going to start coming online. Stormy recently pushing an Ice Queen's Wand is going to be difficult for RSG to actually get these engages down.
I feel like the biggest threat right now is they need to kill off aim, and now with the time journey coming your way, can he puck him off? No, he does not. They need to kill him off, but Subway finally re-engaged. He chunks them down pretty low. He goes for a couple side steps coming from Izanami. Stormy is going to be coming in with the sprints to try and slow things down, but they get the disengage. Nice attempt coming from RGMY, but they could not get the objective set, and that is going to be taking down aim. Aim still has his stacks on this Diggy.
Yep. Both battle spells coming down, both sprints being used by Stormy and aim. Izanami and Lolios, the exact same thing. And now, even bottom side potentially going to get ganked. If we look at the items so far, Claude finally hits his 2-item power spike. It might just be enough. However, same goes for Valens.
Yeah, thinking he's not gonna get caught out. He tries to go in for the escape, forced upon Phantom Execution. That's a lot of damage wasted here to try and back out, while Orange Esports is looking to engage. Iris tries to delay the inevitable with the eye for an eye, but they got the damage done. Tier 1 is most probably going to be taken out, but in the middle lane, Subway taking a little bit too much damage, so they will have to pull away from this pressure. Well, from the sides as well. Neo, they knew exactly what RSG was thinking. This is... You hate to see this.
Neo was not confident with his combo there. He should have gone for at least the knock-up strike, but instead he went for double jab. He might have tapped it a little too fast there. Had he landed or he delayed the double KO strike, I think Orange Esports might have been able to catch up just in time to finish off those kills.
Yep, but Hawk now with a big wall charge. The time journey comes in. Now here comes the re-engage from RGMY. Orange Esports did not expect this, but now Izanami will be taken out from inside RGMY. They tried their best, but they still lose true. Orange Esports now in a spot where they can completely wipe them off. Iris could not get the catch on Valens because of the Diggy. Now it's all Ling Aza left as Orange Esports was able to survive it all.
Valens gets to survive. Stormy had the black shoes. He was extremely confident with that Ice Queen's Wand. Every other attempt to get into the back line inevitably just failed, and now this is where Orange Esports will lock RSGMY out of this game. They don't have to make any crazy plays. It's all up to RSGMY to make those mistakes, and when they do, Orange, naturally with a 6,000 lead and also reversing time, as long as AIM gets to live, he can guarantee a free kill on the side of RSGMY.
Yeah, you hate to see this. Like, it looks so cool. The setup was great and all, but they were just so far behind in terms of economy as well as XP. So, great attempt, but now this just gives Orange Esports in the lead where they are going to be able to go for the lead. Time journey will be expended from the side of AIM. Electro Final Blow not going to be able to zone the bomb, but Lolios, he gets chunked away. And now RSGMY, they have to run for it. Orange Esports is going to try and run him off. Subway doesn't have the lethal counter, but he's going to be able to scare him off. RSGMY able to back up, but Orange Esports just having full control of the situation and just completely taking away everything against them.
And what did I say? Every single time you see these big engages, and these are like, they're not just like half and half engages. This is an all-in engage, and Hawk is finding like 3-4 people to actually get caught out. AIM just presses one button and says, no, you don't get no. We're locking you out. We have the tools to stop you, and you have to be really in sync to take us out.
Oh, it's so hard. And now the chain's also going to be baited out as well. Orange Esports, they're just, playing for time. Lord's time is in their favor. Lord's knocking in. There's nothing RGMY can do as this stage. And if they make one mistake, like you said as well, they're done. And now Lolio's going to be baited out as well. Valens has to sustain from the sides, but RGMY, they're trying to peel away in the dive composition. And Ling Aza just having one heck of a difficult time to do anything. Now, with this Chops coming in, Subway, they're going to try and zone this off. The great wall block coming from Hawk is going to delay it, but this inhibitor might fall. Hawk gets pulled back, and that is him taken out. Next is going to be Izanami, and that's going to be another one in the pockets of Orange Esports. 2-0 trade. Nothing RGMY can do as of now.
Yep, Lolios, he did get that Winsome Nature, which is really important. item, activatable item for him, because if he wants to jump back in, he needs to make sure when he gets out, he has health. So going with a full combination of the Sprint Blazing Duet and as well as the Winds of Nature might be enough.
No, Neo.
Dead.
No way, Neo canning to cancel on towards Iris. The time reversal as well to stopping in track. Iris not having a good time at all. This Diggy coming from aim is just spot on. Izanami tries to make something work with this Julian plays, but they have a lot of housekeeping to do. Neo also going to be able to shoving up the lane and cannot kill him at all. So it's just so unfortunate for RGMY.
Yep, and that's what I said. RGMY's composition is high risk, high reward, so dependent on execution as well as the side lanes. And so many contestants for the mid lanes resulted to this with the side lanes nothing happening, going to the neutral objectives where Orange Esports gets that first initial kill, and then RGMY getting 2 kills back. Orange Esports now completely lock them out. They don't have to make any crazy moves. They just let RSG do their thing or what the composition is designed for and punish them for playing the comp.
Yep, speaking of punishment, Subway getting caught out all by himself. Can they go for the fall-up? No, they cannot. Time Journey comes into play and now Valence will run him out with the sprint. He doesn't really care. He's got a Winds of Nature himself. He almost takes Lolios with him. And that's going to be RHMY losing too. Oh, great attempt, but unfortunately for them, Orange Esports was quick to respond because as of yet, they're knocking on the inhibitors and they want to fight for a little bit more. Lolios is still alive. They can keep things alive for now, but can they even contest against Orange Esports now? Because the Lord is just is alive and it's a 12k lead in hands of Orange Esports.
I mean, it's 46,000 to 33,000. What can you say? Like when RSGMY is finishing off their third items, Orange Esports is finishing off their full build, and Valence even going for a Demon Hunter's sword so that he can start shredding down the tanks too. I don't know. It's GG well played, RSGMY. It's an impossible situation to win.
Very, very difficult, especially when Ling Aza is just struggling to actually cut the back line because every single time he shows his face, there is going to be a Diggy. There's going to be Neo just pumping so much damage on his face. So it's going to be so difficult. But with that being said, the game will still continue until it is over. The Lord is going to be kept in check in the middle lane for now. Orange is looking to close out the game. Iris doing a fantastic job zoning him out, but they're waiting for the right opportunity. Hog making a mistake with the wall charge. Not going to get anything. Now they force the fight. Orange Esports takes them out, and the rest of RNG will fall. They were getting pill by pill. Double kill for Valence. Unstoppable for Stormy. And Orange Esports gets the clean 2-0 against RGMY.
How well played. Coming in from Orange Esports, they had what they wanted. They get to be the champions this time, 2-0, and Valence doesn't like any disrespect and makes some noise, no problem. Where are your shouts now? Orange Esports, GG, well played.
What a game coming from Orange Esports. Valence not too happy about what's happening on, but at the same time, they're happy that they got the dub because that is a big convincing win from them. RSG, they played their best, but there was only so much they could have done. GG, well played. GG RSG, and of course, congrats towards Orange Esports with a convincing game. And I'm looking forward to see what Orange Esports has to say with our host, Sunfrost.
Persoalan it's orange or nothing dan jawapannya adalah Orange Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan bukan 2-1 tapi 2-0. Kemenangan bersih yang cukup bermakna. Jadi ayo kita bersama-sama dengan para pemain daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Jadi terlebih dahulu, Valence. Saya nak tanya sikit lah kan. Untuk hari ini, awak berjaya untuk memecahkan, depan sikit. Awak berjaya untuk memecahkan rekod awak sebagai damage per minit tertinggi. Dan kali ini berjaya untuk mengekalkan tangga yang pertama. Apa rahsia untuk berani macam tu? Sebab item full damage, tak ada langsung defense dan berjaya untuk memberikan kill yang cukup bermakna untuk diri awak.
Kalau sebagai gold laner, harusnya jangan build tank sih.
Harusnya? Macam mana?
Build full damage je.
Full damage?
You kena percaya dekat team.
Percaya dekat team. Wow, memang kepercayaan yang diberi. So, saya nak tanya lah kan. Dekat orang yang dipercaya ni, semestinya tak lain dan tak bukan lah aim. Okey, untuk aim. Setakat ni nampak pasukan Orange Esports baru kalah sekali, betul? Dan korang dah confirm dah apa bracket, dah confirm dah playoff. Tapi masih lagi tak nak turunkan taring tu. Apa rahsia sebenarnya? Apa yang korang nak? Tak takut ke nanti kalau dekat playoff kena counter tu macam mana?
Rasanya personal opinion benda tu macam teori je lah.
Oh, korang main je lah kan? Tahu-tahu menang
main
juga.
je lah, just try our best lah every game.
Wow, try our best every game. Itulah yang berjaya untuk dilakukan oleh mereka. Berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong. Sememangnya kemenangan yang bermakna. Jadi kalau kemenangan bermakna, apa kata-kata untuk para penyokong pasukan Orange Esports?
Okay, untuk korang yang datang hari ni, especially korang yang datang ni, thank you so much. Dari pihak Orange dan pihak RSJ, you guys are amazing lah. Thank you for the support. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing.
Terima kasih kita ucapkan. Alah untuk pasukan RSJMY punya penyokong juga sama-sama memeriahkan perlawanan. Jadi untuk kita saksikan apa yang sudah berlaku dalam perlawanan sebentar tadi. Jadi ayo kita masuk ke dalam mic check di antara dua pasukan.
Nice, Dalti ya. Nice. Esther Dalti dah. Siapa yang flicker tu? Mati. Nice. Dua lo. Nice. No. Bantai je. Nice. Okay, waving. Kita kena dah sprint si Silon dah. Boleh lot. Wait.
Tolong, I mati. It's okay.
Jap. Hello.
Go Neo, boleh tak?
Very nice guys.
Very nice guys.
Ini baru kita guys.
Ini gaya kita.
Dah, jom.
Salah. Julian pun salah.
Boleh lot.
Kena sisi ke bro?
Kenapa Iris gitu?
Ui, dia hati.
Dah boleh. Dia masuk go.
Dah hati dah.
Low
Jap. Dia nak fokus.
Cloud dia low. Mati terus. Tengok aku. Dapat tarik kau. Okay. Nice.
Got from you.
Position low lah.
Bukan. Oh, itu. Now cancel dia. Dapat tarik.
Ni mati ni. Nice. Boleh kan guys?
Turu dek.
Jangan macam tu lah. Turu
dek.
Well, clean victory from Orange Esports, and it seems like it's all just theory. Whether or not they win or lose, they just have fun and play the game as best they can. And that's the secret sauce for Orange Esports in their undefeated streak. Well, maybe in yesterday's games, but other than that, clean 2-0. RGMY seems like they couldn't do anything about it.
Honestly, that's, expected from the composition, but this is why the true embodiment of Orange Esports, they truly believe in the all or nothing mentality, their motto for Orange Esports. You got to give them props for that. They're going to give it their all. But yeah, in this particular game, that composition coming in from RGMY, it's all about getting that early lead. And unfortunately, Orange Esports just locked them out. The neutral objectives were the biggest contestants for either side because it's the only safe way to slowly build up that lead. And look at this. Full damage coming out of Irithel. Lilia, as soon as she got that Ice Queen's wand, it became even harder for RSG, who missed that item power spike and had to get it 2 minutes later into the game. 14 minutes, it could have been done sooner for the side of Orange Esports, but they just played defensively to ensure the victory.
Yeah, that's why it's so difficult, right? I like how Sunfrost was able to ask a question as well. Why did you build full damage on the marksman? And logically thinking, back in the days, it's always been full damage. And you have to trust your positioning. You have to trust the teammates to actually zone things out for you to allow you to dish out damage. And it has been a trend over the previous seasons as well. You go for a Theta Shield, for a Mortality to get a little bit more sustained here and there, yada yada. I get it. But from Orange Esports perspective, that's a selfish play. You're playing for yourself. If you play as a team, you have to trust your teammate, and then you'll be able to dish out damage. And that's the idea that he built these items around his result. Even though it's so risky, but it pays off tenfold, especially when your teammates got your back.
Yeah, and especially when you have a Diggy by your side, everyone, like, Valens could not care about Grok. Like, he disrespected Hawk's distancing the entire game, especially when AIM says, I got my ult, you ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready to go. Hawk goes in with a wild charge, AIM presses one button, and then the entire fight falls into the hands of Orange Esports. Look at that, 82,000 coming out of Valens.
That is insane. Not gonna lie, Valens is dishing out some serious numbers in this fight. However, I want to talk about Lolios a little bit more, because he was struggling a lot in the lanes as well, because when it comes to DPS, he was able to match Valens in terms of CCs. But what puts him apart compared to Valens is that Lolios' damage is dished out towards an AoE rather towards a focus target, whereas Valens, his crits are going to be able to chunk you down right from the get-go. And time again, he's doing those damage, but there's just no finishes coming from RGMY, because every single time they need a finisher coming from Iris, they need a finish from Lingeza, they need a finisher coming from Izanami, there's this time reversal coming from AIM completely stops their momentum and just completely shuts them out.
Well, honestly, I can't even blame RCMY, because imagine your win condition being that you have to combo with Iris, Hawk, Iris, Link Eza, as well as Loliels. Loliels, you can switch out for Izanami if you're lucky enough. You have to somehow bait out or instantly kill AIM on this Diggy before he gets the ult down. Number one, that's really difficult to do. And I think the only two people that need a combo together are Hawk and Iris. Iris had the Electro Final Blow on top of the Petrify, so he has to go in, land it. Hawk instantly needs to pounce on top of that opportunity and maybe finish it off with Loliels' Blazing Duet most ideally, but Link Eza and Izanami could be subbed for that spot to ensure the death.
Well, that's the thing, you know, despite all the fancy things that you've set up, the combo wombos, etc. coming from RGMY, one thing completely destroyed them all, and that's the time journey coming with the Diggy. So it's a little bit unfortunate, outdrafted, outplayed, I guess, but who's going to be the MVP for game number 2? Yeah. Well, one button is all they took coming from RED Esports. AIM played a phenomenal game, 94% game kill participation, 0-0-70. I know what you were going to say. I knew you wanted to say the Arthur thing, but
it was getting close.
It was close. But 0-0-17 maintained his stacks all the way through, a lot of near-death experience, and RG just couldn't kill him off. And he was just right there in every single fight and just completely made life miserable for RGMY.
The thing about AIM is that he used to play the mid lane role. He understands the positioning and he plays superbly on these enchanter style mages in the roam position like Diggy. He makes sure that, like, if you are in position, he can disrespect you if he knows what your kit provides to the table. If it's just a wall charge, I'm not scared. If it's Benedetta, oh, okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit. If it's Izanami, even more reason to pop that sprint early.
Yep, and even this fight as well, in case you guys missed out in action, the highlights, you can see that it was AIM that was the one with the time reversal to completely set them apart. And every single time RGMY comes in, you can see that there are always bombs around the map. It is going to be able to open up the map, and one wrong move completely destroys the combo. And the unsung hero is going to be Neo. And even this fight as well, RG, they had the right idea. Hawk landed the biggest, fattest wall charge, which logically, in any other term, RED Esports should have been wiped up then and there. But like you said as well, they just couldn't chain those CCs. Time Journey comes into play, Petrify, not going to be able to do anything. Electro Final Blow, you zip out of there. Julian's Enhanced Chase, doesn't matter, I don't care.
I would be so mad if I was Hawk. Like, he is getting 4-man knockups, 4-man stuns. All of it doesn't matter because of a single hero, and that is going to be AIM. And if AIM wasn't playing the Diggy, he'd be playing Matilda. So, I don't know. Personally, let's have a look at the standings right now before we start talking about anything else, because RSGMY, this was their opportunity to actually contest Todak for that top spot if they want to, or at the very least overtake Team Hawk with a victory in this game. This sets them behind.
Well, we've got a predicament right here. For a second, we thought Todak kind of dropped the ball early in the series, but RGMY denied this opportunity. Means it is still going to be possible, but a long grind still, because there's still going to be one more week to come for them. And it's going to be difficult for them if they don't maintain their final 2-0 game. So it's going to be tough, but I'm looking forward to see how it all goes. But RED Esports, convincing victory, guaranteed upper brackets. Who's there to stop them?
I don't know. Right now, the only contender is going to be Team Hawk, because they're the only team who has actually taken down RED Esports in a best of 3. In a best of 5, I don't know, man. I feel like that could go to anybody's game. We've seen too many upsets before in the past to really feel confident about a victory.
I really want to see RED Esports and Team Hawk go up against, because think about it here as well. We talked about extra teammates rivalry. We talked about how they know the insider sauce. It's kind of showed in yesterday's games, right? So what happens if it's the playoffs? And right from the get-go, you know, most likely, let's say, I'm just gonna put it hypothetically, right? Team Hawk maintains second place. That's gonna be the opening match potentially.
Yeah, you're right. I was talking to Adine about this, and even he believes that, you know, Team Hawk ideally wants to sit at number 1 so they don't have to face Orange straight away. So that's the thing, right? I mean, both of these teams have played on an international level at the very least. I mean, the current roster of RED Esports, only Valens is the guy that they played through. But let's recap the keys to victory here, because I think this is some good preparation for the rest of the teams to actually learn up, especially since there are 2 slots for M4. 2 slots for M4, so that grand finalists, that means you book your tickets to Jakarta. Now let's jump into this. Mid lane domination, I would say that mid lane domination between Izanami and as well as Stormy was very, very hefty in game number 1 in particular.
I think Stormy, he did what his role required him to do, right? First game was a little bit more of a shining for me because of his Valentina's clutches, his heavy speed clutch has been a little bit more dominant. Game 2, a little bit slow for me. Like, he's doing his role as a leader really, really well, but who can blame him? Like, he's doing what he's required to do. It's all aim show, but game 1 is where he was able to dictate the tempo. I feel like RG had a better chance in game 1 taking the win against RG Esports. It's just that his timings with those, I would say, steals with the Valentina has been able to just completely destroy RG's composition. And we talked about the choke spots. Yes, you know, the Melissa was being able to do this and that. And that's the thing about the heavy spin. It's meant to set up for this kind of situations. And Stormy was able to turn the tides because of Valentina.
Well, I would say it's because of heroes at the end of the day, right? Like, let's say if the roles were swapped, would it be the exact same situation? A little tough to say, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that mid lane domination is a bit negligent, especially in game number 2, where it's like, again, very standard lines of play, EXP and roam macro. This is where we see Neo actually taking a much bigger role here in game number 1 in comparison to AIM in game number 1. Again, I'm disregarding game number 2. Very, very simple to play out. But overall, Neo didn't exactly have the best matchup in the world, and more importantly, still making quite the impact in that game. His rotations were looking really, really clean. The zoning off the backline wasn't the easiest in the world, but he made sure the rest of his team were aware about the motions happening from the EXP lane.
Yeah, especially with Iris on that Fredrin, right? So he, even though he lost his matchup a little bit more, I was very surprised that they were able to recover. It took a little bit time, but eventually it's all about buying time for the team. So well done coming from RED Esports. That's pretty much the keys to victory going so far. And now I want to talk about how things can escalate, you know, because we've talked about the meta heroes, we've talked about this, we've talked about the Fredrin, we've talked about this, but so far Melissa seems to be trend here for this week. And now that you mentioned about Neo, let's take a look at his positioning on his game for game number 2 with his Paquito. So this is a little bit interesting because he was able to cut the lanes here and there. But the reason why he's playing so aggressive, especially in the early stage of the game, is because he wants to apply pressure with the Benedetta. And likewise as well, Benedetta is mirroring it out just by cutting off the lanes.
Well, alright, this is the first 5 minutes of the game, right? As a Paquito, you do, as soon as you hit level 4, you have a lot of early game power. So when you're up against Benedetta, you're stuck in the EXP lane. You kind of don't have a choice on that situation. If you want to not interact with her so that you can rotate for the turtle, then you have to proxy those ways, which you're seeing why there's a concentration towards just above the beetle camp here on the EXP side. But more importantly, in that 5 minutes, it's important to actually feed information to the rest of your team about the timings of which specifically Link Aza gets to his orange buff, right? As soon as he starts hanging around that top side, Paquito can actually look to trade against Link Aza and get himself out of there, staying on top. And that's something that Neo was doing actively. Oh, you want to go for your cobalt? No problem. Walk up to it, punch you twice, walk on out of there. Go for the beetle, punch you twice. I don't see Benedetta, I walk away. And then we look over at AIM, 9 minutes and 9 to 14 minutes. His job completely different. Just stick to Valence and you win the game.
Yeah, this was pretty much a different approach as well. You can see there he's taking a lot of positions, just isolate all the jungle objectives when it comes to the buffs, right? So it makes a lot of sense. But the issue with why he's playing all this is that these are all strategic spots, not for ambushes or setup. This is strategic spots where you are able to set up free alarm bombs across the map and able to rotate the quickest to your teammates, because you don't really want to set up an ambush for a diggy. You really more like you want to just be able to react immediately as quickly as you can to save your teammates. So I like how he's positioning himself all in this place, but this is a snowball positioning map. It's not a standard play where you see it from normal games, because if you think about it, RED Esports was so far ahead in terms of economy. Regardless of what they will do, they will not lose at all.
They literally could not do wrong. I mean, as long as AIM, like, oh no, I forgot to, like, I'm tapping, oh no, I misclicked, I didn't press the button in time, or at the very least, I've been clicking the air or something. It's very hard for AIM to get punished with that sort of lead, and I totally get it. They don't really need to have quote-unquote surveillance, because the auto alarm bombs can cover your flanks and you'll immediately get the information, and half the time, the housekeeping coming in from Neo in that stage of the game as well, because of the way they play it early, they had a good idea of what camps were up as they transitioned to the 9th minute.
Yeah, it was very similar to game number 1 as well, and when he was able to proxy the lane, you know, it was all about forcing your opponents what do you want to do. I've just shoved the lane down bottom, guys, RG, what are you going to do? Are you going to defend? Are you going to get off? If you don't, you know what? I'm going to force the fight against you. And there was two options for Orange Esports. They force a fight or they actually push the lane. And in this, I think in game number 1, they were able to fight this. But at the same time, MPL predicted winners, you guys have going to be walking away with a couple of things here. If you see your name down below on the screen, means you're walking with some amazing goodies brought to you by Moonton.
Well, I'm surprised. Some people are going for that 2-in-1. People are going with the safe answer of 2-in-1. A large majority of it, they thought that RSG could actually steal a game back. And I'll be honest with you guys, I thought so too. But if you want to participate in the hashtag MPL Predictor, use that hashtag. Also list down your prediction as well as a comment. And don't forget your game ID as well as server ID to earn yourself that skin straight to your account.
Yep. RG, game 1, they almost took the game. But at the same time, Orange Esports pulled a very, very sick comeback. But I want to play a little bit of game right now. You know what it is. This is going to be the Guess Who segment right now up on screen. I wonder what this is. Seems like it's not a player. It is going to be a hero. Its gender is male, support mage, studying challenging and interactable diseases. Weapons, undead. Oh, okay. It's pretty clear. I know what it is.
Okay, alright. I was like, studying challenging and interactable diseases? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Huh?
I know what this answer is.
For a second there, I thought it was going to be like Estes because based on the photo and the first 3, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Support mage, okay, it adds it, but especially when your weapon's being the undead. Just undead.
For me, it's like very simple. Because of undead, it gives away straight up.
I mean, Kufra, is he dead technically?
He's a mummy, so
he's
technically dead. Yeah.
Atlas, he's like, he's more of like a spirit than anything
He's a squid.
else. He's a squid, yeah.
Or an octopus, I don't
Estes
know.
is an elf, so it's got to be Farmus, right?
Yeah, pretty sure. Like, if we're wrong, you know, we gotta study our lore, man.
Oh, honestly, I don't think we're going to be wrong here. I'm sweating. I'm looking at production. I'm like, please let us be correct. Okay, there we go. It is going to be Farmus on a different skin, and that is why I was like, I mean, it didn't seem too dark.
If they close off the weapon and not say that, then probably I would have guessed that's this. If you think about it, white hair, elf, you know, they're kind of white. They've got white hair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It would have been a missed opportunity if it was Estes to not use the blacklist skin.
I like how it's like, you know, for us when it comes to Guess Who segments, you know, it's pretty easy for us to guess. Like, they've got to turn up a notch, you know, not give it so obvious. Make it
Please
super
stop
tricky.
talking because I don't want somebody on production to get an idea and be like, haha, here's a pixel, figure it out. They give no hints whatsoever.
I got a green light. The next one, they've got to make it tricky for us. They've got to make it tricky for us.
Oh boy, I like being right. That's the problem. But with that being said, coming up next for our final match to close out week number 7 before we go into the final week of the MPL, it's going to be Team SMG up against the Homeboys. Homeboys currently on a pretty hot streak. SMG struggling to find their footing.
Well, SMG, they have had a strong start towards the earlier stages of the game. They have been trying to adapt. However, they are still in the playoffs. Could they possibly fight for the upper brackets? I highly doubt so, but it's all about maintaining and understanding your team's composition. Can they adapt in time to be able to set things off for the playoffs? But Homeboys also looking to secure their spots for the upper bracket. So a little bit of shaky starts here, and I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go.
I feel like Homeboys should be able to get into the upper brackets, no problem. I am excited to see Anip try out the Melissa once again because he was the first one to pull it out this week. So again, this could be the week of Melissa.
Yeah, maybe. You know, every week we have always seen something new, something different in the across the map. It's all about practicing and experimenting with your composition. Melissa seems to be the go-to strategy, and I'm like it. Maybe in the ranked games as well, we might see a little bit more. But as of now, that's pretty much it for game number 2. I hope you guys enjoyed game number 2. But be sure to come back later on for game number 3 because as of now, we're going to be taking a break.
mother gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall? Justice served. I won't let my blood spill lumps of death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Lucius Paxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Aemon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. And playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal. But no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall. Justice served. I will live my life with love from death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
MPL gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10, Week 7, Day number 3. The final match for this week so far, and it is going to be an explosive one because it is going to be SMG going up against Homeboys. My name is ICBaby12, and this is Gideon Q, as we are going to be your commentators for today. Whew, Gideon, this match, where there's a lot of stakes coming in from both Homeboys as well as SMG. Homeboys looking for that upper brackets, and SMG looking to try and improve themselves over the weeks of their integration and changes in their strategies.
Well, this is important because for Team SMG, this is going to be their 11th game as we move on to Week 8 afterwards, where they have the final 2 games to actually play and finish things off to end the regular season strong. And I was talking to Coach James much earlier, I think during Week 6 or Week 5. Their main goal is to make it into the upper brackets, but right now things are looking very, very dire for them to actually hit that goal. But Homeboys, on the other hand, I mean, they've been taking out some really big names, beating Team Hawk on Friday itself. They've already gotten their win onto Todak so far, so next on the hit list is going to be a Team SMG.
Well, they're in a promising position to actually head into the upper brackets, and the question here is, can they dictate that morale? Because if you think about it, the teams that are really, really difficult to beat is going to be Todak as well as Team Ha, which is an obstacle they have kind of overcome. You know, not so much on the Todak side, but on Team Ha, that's a big statement because RED Esports is someone that they have not beaten at all.
That is true, and I don't know. With Team SMG and their overall play style, I want to see whether or not that they have like a championship lineup ready to go, because a lot of the issues that they've been having can be fixed. Communication is difficult, but let's see whether this is going to be enough. Here is their proving ground. Team SMG up against Homeboys. Let's throw it over to Sunfrost to hype out the crowd.
Terima kasih para pengulas kita daripada BM Caster dan juga English Casters. Anda bersama dengan saya Sunfrost. Jangan pelik, bukan magic. Tadi dekat situ, sekarang dekat sini. Untuk anda semua, kita teruskan kepada pusingan yang terakhir, perlawanan yang terakhir untuk hari Ahad ini. Yang mana dengar-dengar hari Ahad, pasukan Homeboys ni macam kuat semacam. Macam ada buff. Hari yang lepas, hari Ahad, minggu lepas, berjaya untuk tewaskan Todak. Mungkin kali ini boleh untuk tewaskan SMG pula. Kita tak tahu, tapi saya nak dengar terlebih dahulu para penyokong daripada kedua-dua pasukan, boleh? Saya nak dengar dulu pasukan Homeboys Seho. Baik. Pasukan SMG Seho. Kalau macam ni belum tim masuk lagi, dah memang cukup menarik, cukup mengkagumkan daripada kedua-dua pasukan punya peminat. Tapi saya nak tanya, siapa yang main hari ni kan? Kalau anda sudah bersedia, ayo kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan untuk naik ke atas pentas bagi memulakan pertarungan di antara kedua-dua mereka. Pasukan pertama, pasukan Homeboys. Semangat pasukan tak pernah pudar bersama tempuhi onak dan duri. Berbekal sorakan peminat besar, pasukan mereka sedia beraksi. Kali ini menurunkan bukan setakat pemain-pemain yang berkualiti, malah produk Sunday Boys memberikan mereka semangat yang baru, semangat yang cukup bertenaga untuk membawa nama Homeboys mendapatkan kemenangan yang seterusnya. Namun bukan mudah menentang dengan pasukan SMG bekas juara. Jadi ayo kita jemput pasukan seterusnya pula, iaitu Tim SMG. Para pemain penuh kualiti, disiplin diamal jadi pegangan. perlu bangkit sekali lagi. Semangat baru mereka bawakan walaupun menghadapi kekalahan, walaupun sedikit merudup, tetapi tidak sedikit pun semangat mereka runtuh untuk menghadapi pasukan Homeboys bagi hari ini. Untuk mendapatkan mata semula, masih lagi ada peluang untuk mereka mara ke bahagian upper bracket untuk mendapatkan kedudukan yang lebih selesa, menurunkan combo di antara Zon dan juga Zaim Senpai. Adakah ini menjadi resepi kemenangan mereka untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan Homeboys? Terlebih dahulu, semangat pasukan, semangat kesukanan ditampilkan oleh para pemain kita. Akan lebih strategi yang menjadi penentuan. Jadi ayo kita jemput para coach dan juga analis bagi kedua-dua pasukan, iaitu James dan juga Long daripada pasukan SMG menentang dengan Saiful dan juga Expedia daripada pasukan Homeboys. Sememangnya agak sedikit berbeza. Kalau kita cerita pasal SMG, lebih kepada data, lebih kepada disiplin. Tapi untuk pasukan Homeboys, lebih kepada keceriaan mereka, lebih kepada have fun and enjoy. Jadi kita akan bersama dengan para caster daripada kedua-dua belah pihak.
Well, thank you so much Sunfrost for that amazing hype so far, as well as introduction. The teams are set. They are getting ready to actually play the game, and it seems to me the Homeboys buff seems to be a little bit louder here from the crowd here, Gideon.
Hey, haven't you heard the saying, Sundays are for the boys? So Homeboys this time, I mean, you literally see it on their jersey itself, on their merch. They love the Sundays here. They've taken out Todak on a Sunday. Now Team SMG might be that victim. With no hostilities amongst James as well as Expedia, it's going to be important for that insider info. So let's talk about the keys to victory.
Well, for start things off, it's all about the composition strength. So drafts is pretty important so far. We have seen a little bit of a shift, especially in the current meta. Zaka is bringing in a little bit of a redemption over the weeks with the Grok plays, and so far this few days it has been the Paquito and maybe even the Melissa. So this is going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well. Will Homeboys be bringing in the Melissa for Anip, and on the other side for SMG, will Sasa be able to pull it off?
See, that's the thing. I'm curious to see what the options are going to be, and compositional strength with the evolution of what the meta is currently here at the MPL MY changes a lot. You have to adapt, you have to grow stronger, but the jungler impact is what I'm keeping my eyes on, because Chibi, consistently good performances, and then we have Box where he has his up and down performances overall. Maybe Paquito might be the way to go, but executing that catch potential from both supports will be key.
Yeah, speaking of catch potential, this is something I'm looking forward to as well, because Zaim Senpai and Zorn has had a very good synergy in terms of communication to set up for ganks. But when it comes to the overall team synergy, this is something that SMG has struggled to a certain degree. Homeboys, on the other hand, likewise for them on certain games, especially against Todak. But I'm looking forward to see what you guys at home think as well, because this is going to be the audience prediction. It seems that it is going to be split off in between a pretty good 50-50 lead.
Well, I mean, you can tell by the demographic here that the Team SMG fans coming in from YouTube as well as here in the arena itself, 60%, while the Homeboys, Facebook and as well as Instagram. And sorry to disappoint you Filipino fans watching Team SMG, hoping that SMG hate is going to make the stage. But right now, Team SMG is in a very dire position and they can't afford to be making any of these mistakes. Language barrier is so big and they can't seem to correct it immediately, and especially within a short time of 8 weeks. Imagine learning a new language in 8 weeks.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to do so. However, you know, I did catch a glimpse of Daddy in the crowd as well. So Daddy's here going to be supporting the boys, hoping that they do proud. So this is going to be a lot of stakes as well, because we are talking about Homeboys. But at the same time, oh, we've got the fans of Kogoro. All right.
Yeah, we do have Kogoro on the BM desk here. I can't believe the cosplayers are the one holding it. I'm going to be a lot of questions that I got to pose to him later on, but who do you think is going to win this match? Use that hashtag predictor. Don't forget to write your prediction as well as a comment, your game ID, server ID, so you can earn your skin worth up to 749 diamonds. Terrence, who do you think is going to win this one? Is it Homeboys or Team SMG? Which are you leaning?
Whoa, dude, I'm a big SMG fan ever since like, what, 4 or 5 seasons ago. Ever since I've been rooting for them, even though I do talk a little bit smack on SMG in the early days. Yeah, ever since when Smooth, you know, Lord Smooth days, etc., I was still supporting them. Even though it was that trouble times, I'm a big fan of them. But this season, I feel like it's a little bit shaky ever since, like, yeah, they got Zorn in, they look stronger, they look a little bit more aggressive, but on terms of discipline-wise, they have felt a little bit short for me compared to what we've seen for the past 2 seasons.
Okay, that doesn't really give me... So I'm guessing you're Team SMG here,
No,
right?
I'm actually Homeboys.
You're actually Homeboys. All right, so we've got a confirmation here on the Homeboys. I agree with you. I do think that Team SMG is in a bit of an awkward spot. They didn't have a lot of time to actually practice with Zorn to kind of get the whole team chemistry down together, but at the very least, they do have communications, which again, I think is a much bigger problem compared to Chem. Now, I think Team SMG has a really good chance here, but Homeboys have been so very hot. I think I'm also having to lean more towards Homeboys. Chibi's impact is huge. One of the keys to victory is as well. But it's time. Let's see those compositional strengths here. It's going to be game number 3 into the drafting phase.
Well, I'm looking forward to see what kind of adaptation, because drafts coming from SMG has been a little bit shaky at times, but I can see there is going to be a little bit of respect towards Zaka's hero pool. But on the cameras here, we do see, you know, a little bit of love being shown in Daddy, knowing that Daddy is in crowd. They've got to do him proud coming from Homeboys.
Yep, just to let you guys know, Daddy Hood, otherwise known as Daddy, is going to be the leader as well as the boss of the Homeboys organization, just in case our international viewers have no context whatsoever. That will keep you in the loop. With Grokken as well as Valentina immediately banned out, Farm is the follow-up from the side of Homeboys. Pretty standard bans for the side of the Homeboys, but I feel like Team SMG, they're setting up for something.
Based on the drafts here, I feel like SMG is focusing a little bit more on Zaka's hero pool. We've seen him kind of struggle a little bit of around heroes, but when it comes to the focus players, like I said as well, you know, I'm curious, are we going to see the Melissa pick up? Sasa, Anip, both of them have shown a couple of games here and there. Didn't exactly had good success. I think it was last week as well when they brought in the Melissa. And so far, only Orange has been able to pull it off very, very convincingly in my eyes.
Let me correct you there. Homeboys brought it on Friday, actually, in a matter of fact, to show off that Melissa. So a little bit more recent than you would imagine. Yeah. But Team SMG, I think, you know, arguably, I hate to make this comparison because people look at Sasa and put him on this pedestal as one of the Kages, the old guard here, being consistent as always. But Sasa and Anip have been having up and down performances as well. The team is helping them out, but mechanical mistakes coming out from both of them is what costs them certain games. Now that Fanny is gone, I'm assuming that they are setting up for this potential Melissa. Let's see if Homeboys, first of all, 1-1, do you let it through? Yay or nay?
Ooh, that's going to be the question as well, because when it comes to Homeboys as well, I feel like the 1-1 is something that they can deal with. Zakus does play a lot of Lolita, but this week's recent trend has been leaning onto its aggressive roamer playstyles. Even just today itself, we've seen 2 Lolita games early on. They didn't exactly do too well, but seems like they don't really want to try and force Zakus into his Lolita role. They are going to be banning off the 1-1, but that leaves the option with Paquito being up for grabs coming from Team SMG. So, do they secure the Paquito right here, right now? Are they going to follow trend, or are they going to stick to something they're comfortable with? But as of yet, Zion Senpai, he does have a big hero pool, so first picking the Julian isn't exactly going to be the go-to strategy from SMG. So, Paquito, that's going to be Fox playing in, I guess.
Instantly, Melissa as well as the Julian. I like it for the side of the Homeboys. You take away a good pick in the Julian, who also is able to get the enhanced chain as well as the enhanced swords through the getaway from me, which is Melissa's ultimate. But more importantly, just a hard counter to Paquito. Again, he has to get the perfect distance where he doesn't make connection against the Melissa's ultimate so that he can get the splash damage through with the jab. The knockup strike isn't going to go through that shield either, so keep that in mind. As Team SMG, they don't have access to Grok now. They can still technically get Cho. I don't know. I don't know if you're designing their composition around Melissa, but I feel it's just denial. Beatrix as well as Balmon for the side of Team SMG.
Well, we've seen a lot of Beatrix banned over the weeks, but at the same time, SMG very happy about taking this Beatrix, knowing that Homeboys did kind of prioritize Beatrix a lot for Anim for the past few weeks, but at the same time, I'm surprised. I was expecting maybe a Popo and Koopa pickup coming from SMG, maybe for the sec that if the Julian decides to go in for a little bit crazy, you can actually try and catch him off guard or maybe even try and chain stun. So that's not going to be the case. So Balmon as a priority for Box means there is clear indicators that this Paquito is going to be on the XP lane. So Smooth is going to be playing that. So what's the best matchup for him to win his lane against Homeboys? And Homeboys, they have to think about it. Do they want to straight up follow the trend? Benedetta XP, Esmeralda, and I think Esmeralda isn't too bad because they can straight up ban the Dirov right now.
I was thinking whether or not they wanted to get a flex pick in the jungle, have a double flex pick in the Julian as well as Dyroth, a pattern we've seen in a couple of teams prior to this matchup. Lunox immediately banned out, Benedetta immediately banned out for the side of Team SMG. Rather interesting that they want to ban out the Benedetta now that Esmeralda has already revealed itself. but let's see about let's see. I think Team SMG is trying to make sure Esmeralda is gonna be untouched for this point of time.
I've got a bit of question as well, because I'm really surprised with Banner the pickup. I think SMG's idea is that, oh, this might be a jungle Benedetta, right? So it makes sense, but I have a rough feeling that this is going to be a jungle Julian coming from HOMEBOIS. However, Franco being banned from inside HOMEBOIS, this is... Okay, he's banning off his own hero, so what is Zaka's going to play? Angela? No.
I mean, if he really wanted to, he could still technically pick up the Kufra if he wanted to. It's not the most ideal, but at the very least, it's a secondary layer to actually peel, more importantly, for the Melissa, so she doesn't have to waste her ult as soon as you see that Paquito, right? Now...
Oh, wait, I know the perfect hero. Atlas is completely ignored, so I guess the Atlas is going to be the go-to for the side of HOMEBOIS, but from side of SMG, I feel like if they decide to pick a tear off right now against HOMEBOIS isn't too bad, but the question here is, how are they going to lane it? Because as of yet, they pretty much deadlocked the XP lane by force picking the Baumon for SMG.
If Dyroth is picked here for the side of HOMEBOIS, that means it was already planned from the beginning that they were going to deny the pick coming in from specifically Smooth, who dominates the lane when he has a good matchup. I don't think that's too bad. Chibi, in terms of the options, he could still technically go for the Ling. He basically cannot contest for these neutral objectives, but can make a huge impact in terms of just destroying Sasa in the lane itself, 1v1. But Lolita is going to be the pick for the side of the HOMEBOIS. They want to make sure that Team SMG don't have a great peel composition, and more so that it works in favor of the HOMEBOIS comp so far, because they're looking extremely similar right now.
Yeah, they've got the shields, they've got the bulwark as well to actually deal with the runners coming from Sasa. So I like the idea. It's pretty safe, it's very defensively, but when it comes to aggression, SMG takes that up a notch.
You know,
they bring in the next level play. It is going to be the Johnson Kadita. Let's go.
Now, I'm not too surprised about this because I was having a conversation with one of our newborn casters earlier in the green room. He was talking about when he was in the bathroom, he heard some SMG's player talking about, hey, I want to bring out Johnson this time around. I want to bring out Johnson. I want to bring out Johnson. And I was like, no, that can't be true. And the more that I thought about it, it's like, well, I mean, Anip does play Melissa, and Johnson, when he gets into his car, isn't going to be stopped by the get away from me. So I think this is a pretty smart and interesting adaptation for the side of Team SMG, because the get away from me only stops the Paquito. Everybody else generally doesn't care, and especially when you have the Kadita combo, you can guarantee that kill.
Well. It's been a while. We've seen Johnson Kadita, but SMG with the pulling it off, that's got to be pretty sick. HOMEBOIS will be bringing in the Link. Cross-map plays is going to be the way to go. It's a pretty smart one as well if you think about it, because knowing how much map presence Johnson is going to be bringing to the table, sometimes having a little bit of cross-map plays puts the Johnson in a disadvantage.
And more importantly so, it means that HOMEBOIS don't want to go for a different type of mage, because at least when you have the Julian, you have enhanced swords. You can get out of that awkward spot. You can use the iframes to dodge the initial ult. So interesting adaptations and possible evolution from the side of Team SMG of the MPL MY meta.
Johnson Kadita going to be snowballing with the composition. Zorn going to be leading charge in those drive-thrus. But at the same time, Sunday Boys looking pretty comfortable. Daddy is looking pretty pleased with the draft. I don't know who's got the easier composition to pull off, but eventually it all comes down to the match to watch, because this is where it goes down as HOMEBOIS has their draft. Likewise coming from SMG. Why don't you guys stick around, because we're heading in towards the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team SMG versus HOMEBOIS.
I can't wait for this match to start off. Team SMG on the blue side, HOMEBOIS on the red, and it looks like the marksman leash is happening from both of these teams to speed up that jungle farm, and more importantly for Ling to keep up with this Balmon. Now, I would like to give a huge shout out to our friends in Myanmar who actually brought very popular in their meta prior to this. I don't know about it right now, but hopefully this is a good homage and we can do it some justice.
Well, hopefully he's gonna pull it off, but at the same time, as of yet, they're leaving Zorn alone in the middle lane. Seems like they are kind of split off as of yet. I'm not exactly sure what's the idea coming from SMG, but Zyme Senpoi is actually trying to help Smooth win his lane. So I don't know, the earlier rotation is a little bit off, but at the same time, Zakas gets a little bit of harassment, but in terms of wave clear, HOMEBOIS is going to be able to invade SMG. If you think about it, GB, looking for the snipes. He almost got it. He almost got it, but at the same time, GB taking a little bit too much damage. The stun comes in. It's going to be enough, but GB is going to be able to crit his way through. But the chop comes in from the kill as Box gets his 4. He gets the kill on top of this, and that is going to be 2 for 1 exchange.
That was about to be a risky situation, but the fact that Box got his purple buff, he was so close to hitting level 4. He just needed to wait 5 more seconds, and HOMEBOIS fell right into it. Had they gotten the steal, it would have been the other way around. A nice attempt by the HOMEBOIS, but Team SMG still coming up on top. Anip is going to get this kill.
Okay, no, Sasa. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Does he move models? No.
He's going to lose a bit of EXP though, and that's the problem. And that does mean that Anip will hit level 4 faster than him. He's going to miss a siege minion. That's a lot of EXP.
True, but at the same time, mid lane, HOMEBOIS once again with the mid lane control. They are struggling in terms of wave clear. But SMG, they're taking a very risky play, but knowing with a little counter, they are going to be able to secure it. Zorn will be showing his hand with the rapid touchdown. It seems like they're setting things up. The emotes are coming in.
Oh no.
Bottom side, you can see on the minimap as well, Anip full retreat back into the bush. That is going to give a little bit of space for Sasa to farm, but at the same time, Sasa is just waiting for the right moment to try and bait him out.
I mean, he's got to collide somehow. Zyme Senpai needs EXP, and they find Anip. Oh, but he's going to move away. Anip, that ult ain't going to protect you, my guy.
Anip preemptively used it. He thought he was going to get crashed, so that's going to be skills being baited out. Wow, HOMEBOIS also forcing rotation to make sure the bottom side is going to be A-OK. Zorn keeping it quiet, still lurking around. He's going for the crash, and he gets GB! The Petrify comes in at the right moment. He knew exactly when to hit, and that's going to be a double kill for Box.
That is great, and immediately he's been going around for so very long. A double Petrify was used there. A bit of a waste. They should have layered it a little bit better, but Zorn immediately jumps back into the ult. Zyme Senpai, tell me when you're ulted. They're not going to collide. Zyme Senpai does not have his ult right now.
Okay, this is a little bit risky, but you know, I like how SMG is just taking advantage of the Johnsons to give a little bit of map pressure, but okay, a little bit of drive vibe to fill up the gas. I like that, but Zakas dropping it really low. Is he going to strike from the sides? But seems like on the bottom side is going to be way to go. Oh, near miss. Near miss, GB. No. Oh, he finds Anip, but the go away is going to keep him alive. But now the second rapid touchdown as well. GB forced him to use the Tempest Blade, afraid of getting hit by it. So that's going to be the disengage coming from SMG.
Huh, that's an interesting interaction there. Last time I checked, when you had the ultimate coming in from Johnson, you couldn't stop to get away with me. I guess they fixed that in recent patch. I better go check the bug fixes now later on.
Yep, but at the same time, HOMEBOIS, they're going to try and secure the purple buff for Cheapy. You can see Box is already engaging his way through. Johnson's got the wrong angle. He needs to make a bail for this, and this is going to be bad for Box. He tries to survive, but from the back lines, Zyme Senpai scares him off, but eventually Box will still fall. HOMEBOIS, they're a little bit low. Chibi taking a little bit too much damage, but SMG cannot re-engage through this.
That's a little sad for Box there. Smooth almost getting the trade kill, but doesn't land the jab. A little sad to see, but hey, as soon as Box is up, they're immediately going to go for this turtle. Topside is losing pressure. Somebody's got to clear that up.
Yep, it's going to be tough indeed, but Zorn once again looking for the next victim. Roadkill is going to be the objectives. Economy-wise, SMG is trading pretty okay. Having double roams coming from both Zyme Senpai as well as Zorn is actually helping them in this kind of situation, but there's a lot of map pressure being given away because of the fact they can't face check or everything, but Zorn getting a little bit close, he's looking for Chibi, and he hits it, but at the right pixel, Chibi was able to escape it, but now, reset, round 2, let's go.
This is so frustrating, and especially if I was in Anip's position, it'd be even more frustrating that you're being threatened all the time.
Zorn, he will be crashing on the Zakas. He's looking for the setup, but the turtle will be secure from the side of the box. Here, great Ocean's Breath coming in, completely chunking his way through, but from behind, Smooth, he's trying to kill off Zakas. He can't get it, but no! Box, he died again, and now Smooth will finally get the trade that he deserved. They take down Anip.
That's totally fine, because Box, even if he's a level behind, can still secure this. Bang, he's like, nah, I don't want to deal with Smooth, but Smooth has to hit his abilities right now. A lot of free kills should be going on to the side of Team SMG had he made those jabs connect.
Yep, it's going to be very difficult to do so, but once again, SMG loitering around the bottom side. We're hoping to try and catch Anip again. So far he's died, so that's a big win. Zyme Senpai actually showing himself means that he is not in the car. So Zach is taking a little bit too much damage, but no, that is going to be an almost near kill. Sasa waits a little bit more. Zyme Senpai tries to escape and he survives. Chibi forced to overcommit, taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to run for it, but instead couldn't get trade off. So Zorn will be forced to back out.
Zyme Senpai for Zakus here. I can't wait. Okay, so Tier 1 is already destroyed. GB has to recall. His purple buff isn't coming back up anytime soon, but for the time being, Box is allowed to kind of power farm however he wants to. Oh, Bang, taking shots. And Smooth is doing an amazing job so far, utilizing the time when you do see Sapat actually proxy the wave to rotate mid.
Yeah, that's going to be a good job, and at the same time, he's having the highest net worth as of yet. Again, SMG with this Johnson play, Homeboys is just struggling to actually find an opportunity to group up and set up the fights. And they need to find a way to start the fight, but it's just so annoying on how the rapid touchdown is just loitering around, and you don't exactly know where it is going to hit. Now, playing a little bit defensive. Here comes a Newman blast down middle. Not going to connect Sapat. Almost getting traded off. He's going to be able to escape this, but the Tier 1 up top, not so much.
Yep, 10 more seconds, and now Zorn back into the car. Sapat forced to recall here for the time being as they're loitering around the bottom side of the map. The Homeboys looking for a potential flank, knowing that Zorn is just going to be chilling.
Well, Box going to be face checking. He sees 4 members. He's going to be in trouble. Rapid touchdown comes in. Bang's going to get caught out, but they missed the combo. Petrify comes in. Anip is still going to be alive, but eventually will be focused down. SMG will slowly pick him apart. Now Zakus will be one punch from Sasa. That is going to be Bang next to fall as well. They tried to go for the set, but Bang, he somehow survives. He wants to trade Zyme Senpai. Can he get it? No, he cannot. And Zyme Senpai outplays it. But Sapat is here as well. Zyme Senpai needs to run. He needs to run. Can he run? Nope, the falling star will be good enough. Sasa tries to make a little bit of help, but the purple buff, will it be stolen? Yes, it is. Going to be secured by Smooth.
Smooth is getting further and further ahead of his game, and Sapat, he is just growing at a normal pace. Smooth snowballing out of control. Currently 4-0-1 right now. Let's pull up the item list, and do I see what I hope I'm going to see? No. Interestingly enough, in terms of roaming boots, Zyme Senpai took Conceal. We're not seeing Dire hit. We're not seeing a double roam blessing here for the side of Team SMG.
Oh, that's a little bit interesting as well, considering that Zorn is not going for the roaming instead. But now here comes the roll crash again. They get Zakus. They go for the one shot, and Zakus is going to be 1 HP. The Numeron Blast keeps him alive. Chibi taking a little bit too much damage. Force the Tempest away to back out, and SMG will not be able to get the kill. Unfortunate, but still great defense coming from Homeboys.
Oh man, this Johnson pick is forcing Homeboys to play really defensively. The pressure, the pseudo pressure coming out of Zorn alone. They never know when it's going to collide, especially when you don't want to be roadkill.
Well, seems like cross-map plays is going to be the strategy coming from Homeboys, and the Lord will be secured. Easy chop retribution coming from SMG. Crash comes in, connects on Zakus again. They get the kill, but look at this. The model is doing some serious damage coming from Anip. They get the double kill from SMG, but they can't get the finisher from Homeboys. Sapat forced to come in to save the day, but Smooth is half HP. He's got to make a run for it. Chibi hesitating if he wants to go for this, but Smooth might be setting up as a bait. The Lord is going to be knocking in, but Smooth, he survives. Here comes Zorn. You want to fight? Let's fight on Chibi. Oh, that is so close, Chibi. Very, very quick fingers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I for sure would have been hit by that one. I would not be ready for this. This is not fun to deal with for the side of the Homeboys. I can understand the frustration for sure, but with 3.6k lead, it's looking good. Sapat, in trouble.
Sapat, nope. Seems like there's going to be a little bit of accident, but Smooth says, I am good enough to handle Sapat by myself. Meanwhile, on the mini-map, we do see Chibi going for a cross-map plays. He is going to be playing on Team SMG side. The Lord is going to be still alive, surprising enough, and it makes a lot of sense. It's so hard to actually clear it off, knowing that you don't know when Zorn is going to hit you.
Oh my goodness, they're opening up the map so well. Can they actually get an inhibitor off of this? I doubt so, but they want to secure all the outer turrets here. Team SMG playing standard.
Yep, Homeboys now will be able to clear off the Lord, so inhibitor is gonna be a little bit tough, but they do take out all the outer turrets coming from SMG. Cross map plays coming from Chibi, already cutting the top creep wave, so that means the top lanes are going to be pushed out a little bit more. So a little bit of farm across for Chibi, but at the same time, to what avail? Because they're just losing all neutral objectives to SMG.
Oh my goodness, can they find another isolated target? Yeah, Zorn is going down to the bottom side. Oh, but he's not checking the brushes. He just wants to show pressure, and Team SMG is using this space to invade the enemy jungle. I think it was a good choice for specifically coming in from Chibi on this link to invade the purple side of Team SMG, get whatever he can get, but somebody's got to be able to tank that. Somebody has to sacrifice themselves to the car.
Yep, neutral objectives coming in. Chibi, oh, he got hit, but they don't get the petrify. Numenon Blast, counter gauge, catch shot 3, but Smooth will finish off Chibi, and that's going to be Team SMG coming over top. Bang, now force a retreat, and Vox won't be getting a kill. No follow-up from the rest. Subpart will be isolated, and Dice from the side of SMG. They trade 2 for 1, and now maybe even more. Triple kill for Smooth. They go for the triple threat. Now he wants the quad. Zakas needs to make a run for it. Maniac is going to be available. Zakas is going to be running for his life. Can they give it to Smooth? Nope. It's going to be in the hands of Sasla. This is going to be game for SMG. 11 minutes into the game. Very, very convincing stomp, courtesy of the Johnson.
It has been so long since we've seen Johnson. I know the viewers have been requesting it for the longest time, but Team SMG, of all teams, is the one who pulls it off. What an evolution of this meta.
I did not expect this at all. There was nothing Homeboys could have done in that situation. My, oh my. You know, what a way to actually pull off such a cheesy strat here in Week 7 Final Days games.
I mean, after watching MSC and what Myanmar was able to pull off with the Johnson-Kadita combo, you gotta give them props. The Team SMG giving homage to their brothers across the ocean. It's looking real good, but the question is, how do you deal with it? And based on what we saw during MSC, a lot of teams, either they have somebody to sacrifice themselves, build them as tanky as possible to ensure that they don't die so the rest of the team can actually collapse, take out the initiation tool, and then look to control the rest of the map. But I think Team SMG is doing one thing better, right? It's when you have that Baumon, you can actually start fighting for these neutral objectives, and more importantly, when Smooth is getting further and further ahead in a good, well, I wouldn't even say the best matchup in the world, but the pressure that he brings, right, allows these cross-map plays to happen. Oh, you take out our Johnson-Kadita, we've already taken 2 towers while you're doing it. Oh, you're dodging the Johnson and Kadita, I immediately take a neutral objective.
Yeah, it's all about that pseudo pressure. And yeah, you're talking about a Myanmar team. I think you're talking about Falcon Esports.
Exactly.
But at the same time, this kind of brings me back to the earlier weeks of MPL MY Season 10. I think RSG was one of the few teams that kind of brought it to the table, but didn't exactly work too out. So I feel like it feels like this is a great cheesy strategy to actually bring it up the table, and considering that there's so many heroes in the pool now, this is a good time to actually pull off a very, very sick pocket strategy, and it might actually throw off Homeboys' intention of how they drafted the game. And I feel bad for Homeboys, but at the same time, Game 2, they have to adapt.
I mean, that's not all. Let's also talk about the roaming boots only being purchased by Zyme Senpai, and he decides to go for Conceal. Usually, and even when we look at RSG MY games, if they do go for double roam blessings, it's 1 dire hit on the Kadita, and your support is going to take Conceal. This time, when Kadita is inside Johnson's ult, presses the Conceal so you can come up with a fat flank without showing up on the minimap. Very interesting adaptation so far, and just a great way to show off this strat.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a secret, I would say a stealth strategy, right? You either get out of the car or you join in the crash, and most of these instances, Zyme Senpai has the luxury to kind of walk out of it. So it's a very interesting integration, but at the same time, I feel like based on the situation, Zorn is gotta be the MVP, right? Like, he was the one that's making so much cross-map plays.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Let's take a look at the MVP.
Yep.
No, it is gonna be Smooth. 7-0-4 on his Mosquito. Yes, he did his job.
For me, it is expected for Smooth, because not only is he playing in a matchup which is considerably not easy to actually get a lead against an Esmeralda who will sandbag you the entire game, Smooth is utilizing and understands the timing of what an Esmeralda wants to do by transitioning and maybe getting a couple of kills during these rotational fights. Yes, I sacrifice away, but if I'm able to get more gold than my opponent, that first item Power Spike is going to give me that lead. And you can tell, he wants to win that lane. He immediately goes for the Hunter Strike, and then starts thinking about, hey, maybe I want to take a Malefic Roar, and then you have to make the decision. Malefic Roar, Bloodlust Axe. How about both?
Now, I want to roll it back a little bit here. Logically, realistically speaking, at 11 minutes of the game, Smooth shouldn't be having this kind of items, right? Nope. He was able to get like Bloodless Axe, Hunter Strike, and Dominance Ice by what, 7 to 8 minutes into the game. That was pretty far ahead. The Malefic Roar was something that he got after they won the final clash. So I think this is pretty overkill. There's no way you're gonna beat Smooth 11 minutes a game with this kind of itemizations. But before that, in case you missed out on the action, this is gonna be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. We did see a little bit of integration mistakes coming from HOMEBOIS. They had the upper hand in terms of wave clear, but the clutch coming from Box by getting his 4 first and turning the tides with the Lido counter is what kind of pushed HOMEBOIS and stumbled their aggression, which they needed to kind of roll through against the Johnson.
I mean, think about it. Smooth is already so far ahead, but in those 2 clips alone, he missed out 2 free kills. Like, he's not entirely sure how much damage Zion Senpai can actually pump out, and he doesn't want to steal the kill either. He wants to accelerate Zion Senpai so that he accelerates the game. That is the main idea, but if he can't secure that kill, that's when Smooth is there to be the judge as well as executioner. And once he became a significant force, look at this. Smooth is taking out names left and right.
Yeah, he's just destroying everyone. And here might have been a little bit of mistake coming from SMG, but I feel like HOMEBOIS, they were losing out too much to a point that even though there's a lot of damage being dealt from Anit, there wasn't anyone to actually go in for the finish, because the guys that were hit the finishers are going to be Bang as well as Chibi, right? If they get hit from front, there's nothing much that Anip could have done. And I feel like Anip tried his best, but there's only so much he can do considering that he wants to win his lane. But every single time he tries to bully Sasa, he gets pushed back knowing that I don't know where Johnson is. Johnson is going to be crashing downside. Oh, Johnson's rotating down one side. But most of the time, it's all about getting inside your hits and just playing those mind games, which Zorn plays it really, really well. I'm showing myself going bottom, but actually I'm just making a little bit of U-turn and then potentially flanking the jungle.
Here's the problem. There's too many factors to consider, right? When Johnson gets his ult back up again after rolling around time and time again, you need to keep in mind of Kadita specifically, who has her ult. And also, I don't know, Beatrix, the way that she played, something needs to be done about her. And maybe you guys should get on board because the new patch is coming up this September.
Yep, that's going to be a new video as well. You can check things out. There's a lot of things that are going to be revamped as well. Rumor has it, there's a lot coming in from the Leslie, the Gushin in particular. So maybe, you know, especially you Gushin lovers are going to be enjoying the next upcoming patch. Who knows? Gushin will finally integrate into its MPL meta. Even though we've seen a couple games here and there, but there hasn't been a season where Gushin is the must-go-to meta pick.
And also, go check out for some more information on how you can actually get the Harley Star caster skin for free. It's super simple, it's super easy. Just go onto the link and learn a little bit more about the upcoming patch because it's going to be a really big one. But back into this game, with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, we need to discuss about whether or not, HOMEBOIS, is it worth sacrificing a ban? Johnson needs to go. How do you handle this?
Oh, that's a pretty tough question, you know. Based on this recap, you know, I feel like based on the Johnson pickup, it's not necessary to actually ban off the Johnson. It's more like they deadlock themselves based on the drafts. When they picked up Esmeralda, pretty good power picks, etc. The moment they picked up Lolita to play with the shields, and they didn't exactly have a response to the Johnson, which I feel like the Diggy would have been the great final pick and kind of force somebody else to play jungle, right? I feel like Julian jungle would have been okay. Forcing a Diggy mage in those kind of scenarios is not ideal, but based on that situation, they forced the link, and I feel like Chibi was just struggling to actually do anything across the map.
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, when we saw Team SMG lock in this Johnson is within the second half on blue side, right? I don't think they're going to get away with it again against the HOMEBOIS specifically, but we shall see. It's a very smart, intuitive way coming out from Coach James. I don't know if him and his players brewed this up together, it was just him, or maybe it was just the players.
That's the thing about Coach James, right? When they draft, it either goes so good or it goes completely bad. And it's something that SMG has always struggled over the seasons. And this draft, it looks like a troll pick, but it was so smart. And you talked about the second half of the blue phase rotation, and they had the upper hand. It was all up to HOMEBOIS to actually respond, and their final pick was a Link. Not exactly the most ideal, but they didn't have much option, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, Akai was already banned out as well. HOMEBOIS are definitely discussing about it. It's like, how do we actually deal with this? Are we looking to counter it by the way Team SMG plays? Because there are certain tells, and number one, it's going to be Box, right? When he's going for a neutral objective, you can expect to see Johnson starting to play across the map. But with Johnson, you have that flexibility, and with Box, when he's on that Balmont, you know, neutral objective, #1 on the priority list.
One thing I like about the drafts coming from SMG was that knowing that Johnson is a special kind of roamer, right? Usually, if you play in ranked games, you have this tank roam, you've got to be somebody in the front lines, face checking, blah, blah, blah. Johnson can't exactly do that. So what they compensated was really smart was having a jungle tank that is very tanky to be able to face check himself. In this case, Box has been doing that really, really well alongside with Smooth, which is arguably also pretty decent tanky composition to be able to face check bushes on their own. So it was a very smart integration. They adapted pretty well and they were just not afraid. But at the same time, look who we have here in the crowd. We've got RED Esports scouting out a competition. All right, all right.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, they're going to be around anyway. They've got nothing to do, and more so, scouting out the competition is going to be real important. But with that being said, 800 shares have been achieved. Thank you to all of our English broadcast viewers for contributing to the share milestone. Please claim your well-deserved reward in the code.
I love you guys at home, man. Like, you guys have to be supportive and keep on watching the show. If you guys want to redeem some codes, we don't exactly know when these codes are going to be popping up. So thank you guys so much for sharing. And if you guys want even more codes, keep on sharing and tell your friends, tell your families, tell everybody, because there is going to be more codes to give if we hit those milestones. But for now, this game, it will continue. SMG leading by 1 game, while Homeboys needs to bounce back because Sunday Boys did not look good at all. And Daddy, still a little bit disappointed, but he's still smiling. He's keeping his hopes up.
Yep, he's definitely keeping his hopes up here. Homeboys need to adapt. This is something very, very new. I don't think people have much of an idea of how to actually deal with this at the end of the day, right? So I'm thinking, if they let this Johnson through again, what can Team what can Homeboys do specifically to actually counteract that? Is there a pick in mind? And I mean, Diggy is supposed to be the go-to, but then again, you don't know when it's coming up from the side of Team SMG. There's a lot of draft aspects also inclusive of game aspects.
If you ask me what they can do, don't ban the Johnson. Why not pick it up for himself? Because Zakas did play the Johnson during his RSG days, and it was something that they won with during Season 7, Season 8. So I think it's okay to try and risk it, but the question here is, can Bing adapt to Zakas' playstyle by having a Johnson? Even though you're getting carried all the way through, not doing anything, just waiting in the truck, waiting Zakas to lead the charge can be sometimes frustrating,
I don't know. I feel like this is one of the few days if either Zyme Senpoi or even Bing is in the car, it's just like, wow, this is a good day. I don't have to think too much about it. I can just look at the map. I can make some calls here. I can let my team know what's going on. Like, this is one of the easier days for a pro player until you have that collision. You need to land the combo.
True. Homeboys, however, banning off Julian. Faram is also going to be banned off. Valentina up for grabs. Paquito as well going to be up for grabs. SMG not taking the risk will be banning it off. That means, what is up? The Beatrix going to be up for grabs, I guess. What's big? Grok is also going to be up for grabs. Valentina also. And seems like Homeboys, they will take the Valentina. You know what's interesting? In case they go for the Johnson, the Valentina is ride or die, bro.
It's ride or die. We're not playing Mobile Legends anymore. This is too fast, too furious. It's all about that family.
They've got to play that scene in the music, like the one with Paul Walker kind of drifted off. So, what's that song again,
It'll be very sad if that was going to happen, but I'm expecting a lot of TikTok memes. They're getting the draft ready. I can hear them. They're editing away, ready for that moment to happen.
Johnson.
But let's see. I think Team SMG, they're not going to just whip it out with no reason. There has to be certain conditions to be met. Number one, that Melissa just really, really frustrating to deal with. Now that it's open, they pick it up for themselves. They're like, yo, you know what? Balmond, still good. Melissa pretty much wins up every lane matchup.
All right. So that's going to be secure coming from Sasa. So it is going to be Melissa Day once again. Homeboys, their response is going to be Cho. No Johnson for him. But Cho can kind of dodge Johnson as well. So I like the preemptive measure. In case they go for it as well, you can still Shunpo out of it, take the collision hit, and just back out. So smart pick adaptation coming from Homeboys. They pick out the Beatrix for themselves. Team SMG, their next respawn. Now, what is Smooth going to play? They can mirror Homeboys, picking up the Esmeralda, banning off Dirov, isn't too bad in this kind of situation. Play something standard, I guess.
I think playing standard would be fine here. I think Rock isn't too bad for the side of Team SMG if Zoran wants it. But then again, we'll see. Masha gets locked in for the side of Team SMG, and Masha's honestly not that bad, and especially since you have a marksman with not a lot of mobility and not a lot of ways to chunk out somebody with this much health, that Thunderclap is really going to make Anib think twice about walking up.
I'm not a big fan of the Masha pickup. You know, I like it as a roamer, not much of an XP, but I don't know. Is Sam Sembo going to play it? But it feels like based on track record, it's most likely going to be smooth. So,
oh, nice.
I don't know. But bans coming in, Esmeralda will be taken out from the side of SMG.
I like it. I like it. It's one of the few matchups where Esmeralda gets to farm the average the fastest, so might as well get rid of her out of the pool. And now Supad really has to think about the matchups, because if you play Paquito, yes, you can somewhat trade against the Masha, but it's on like a cooldown basis, and that's not ideal because half the time Masha can tank the damage and just keep on pushing. Homeboys, they ban out the Kadita.
Yeah, they're just expecting it. So it's like, you know what? No more Kadita for you. No more one-shot potential. They're so afraid. Don't want to deal with it, but Kagura kind of still in a situation where they can do it. But Yu Jaw being banned from SMG. So it's a pretty clear tell. They don't want to be disrupted at all. So I like it, but at the same time, what are they setting up for?
I mean, Yuzong is just good at diving the backline, right? And with the Melissa, yes, you only have one ult. You only want to use it in the most desperate situations possible. Either your team needs to fall back or you're under attack. Yuzong literally doesn't care about it at all. But then again, I was wrong about the Johnson ult, the interaction between the Johnson ult as well as the get away from me. So I got to do a little bit of theory testing later on today. Let's see. I want to see whether Cho can still Shunpo into it.
Technically, you can. Technically, you still can.
That's what I thought about the Johnson card too.
At the same time, about Homeboys, I like the Sicilian ban. It's one of the very few majors that doesn't give value to Valentina Ultimate. So he's denying away, forcing SMG to give a value mage pickup. Kagura's out isn't that great. I think it's not bad. Lunox is also okay-ish. Lilia's Black Shoe kind of gives a little bit too much value. In terms of sustainability for Valentina. Does SMG want to pick it up?
No, I think Team SMG, if they want to pick up the Lilia, it's actually a really good pick. But now, instead, they're going to go for the Lunox. Rather interesting. I think they want to go for the Lunox because they're afraid that even if they do get the Lilia, which is not bad of a pick, the moment you get locked down by the Way of the Dragon, there's no way you can tap out of it unless you take, Purify. But I'm guessing that Team SMG, they need a form of scaling.
Yeah, they definitely do. And when it comes to Breeders pickup as well, for Bang to steal it off is pretty good. But if he gets a Darkening, it's a little different as well. So I'm a little bit curious on how the integration is going to be working out for Homeboys. Meanwhile, from the side of Homeboys, they do pick up the Lancelot for Chibi. So not really a lot of squishy, I would say tanky frontliners, but what is Sapat gonna play? Because it feels like he's in a situation he's maybe forced to play a Uranus or maybe... Oh, okay, so this is a Cho XP. Yeah, it is Cho XP.
Yeah, it is Cho XP. And honestly, it's not that bad. Cho is able to wave clear and can actually keep up with this Masha throughout the game. He can barely interact with her, but more importantly so, he is going to have a very valuable ultimate and a good way to actually potentially catch out Sasa on this Melissa. So let's keep this in mind. Grok, he doesn't care about that shield. The Shunpo doesn't care about that shield. Lancelot may not necessarily get on top of her, but at the very least, the Thorn Rose, the perfect execution, all of which will deal damage through that shield.
Now, Homeboys has got a pretty standard draft coming in from their side. SMG closes things up with the Natalia. Okay, so you know what? Every single time when we play against SMG for the past few weeks, when Zorn is playing, they respect the Natalia. But this time, it got let through, and this time, he's going to be playing it. Honestly, I like it. I like it.
Personally, I don't know. I think the gold laners have the toughest jobs right now. There's just so many tools on either side to take them out of the game fast. But with Team SMG on match point, hopefully they can close this out on the Homeboys. But then again, it's the Homeboys. They've taken so many big names out from Group A itself. SMG can't be one of them, right?
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one, but I'm looking forward to see how it goes down because Homeboys looking to secure the upper brackets while SMG looking for the clean 2-0. Drafts are here. Valentina from the side of Homeboys. Masha, Balmon, Lunox, Natalia, as well as the Melissa coming from SMG. This is going to be a very, very interesting one. Will Zorn's Natalia redeem himself or not? Why do you guys stick around? Because we are heading into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 for Homeboys versus SMG.
SMG on the red side, Homeboys on the blue side, and a quick leash on the purple buff for Chibi to actually clear it up fast. Balmon doesn't need one. He naturally is a fast power farmer overall. Now, looking at the lanes, in terms of pressure, I'm guessing that the team SMG is going to play on towards that bottom side, of course, naturally. They have a winning matchup there, and Masha doesn't really want to interact with Joe, just wants to proxy the waves forever.
You know, it's interesting to see how SMG is playing this, but Box is actually getting a free value here. Zach is looking for a little bit of harassment, but ooh, what is that damage? Sasa gonna get harassed a little bit, and it will be forced to back off as well, but Sasa down towards 10% health. Does he die? Oh, he does! Arcus, oh my goodness. You hate to see this. Oh,
what?
no.
What's going on? What's going on? Like, huh? Box legitimately saw him walk through the brushes, communicated it to Sasa, I would imagine he did, and Sasa just disrespected it entirely.
Feels bad. Feels bad coming from Team SMG. A little bit of miscommunication. Zorn looking for the pressure. He can't seem to go in for the harassment. So Zakas does know where he is. So he's going to be trying to keeping tabs on him. Zyme Senpoi, however, takes a big fat slap. Terrify comes in. Zyme Senpoi does have to sustain to back out. So he's going to be A-okay unless Zorn has something to say about... Okay, he's back in. No. Play it safe. Level 2 only. Level 2 only.
And they need to get these early recalls in. And I think Bang making a really smart call, calling Zakas to say, hey, come, help me clear the wave. I want to get an early recall, get my mana back up. And after this wave, I hit level 4, then we fight for this turtle.
Seems like for SMG, they're already in position. Chibi is going to be there, but Box does have the leader counter actually going for the 50-50 trades. Chibi already starting things off to going for harassment. He's using a lot of spells. He's trying to bait things out, but here comes the king from Subbot. They catch on towards Box, and that is going to be a catch coming in. Turtle secured from the side of Homeboys, and SMG not going to be able to respond to this. Zyme Senpoi goes for the darkening, but he gets wall charge instead, but Homeboys completely swarm on him, and that's going to be a kill from the side of SMG, while Zorn was sticking around doing absolutely nothing. He's stuck. He's trying to buy time, but can he survive? I think he can. Zorn
Great
is
escape.
out.
Zakas finds him in the jungle. Team SMG, that was some really poor communication there. I mean, we could have seen Smooth actually run up towards Lancelot's side and continuously trade against him, forcing him to be low, because he does have sprint. He's got more than enough tools to get himself and HP, in a matter of fact, to get out of there. So why put Box at risk?
Well, I don't know. It's a little bit of a tough call there, but at the same time, they just don't have any setups. It all comes down to Zorn opening up the map, great wall charge being baited out, but Zorn doesn't really mind this. High and dry available for him, but he's finally got his rapid boot, so he's going to be a little bit quicker now. He's going to be able to find the execution, but look at this. Pressure is going to be playing in. Zorn just showing the indicators for the side of Homeboys. They're forcing Homeboys to back off, saying that, hey, I'm here. If you do something funny, I'll try to take the back lines. And still, going to be a very difficult situation because right now, on the bottom side, Zorn is still thinking about trying to pressure.
Yeah, this is quite a slow game coming up for the side of Team SMG, but they could see that Melissa is about to be dove. They have the information. Sasa has to back off.
Oof, this is going to be very difficult. Bang will be stealing the Lunox ulti. Not sure which one yet, so we are going to be playing a little bit stalemate. But on the side, Zyme Senpoi goes for the darkening. They saw Zach is out of position, immediately chunks him down very, very quickly. That damage a little bit too much to handle as Homeboys needs to back off very, very quickly because 5 seconds left. The total is going to be up for grabs.
I mean, look at the positions currently coming from Subbot. He's on top of it straight away. Masha on the opposite side. Let's see if the same mistakes are going to be made.
Yep, Turtle going to be focused down. Chibi going to be down, taken out as well by the side of Zyme Senpoi. Turtle finally secure from Team SMG. Homeboys looking to re-engage the boss. Missing the combo. That means there's going to be freebies across for SMG, but from the sides, Anip gets picked off. SMG, they lose. Well, they lose nothing actually, if you think about it, as Homeboys just not going to be able to do too much, and which is kind of surprising.
They're just winning all across the board here. Team SMG bounced back from the earlier miscommunications. They're looking a lot better now. Zorn coming in at the right time. Sasa using the Inspire to win his 2v1. And more importantly, if we talk about... Oh, Vizakas.
Oh, Zakas going for the wall charge. Tries to set up for Sasa. He thought Sasa auto-attacked him. Tried to help himself, but nope. The chop from Box is going to be enough to take him out. So Homeboys, they're losing a little bit too much in all these trade-offs. SMG somehow managed to adapt to this. Senpoi now level 7, doing some serious damage across the map so far.
Yeah, let's look at the item list so far. First item already completed by both Sasa and as well as Chibi. Just a quick look around. Lunox as well. Clock of Destiny is coming out pretty early for the side of Zaim. He probably got it the 4th minute considering that he has a component down. Box finishing his Cursed Helm as well. Things are pretty even between the two teams. However, Team SMG, they're just playing for these objectives. They don't really have to interact. They are getting so much information from Zorn.
Yeah, this is all playing it safe, but SMG, they really want the bottom side, but somebody's gonna get caught out. Zaim Senpoi killing spree on this Lunox. Getting some serious damage done so far. Homeboys finally a little bit fed up, tries to take a challenge on the tier 1 down bottom, but it's still a little bit too hard for Anip's taste, as he's still trying to figure out when is he gonna get his Blade of Despair, while Homeboys still afraid of where Zorn may or may not be as of yet. But with 10 seconds left, Homeboys, do they force the issue or do they back out?
I don't think they want to force just yet. I think they've already done their housekeeping on that top side of the map. They're already getting smooth, rotating down here. How many life bars does he have? 2 life bars. This is not bad. They have a numbers advantage.
Yep, at the same time, Blade of Destiny's purchase up on Zorn, so he's going to be able to chunk bang potentially. Goes for the snipe, but instant brilliance comes in. SMG caught in an awkward position. They secure the turtle. They will lose Zorn, but in the contrary, the kicks coming from someone is going to isolate Zaim Senpoi as he also gets picked off, but from the back line, smooth diving bang all the way to the tier 2.
Nicely played coming in for Anip. He flickers himself inside the bubble with Wesker, so he gets nice up and close against Melissa and takes her out real fast. Smooth.
Oh, no. It's just not worth it. Anip, you gotta back up, but somebody's there. If he gets kicked, he's gonna be dead, but Smooth! Oh! He has nowhere to run.
Looking at the positives of the situation, at least he gave it to Zakas and not Anip or even Safad at that point. He's not affecting the side lanes.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be a plus point. However, SMG finally making a little bit of mistakes, so Homeboys, they will be able to bounce back in terms of economy lead. So it's all about that perfect catch. It all comes down to Safad setting up those plays. Zaim Senpoi has been dishing up some serious damage, and I feel like based on this scenario, it's going to be Homeboys having Sapat potentially marking on Zaim Senpoi most of this team fight, not allowing him to do what he needs to be done. But while they're doing that, Sasa is actually getting free hits across the map.
Yeah, right now, they did do a bit of a lane swap here just to contest with the turtle early on, but they've got a 3-2 split. I'm not sure why they want to do 3-2. Oh, that's why.
Okay, Safad getting caught up. So that's exactly what SMG needed for the space box. Gonna be tanking through his all this damage. He's a little bit too squishy, but Sasa now with the getaway. He wants to force an issue. He doesn't have the damage, but he might actually die with 1% HP. Seconds tries to make the play, gets outplayed. Sasa survives thanks to the Inspire, and now Zorn is here to wrap things up. Chibi tries to steal the purple buff, manages to do it, but Zaim Senpoi not in position to trade off.
That's hilarious. Sasa playing that perfectly. Chibi now in trouble. There we go. Now he dies. Every time I see Sasa make an outplay, I just remember his interview during M3, how he was talking to his previous teammates from Onyx, Indonesia, calling him old hands and things like that. Nah, man, he still got it.
Yep, I still agree. But as of now, SMG prime position, take the Lord. Ani forces an ultimate to save Sapad's life. So that's going to be the Lord taken out. But no! Zakas! He actually stole the Lord! Misplaced from Box! Oh, you hate to see moments like this. Homeboys redeemed themselves courtesy of Zakas. What an absolute chat.
Oh my goodness, the crowd's loving it. The crowd is loving it. So this, I mean, now we have to say Zakas, an honorary homeboy. Every member from the side of Homeboys has stolen a Lord at some point of time in their career with the Homeboys.
Oh, you hate to see it. Box. That should not have happened, and now they're gonna be on the defense as Homeboys looking for the punch. Sapat Trying to scare SMG a little bit, but they're kiting it very, very nicely. Sasa forced to back off. Zaka's looking for the push, but Chibi! Chibi getting a very, very, very big damage, big boy damage right there.
Yep, that's a lot of damage, man. And now they're taking all the tier 2s. Topside is the only one that remains healthy. Smooth's probably very happy with himself for the time being, but Zorn will cut the waves. And now with 113 seconds here, they need to make sure no inhibitors actually fall to the hands of the homeboys.
Oh, they have to throw their bodies right now. Zyme Senpai flickering forward with the brilliance, but Anip is all the way to the back lines. He's getting dive from Smooth. He somehow survives, gets kicked away, and Senpai won't finish him off. Box tries to redeem himself, but he couldn't get the finish. He's getting kited around. But little did they know, Zorn is thinking about it, but nope, he backs off. He's gonna respect this. He doesn't want to take the risk, and Homeboy gets away by only taking Smooth. Box in the middle. Wants to get a couple of trades-offs in, but now here comes Zorn. He gets 2 damage on Chibi as well as Bang. He gets the snipe, and that's gonna be the salvaging trade coming from Zorn.
Yep, salvaging it all together. The execute to secure the kill. I mean, good play coming in from the homeboys initially, especially Chibi. Very ballsy move. He knows that he can one-shot Sasa. He's not going to have enough space to actually get the auto attack, but that Thorn Rose damage is rather ridiculous. Oh boy, how do they go about this? I mean, Zorn now getting information about the orange buff. 50 more seconds until the Lord comes, and Homeboys now trying to steal back the lead that Team SMG has developed.
Well, technically, Homeboy still has the tool to deal with this, right? Likewise coming from SMG, it all comes down to Zorn finding isolated targets and getting kills. And that's very, very important for the side of SMG. And Homeboys, all they gotta do is that, thank you so much, Zakus. All they gotta do is just show appreciation because things that wasn't looking this good. Now, with a little bit more map control, they have ways to deal with Zorn a little bit better compared to before, because now they have more space, and because of this, SMG is forced to actually go in for split pushes instead.
Okay, I think just getting the gold across the map is pretty good for Team SMG, but this begs the question about scaling, right? GB is eventually going to fall off. He wants to deal full damage for the time being. Smooth eventually will be able to one-shot Anip at some point of time when his Winds of Nature, which he recently purchased, is off a cooldown. Zyme Senpai is the scary one for the side of Team SMG. Yep. Same goes for Sasa.
Yep, next Lord comes in, Smooth comes in. Do they get the chop? They know they messed up the timing. Great kick coming from Sabah to stop Box in track, but they will gladly trade heroes for the Lord as SMG will try to finish things off. Zaka's going to be the next to fall. 2-for-0 trade-off, but Zorn looking for a little bit more as SMG will be now on the gas as they push it towards Homeboys' base. But with the Lord in Homeboy's hands, they've got to get a little bit more value than this.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Smooth putting Anip specifically down super, super low with the Thunderclap alone. And now that he has that Twilight armor, it's going to be even better. But with this Lord pushing for the favor of the Homeboys, Team SMG should be able to clean up these waves relatively fast. Just keep in mind, the linchpin of this comp falls into the hands of Zyme Senpai.
Yep, Chibi going for the backlines. Box does have the sustains to actually tank through this damage. Wow. This is all happening. Zorn is actually pressuring the bottom lane. Anip going for the snipes, but looking for an attempt. Not gonna happen. While SMG looking to re-engage. Zorn is in position. They're trying to find isolated targets, but they're all grouped up. It's just not worth taking the fight right now. Smooth trying to bait reactions, but Homeboys, they know it's just not worth it. Zorn stalking the prey. Nope, sees Zakus, backs off instead. So that's going to be the retreat coming from Homeboys.
Well, they're not retreating. I mean, they're not retreating the way that I would have expected. Team SMG are like, okay, it's too dangerous going anywhere past the river. Let's look at the items one more time. 3 items coming in from Smooth. We're almost seeing completion of a already completed the 4th item for the side of Box. Sasa is in prime position to hard carry this game right now with the 4 items that he does have. The Windtalker, Demon Hunter Sword, Berserker's Fury, and Winds of Nature. They're waiting for the cooldowns to come off in 75 more seconds until this upcoming Lord.
Yep, full glass cannon coming from Zorn. So if Homeboy separates completely, this is where Zorn is going to be able to do some serious damage towards the backlines coming from Bang. Homeboys, however, they're playing really smart. They're playing a little safe. You know, it's just not worth taking risks. Taking objectives is the way to go. But the question remains, you've talked about scaling. Can Anip outscale this Melissa? Because eventually, I feel like Sasa is going to be the big boy damage in this regards. And now, Zorn getting scouted out. They know Homeboy from the side of Homeboys that he is up top. While the rest of SMG looking to go in for a couple cross-map plays. trading 50-50s, but it's just so difficult to punish Smooth and Box as of yet. Zorn a little bit too close. He's gotta respect this concealed plays, but nothing much is happening. Just proxying the wave, you know, playing it safe, housekeeping, and Zorn, can he defend?
Still makes that top tier 2 alive with a little bit of HB, but Homeboys preemptively making their way down towards that bottom side to gain some position on this Lord. Team SMG, they only have Box on the Pixel Brush. He does notice, does he notice Sabat? Yes, he does. They're sending Smooth to actually push him back, check the Tri-Brush while they're still at it. But with a southern position here from the side of the Homeboys, can they steal this one more time?
Yeah, Sabat is gonna try and isolate Box as much as he can. He needs to set up the window of opportunity for GB to go in for the Retribution snipes. Meanwhile, SMG playing it safe. Sasa, they bait out the wall charge. That is huge. Smooth starting to make things work, but Sasa, he isolates Sabat. Sabat in a little bit of trouble. Smooth is going to try and run him down. They are going to try and finish him off. Can Smooth take him down? Yes, they will. The muddles coming from Sasa is going to be good enough. While Chibi is going to be focusing on him.
1v1!
The rest of the 1v1s is going to be happening is here as the cross-map plays are coming in. Zorn will be able to cut the backlines, takes down Bang. Snipe comes in. The disrespect from Anif. The bait's coming in. Allows Zion Sandboy to create free value damage on him, and he's gonna get another proc as Zion Sandboy
finish him off.
Burns off the immortality. Here comes up to finally take down Chibi. SMG comes up clean for Nut.
Oh my goodness. What a play that was made. I mean, Zakus, there's nothing much he can do. Bang, he's going to come back up to life, but I don't think there's enough time. Sabat is here trying, but the Brilliance comes on, and they've committed to this. Zion actually dies. They cut the defense off.
Okay. This is going to be a little bit tough, but Bang is still alive. Anif is going to be back in 3 more seconds. Lord is coming in. Box is making work on the middle inhibitor, but half HP SMG. Don't care. They're focusing on the crystal, and they will take a clean 2-0 against Homeboys. SMG making things work for the boys.
How do you not lose words for that game? Team SMG come up on top with a clean 2-0. A lot of scary moments there, but Sasa, he ain't that old just yet. He's still an absolute monster with a marksman in hand.
Oh, the fans cheering for SMG. Who would have thought that this would be happening? Zorn playing a phenomenal game despite the mistakes that has been made, but Zion, Sempo, and Zorn just so on point coming in from SMG, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to say, because that is some really good games, because as of yet, Sunfrost is going to be on the stage with the SMG.
Wow, nampaknya bukan 2-1, tak ada pusingan ketiga. Pasukan SMG menguncikan kemenangan 2-0, kemenangan bersih. Jangan malu-malu, boleh ke depan. Okey, untuk bersama dengan para pemain daripada pasukan SMG. Soalan pertama lah Zain Sempoy. Okey, untuk soalan yang pertama ni, nak tanya dengan Zaim. Mana datang idea ni main Johnson Kadita first game, yang kedua tiba-tiba tukar terus pergi Natalia. Macam mana boleh dapat idea macam ni?
Hari tu kita orang main brawl 5 orang.
Wow.
Then kita orang kena dengan Johnson Kadita enemy. Then kita boleh kena try ni. Then boleh kita try lah dekat scrim, then jadi.
Siapa cakap main brawl? Saya saja je. Main brawl pun boleh test meta.
Main brawl, betul.
Wow, memang gempak lah Jadi soalan seterusnya buat Zon, boleh? Tak nak. Oh, tak nak? Alamak, tapi ramai yang nak ni. Okey, soalan untuk Zon. Nampak bagaimana dalam semenjak 2 menjak ni lah kan, pasukan SMG agak sedikit merudum. Apa yang membuatkan korang kembali bangkit, kembali bersemangat, ataupun sebenarnya korang tak rasa pun korang merudum? Apa yang bagi semangat?
Rasanya sebabkan kita orang rasa yang macam betul lah, kita orang ada rasa macam kita orang down untuk 2-3 minggu ni, sebab ada benda yang tak kena dari segi miscom ataupun strategi kita orang, semua tak kena. So rasanya sebabkan banyak sokongan daripada semua kot.
Wow.
Rasa nak bangkit.
Oh, baik. Tapi apapun masalah macam dah selesai untuk ketika ini, kemenangan 2-0 membuktikan bahawa mereka sekarang ini sudah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi, okey, untuk yang terakhir lah, kata-kata daripada semua boleh? Untuk para peminat, para penyokong pasukan SMG, sekarang ini cukup gembira ke atas kemenangan bersih ini.
Terima kasih kepada semua yang datang, fans HOMEBOIS dan fans SMG.
Teruskan menyambut kita orang. Tu je lah.
Untuk penyokong khas ke ada? Tak ada? Untuk family kan?
Family, dekat kawan-kawan yang datang.
Alright, tapi apapun itulah dia, perlawanan sudah pun tamat. Kemenangan sudah pun berjaya untuk didapatkan. Untuk mic check mereka, apa yang berlaku semua tadi, kita akan sama-sama saksikan apabila kita bersama mic check untuk pasukan SMG.
Link dia boleh mati. Nice.
Lagi. Tengok bunuh weh. Nice, gagak, ambil tahu.
Oh, boleh, bawah. Mati. Bang.
Bang. Nice. Balik.
Jom.
Wow.
Lari.
Dah.
Boleh, back up.
Nice one.
Boleh push mid boleh push. Bunuh dulu.
Santai. Nice.
Dekat. Aman sayang. Aku dah. Boleh. Jangan bagi cibi balik. Balik, bagi dia second skill.
Right. Langsung.
Boleh. Jangan bus.
Aku menang fight. Aku datang.
Kita on lock.
Tengok go. Oi, Lancelot no skill.
Boleh back up.
Tengok Lancelot. Mati bos. Tengok Lancelot.
Okay. Kau buat kerja.
Enak.
Aku mula dah.
Hey, nice. Tahu aja.
Well, the people's man, Zorn, giving some very, very encouraging words. Even his mic check, super pumped, super fun. And at the same time, he's being a little bit human as well, because he knows, things weren't going well for a side of SMG, but eventually it came down to the supporters. I was an SMG fan, doubted him for a bit. I paid the price.
Yeah, me too. But hey, you have to give it to Team SMG. Smart strategies overall. Sasa playing at his best. Zaim Senpai as well. Also backing up the rest of the team. It felt good. It felt clean. And Homeboys just did not know how to handle this type of pressure.
Yeah, and when it comes to execution, mind games, right? Where we always have this textbook plays, we can plan a lot of strategies, but when it comes to getting inside your enemy's heads, this is something that Zorn is known for the past few seasons. And there was, I think, season 6, season 7, he did so much emotes to a point that it actually got into his enemy's head.
I mean, that's not all. Let's start with the draft itself, right? When we're looking at the items, let me just do a quick scan here. Doesn't look like there's anything too out of the ordinary. So we get to talk about the draft, right? Now, the fact that Team SMG was able to bring up both the Kadita and as well as the Johnson, you can see that the Homeboys, whenever they lock in a hero, it's very hesitant, right?
Yeah.
You can see that at any moment, they could flip into a regular composition like what we see right now, or a composition that can actually deal with the Kadita Johnson combo. So as soon as we see so many deterrents for the side of SMG, they managed to get the Melissa on their own. They also get the Balmon, but they managed to sneak in Zorn playing on this Natalia. And Natalia is great. Beatrix was already threatened by the Masha. They have a guaranteed factor in Natalia to get the silences off specifically Lancelot, pull back away, and jump on towards Beatrix's side when necessary.
Yeah, I think there was this one clip as well, Zorn was able to jump both the Valentina and Beatrix at the same time, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie. And it just shows you how mature he has become to understand that sometimes it's not just focusing on getting the kills, sometimes it's thinking about the overall picture, help the team, set things up for the team. And that's something that I really very surprised with how Zorn played in this game. So I really like how things happen for them. But I want to really talk about the game presence on both games coming from SMG and Homeboys. Homeboys, they were adapting to all these kind of situations, and over the weeks as well, every single time you face against SMG, you see Zorn, you gotta ban all his heroes, right? It has been the recurring trend for especially on week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. But now, considering that people kind of ignore the existence of Natalia, bringing it out right now, it's gonna put a lot of I would say itchy in the brain kind of situation.
Itchy in the brain?
Yeah, a little bit of a brain banging situation where whenever you draft against SMG, you have to think about maybe Johnson, you gotta think about Natalia, you gotta think about, I don't know, maybe the standard meta drafts. I'm sorry, I'm
head knockers.
I don't know, hate bangers.
Get the rock and roll music ready on the tracks, okay? But I get where you're coming from, right? There's a lot of these pocket strats that really work out well, and I don't think that Natalia ever really fell off. There's just picks that she's good at dealing with, and other picks she's not that great at dealing with. And in this particular situation, there are 3 heroes of which Zorn can actually take full advantage of. If he's silenced as a Valentina, there is nothing he can do. He can almost ensure his death. Same goes to Anip, same goes to Chibi. They don't have a very large health pool, and even when you say, oh, but they're gonna have like platings, they're gonna be fine with the amount of armor. No, Zorn builds into Malefic Roar, sometimes even a Hunter Strike if he's feeling a little cheeky, but overall, Team SMG had the right idea. They messed with their heads in game number 1 with the draft, and in game number 2, Subba ends up playing Cho of all things.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult situation. But now, seeing how game two went really well for SMG, who's gonna be the MVP is gonna be none other than Zyme Senpoi on his Lunox play. Very, very convincing early game as well. Very, very good takedowns, especially in finding opportunities to punish Zaka. So he deserves it. He deserves it.
He absolutely deserves it. He managed to get to his item power spike, and I think Zyme Senpoi is a little frustrated, as we saw on the cams either during the mic check and even after the game, because that early game miscommunication really stalled it, and it told Zyme Senpoi, like, man, I gotta put this on my shoulders for a little bit. Don't worry, boys. I'm 7-3 and 6. I've got 4,000 DPM, and I managed to hit my 4 items. I got this in the bag. Let's just not miscommunicate again.
Yeah, he was able to get like the Clock of Destiny, 3 minutes, 4 minutes into the game. A very, very early one as well. He was doing some serious damage. I think at 4 or 5 minute mark, he was like top damage alongside, I think it was Sword to a certain degree. But on the contrary, things was going so well from the side of HOMEBOIS' starting phase. They understood that SMG didn't exactly have power spikes, but eventually SMG tunneled the way through, found an opportunity and just completely punished them. Because if you think about it, HOMEBOIS, they were winning early games, isolating box to a certain degree, but it all came down to mistakes being made from SMG, which gave HOMEBOIS a lot of room to actually punish.
That's one way of putting it. I would say that Team SMG kind of like forfeited the early game with that miscommunication. They managed to revitalize themselves with Sasa making this play during the tier 1 sacrifice, and then from then on, Team SMG continuously finding picks. It just shows their draft strength afterwards later into the game, which is what Team SMG wanted to do. It was just stalled for like 4 full minutes because of their early mistake.
Yeah, and eventually when the game goes by as well, Zakos did his best. I'm not gonna lie, Zakos clutching it for the team especially was really cool. But the disrespect from Zorn right here forced Anip to focus on him, and wow, that was actually allowed Zyme Senpoi to get free value hits on him. That was just so unfortunate on Anip, but like I said, it's itchy in the brain, bro. It's itchy. It gets to you every single time.
Itchy
on the brain. Yeah, I don't know.
Term. That's a bad way of putting it. There's so many different synonyms here, but let's have a look at the group so far. And HOMEBOIS, unfortunately, aren't able to get any wins. However, RED Esports still 5 points away, so they're still relatively secure. But Team SMG, with those 2-0 victories, get themselves 3 points, putting them at 18 to set themselves up. Now, I mean, it's not really in their hands, but if Team Hawk and RCMY don't win any of their games and Team SMG win both of their games 2-0, they could make it into the upper bracket.
Well,
and that's
it's brutal. Like I said, Group A is brutal. Anyone might be, shifting apart. The one thing I can say is that Todak is pretty comfortable for now. He's got a pretty big lead, but they still need to win a game.
That's the thing to say that.
They still need 1 game or 2 games.
That's the problem, right? I mean, RCMY still has 1 more game to go. If they're able to 2-0 that, they can tie up with Todak, and Todak don't have to worry about them. It's Team Hawk that they're keeping their eyes on right now, because they have 2 more games to go.
Oh, this is going to be a close one for Group A, but Group B, HOMEBOIS, even though they've lost, still very comfortable in the top standing. So RED Esports, they need a lot of wins, if I must say so. That's going to be a very difficult climb, but at the same time, all things considered, Group B looks pretty solid. Group A is going to be the ones that we are going to be keeping an eye for next week.
Yep. Orange, HOMEBOIS, top of Group B.
Yep.
I don't think anybody was like really too concerned about it after week number 4. Group A is still
tough.
Brain scratcher, you know what I'm saying?
You cheat on the brain. Bro, no. I'm quoting this off my friend because it's really hilarious. He said it once, it kind of stuck in my head, you know?
I can't do it. Let's pull up the keys to victory and really start headbanging on this one. Compositional strength, I think, was #1 when it came to game #1, and it really played a role in getting under the skin during game 2 because you could see the hesitation of what, like, HOMEBOIS had to draft around what they saw in game #1 rather than following their own plan. I don't know. I can't really blame them for this.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to the strategies coming from SMG, you know, personally, I felt like the drafts was a little bit erratic. You know, they kept a lot of options open coming from SMG. HOMEBOIS, they were playing a little bit more of a standard composition. But when it comes to strength, I don't really think it's more about the drafts itself. It's more like playing the mind games, and this is where SMG was able to utilize the tools that they were able to get it, and also going for this kind of pickoff. So I feel like game 1 did it really well. They tried to replicate it with game 2 for Natalia, didn't exactly go too well in their favor. So this is where they needed time for Zorn to kind of like scale a little bit better, you know, trying to force a couple of reactions in the side lanes, and then trying to mess up their momentum.
I mean, if they're going to catch it up, then we have to look at jungler impact, right? Because again, Box playing game #1 and game #2, two very separate heroes, and it just shows you like, oh, when you see Balmon in game #1 and you have the Kadita as well as the Johnson, you have to work together with them because they're the main driving force for the momentum and the initial engagement. But then you see in the second game where it's like everything is sort of happening on the map, Box is still focused primarily on getting those neutral objectives. That's why his KP significantly drops in game #2, and so the same thing can be said about his DPM.
Yeah, that's the thing about him, right? Like, he's playing a jungle tank position, right? He's going to be opening up the map for the team, and this is, I would say, you know, normally we would say like, hey, you know, jungle tanks is going to be opening up the map, you know, if you want to play like a double roamer strategy with like double mage, etc. So with Zorn playing two very, very annoying heroes, which requires him to be in the back lines, forcing Box to play on a frontliner is one of the reasons why he's not been able to do a lot of damage. He needs to build into his tanky compositions to open up map and secure objectives. So I feel like game 1 he did it really well. Game 2 was a little bit struggling ever since he missed that first lord.
I suppose, but when I saw the executing that catch potential, imagine game #1 4 important catches, game #2 6 important catches. Like, I'm not sure. It's hard to calculate that particular one.
There was
but
a lot of scuffles, right?
I would have imagined. It looks like a lot of it was happening off screen at the same time coming in from Zorn. But hey, you know, that's the game. That's the way that it's situated. With that being said, let's have a look at what exactly Zorn was doing, because if there were 6 catches in game #2, overall, wow, I thought this would be a little bit more spread out, but it looks like a high concentration towards the mid lane as well as the gold lane.
Yeah, I like how he's just running around setting up for ambushes, right? So what's really interesting is that I think during the first 5 minutes, he was kind of situated in a way where he's getting information, but he didn't exactly do too much. I feel like he was struggling to actually get kill potential. He's opening up the map, but that's about it.
No. I think the better way of putting it is that HOMEBOIS, they wanted to play for the gold lane, right? They're dedicating a lot of those resources. It's not that Zorn couldn't penetrate. It's the fact that there is a lot of dudes there. There's no point trying to throw your body for what reason, right? So he's relaying the information back over to his team so he can play on the different side of the map. So he's monitoring and surveilling this bottom side where you see a lot of movement, specifically from HOMEBOIS in game #2. Yes, it may not look the flashiest, but the information gathering creates impact for the rest of the team, like Team SMG, who not only plays discipline, but they like those cross-map plays.
Yeah, they love to feed off information. That's something that they played it really well. This is a good demonstration of how back in the days where we had this Diggy Bombs, we had Selena traps, and maybe even Popo and Cobalt traps. So this is an alternative way you're having a walking observer throughout the map. Johnson kind of works similar, but I feel like Johnson's one is a little bit risky.
I mean,
at the same time, I'm more curious on his late game hit map rather than the early ones, because early game, you know, he did his job, he couldn't get kill potential. Late game was the one that I think during 11 minutes 60 mark, he didn't exactly do too much. He was doing a lot of, I would say, cross-map plays, pushing up the waves, making sure that he's always finding an angle to be at the backlines to try and punish HOMEBOIS whenever they retreat.
Okay, let me pose you this question. Are you more scared of a Natalia as if you were on it? Are you more scared of Zorn on Natalia, or are you more scared on Smooth on Masha? Especially, remember, mind you, 11 to 16 minutes. This is the later stages of the game. Which do you think is more threatening to you?
I think the Masha is a little bit more threatening.
Exactly! So with Masha joining the rest of the team for these neutral objective fights, Zorn actually plays a different role. He's now looking to split push, right? The Masha doesn't split as quickly because you don't build any damage items. So again, it takes you a couple of punches to get rid of one minion. Zorn can easily sweep up that wave, rotate back with the rest of the team with the added movement speed, allowing the threat to be there on the objectives. So on him, he sees Masha kind of walk between the brushes. He's like, no, I gotta back up here. I don't want to deal with that. No, stay away from me. It's not easy to deal with overall.
Yeah, that's going to be the situation. But all in all, you know, SMG, they pull off a pretty interesting draft so far. And Homeboys, it's back to the drawing board. They've got to figure out the Iron Kings. I don't think it was a draft issue. It was more on the mentality, the coordination, the macro aspect. They've got to fix a little bit more, and hopefully maybe they will improve by then.
I suppose. It's hard to say for this one. I say it's 50-50, but what about you at home? Let's see our MPL predictor winners.
Yep, this is going to be up on screen as well. If you guys have keyed in your comments as well as your game ID and etc., you're going to be walking with some exclusive goodies, but at the same time, there's a...
Someone came out with a poem here. Sunfrost is being a little too influential. I don't know. I don't like what he's doing here. These comments are long. These are very, very long. SMG still moving under gunfire, but will bring down Homeboys for sure with the score 2-0. Let's go, SMG. Hey, you put your predictions in. All right, nicely done. Nicely done. But honestly, if you guys want to be part of this, use that hashtag MPL Predictor. Don't forget to give a creative comment plus your prediction score, and not to forget your game ID as well as server ID, because these people are already walking away with a 749 diamond worth of skins. So check your accounts if you are one of these down below.
Yep. Hopefully you guys will be having more, but as of yet, for this week, pretty much all the giveaways are pretty much done for the last third. Next week, we are going to be having our final week of the regular season. So that's going to be a little bit more fun time. So be sure to be tuning out for that, because the final week is where we determine who makes it to the playoffs and who doesn't. But with you guys' help, we'll be having a little bit more fun. And guess what? With your help, today, we have finally hit our milestone, and that is going to be the 1,000 share milestone. So that's going to be more codes for you guys to redeem up on screen. So be sure to redeem it before it's gone.
Salutes to you guys here at the English broadcast who contributed to 1,000 share milestone. Claim your well-deserved code. And don't worry, I don't know if we're going to hit the 1,200 mark just before we end this hour, but that's up to you guys. I'll leave it into the hands of the viewers.
But I guarantee we're going to be 100% giving you one more code, because I want to play a game right now. We've played a little bit of a segment with you guys, and that is going to be the Guess Who segment. Now, this is going to be a player one. Heroes are something that we're very, very good at. I have no idea what this picture describes. Hobbies and trivia, eating good food. Featured heroes Claude, Moskov, and 1-1. Birthplace, Ipo, and Pera. Who's this dude?
I think I know this already. I know this already because Birthplace Ipo Perak is quite a big giveaway.
I don't know. I'm not from Ipo Perak, so I wouldn't know. I'm debating between either...
Hey, wait a minute. Birthplace Ipo Perak. Hey, this person has the same birthplace as me. Awesome. Sweet. Good to know. Good to know. So here are your two options. I can tell you right now, it's not Panda.
Yeah, obviously, you know, it's not SMG and, you know, RED.
Who knows? Production might throw a curveball in here.
Yeah.
You're the one who was like, make it more tricky. I'm so good at this game. So, make a guess.
Sasa. I think it's Sasa.
You think it's Sasa? What gives it away? What gives it away?
Because SMG won.
You're a little too hopeful, but imagine to realize that the true answer is Sasa. Obviously, it's Sasa, man. Ipo Perak, the demographic is there. You know, Sasa makes sense. And honestly, this is quite an old... I don't know if this is an old photo or a new photo, but the quality of it would imagine that he is standing in front of literal sunlight and he's wearing a white shirt, so it really blows up his facial features.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I was about to go Anya for a second, you know, and then I had to think back. Yeah, SMG1 should be SMG, right? You know, production, you gotta make it even trickier.
Nah, fam.
You gotta make it trickier.
This dude is walking into the exam. He walks into the exam at 3 questions and he's just circling and it's like, this is fate. This is fate. I saw blue birds. It's definitely blue. But you guys have done it. The 1,200 share milestone already achieved just before the end of the show. The final code is yours to be earned.
But it's true though. I would walk into the exam. If I didn't know the answer, I would just leave it to fate.
You'll be like, oh, is the question 2 or 12? What time is it? 12? 12.
But I still got the answer right.
Well,
I'm feeling lucky, man.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that, how many days in a row this is going to go. But that being said, What's happening next week? The final week of the MPL before we close out with the playoffs immediately after. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
That is quite the lineup here. SMG, after this win, going up against Orange Esports, having only faced one defeat. RSG versus Red Esports, so that RSG could set themselves up to get into the upper bracket. Team Hawk, Karakal, so close to relegation. Team Hawk want to maintain top spot.
Well, here's going to be a little bit of an interesting twist. Normally on day number 1, we would have 2 series, but for the final week, we want you guys to have the most explosive experience in here in MPL MY. We're going to start things off with 3 series in general, and SMG Orange Esports for the first game. That's gotta be a game you gotta be watching. 10:30 morning, it's pretty early, but you gotta be here because this is a must-watch game.
I mean, if there was a good time to actually come on over to the MPL Arena live, this could be the one. Also, you can check the schedule online to see which of your favorite teams are going to be playing, so you know when to come.
Yep, and all things considered, Week 7 has been concluded. The game has been really, really exciting. We've seen a lot of shifts in the meta. Melissa being very, very popular. What a way to close things off with the Johnson Kadida as well. So we do see a lot of adaptations here in MPL MY, but all in all, Week 7 has been great. I'm looking forward to see how Week 8 is going to become. So be sure to come back next week. But as of now, we're going to be saying good night. My name's ICBB12. Here's Getting Q. Goodbye.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for